But now where's the chat? Ah! Start a poll? No. Is there a chat over here? No, I don't want to start a poll. Save, share. Well, there's got to be. Oh, hold. Oh, I don't care about that. Not now. Welcome to live chat. Okay, but now what? Where's the words go? Okay, are you there, Nikita? No, live. All messages are available. This says I'm live. Am I live? Good thing I got a ton of phones around here. Okay, close that. Okay. Aha! It's working. Aha! It's working. Aha! It's working. Okay, Nikita, are you back yet? Oops. Okay. So now we're going to go outside. I got to get my glasses. Where are my glasses? Okay. I don't know if you're back there. Okay, that must be you, Nikita. Back? All right. Get these running shoes off. Where'd everybody else go? Hey. What's going on, guys? Why are we all doing what you're doing here? Is that clean? Still alive, yeah, okay. Holy. That's a heck of a place to stand, young lady. Okay, let's go see. Yeah, she runs away now. There we go. Nikita, are you there? Can you see them? Hey, Bubbas. What are you doing? What you doing, Bubbas? What you looking up at me for? Hey? Think Daddy's gonna hurt you? Fat chance. All the time I got invested with you guys. Hey, Sonny. There's my good girl. There's my good girl. Oh, Sonny. I don't know what's up with her all of a sudden with me. Okay, where's the chat supposed to be? I don't see any chat. No, there's nobody in here now. Hopefully Nikita got my message here. I got it figured out, I'm pretty sure here. Hey, Sunshine. You're live, you know that, eh? You're live on the internet. Can I zoom? Oh, yeah. Look at that. Okay. What's this now? Welcome to live chat. Remember... Oh, I don't need any filter. What the hell is that? I don't get this live chat message. All messages are available, but I'm not seeing any messages. Whoa, guys, settle down here. Ooh. Been a long time since we've had wind come in this end. I wish I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, but there's still, I don't still see any chat and there's nobody in here now. Welcome to live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Okay, well, no issue. That's all good. Save, highlight, share, enable flash. What's that? Oh, okay, that's the light. All right. Well, we'll just wait till there's a number that says somebody's in here. I just don't understand why I don't get to see the chat. Oh, reconnecting. Oh, shit. Okay. Now, how am I going to do this here? Because I got to be recording this too tonight. You see, GoPro, I really could have used that camera tonight. You guys, all your futzing around. My only thing is I don't see any chat. Am I doing this right? Hey Goldie, am I doing this right? Let's check the other phone again, make sure we're still seeing something here. Ow, 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 that hurt. That's something in my ear that's hurting, okay. There's that chat. Switch it around. Okay. I'm just trying to figure this out, Nikita, if you're seeing all this. Okay, so it's gone now? Chat is disabled for this live stream. Well, no, I hope not. Hold on a minute here. What was that other phone? That's why I can't see. There's the other phone, Goldie. Oh, it's over here. I keep forgetting. It looks different without its all this protective crap on it. Okay. YouTube. Live. Live. Okay, but now if I want to chat, how do I do that? Live. Okay, but now if I want to chat, how do I do that? Live. Okay, but now if I want to chat, how do I do that? Okay, it's working. Okay, but now if I want to chat, how do I do that? Okay, it's working. Okay, so now, go back outside. Okay, I think we got this happening there, and I can see the chat now. Okay, but you don't want to look at me. Hang on a minute there. Hey guys, we're coming out again. You're the stars, not me. Hey babies, it's okay. Shh, Sonny, it's okay. Why is she so scared of me all of a sudden? Sonny, you remember it's you that came to me with the babies, right? Hey? Where's that light thing now? There's a light, enable flash. There we go. There's Sonny, Nikita. Where is she? Oh, okay, she's just... They're doing their usual grooming thing over here. I think that's Andrea. Andrea, are you trying to find a milk after all this time, or are you just cleaning Mummy? Just cleaning Mummy. There's the rest of the brood. Hey, Bubs. What do you say? What do you know? Hey, Bubs. Oh, sunshine. Oh. You guys and your growling, you're funny. Okay. Set that down for a minute. Let's get this working the way I want it to. No. Take her down. Oh, that's loosening it. There we go. There's my night bird that I wasn't hearing 20 minutes ago. There. I got that all figured out. Oh, why we're doing it live too. Hey, Bubs. Might as well get rid of this. This is the AT Alaskan. Oh, I shouldn't tease her like this. Sunshine. Sunshine. Boop. Sunshine. Hey, babies. She's like, Daddy, quit messing around with me. Will you please? I'm trying to eat. That's okay. We let you eat. Okay. Throw this piece of wheat. Look at this. You guys are letting me walk around tonight. That's nice. Oh, what happened, guys? What happened? It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. What happened? Okay, I'll sit down and we'll be quiet. Maybe what I'll do is I'll leave you out here and I'll go make my coffee. Okay. There we are. Okay, is that light? There. You can see over here on the ATV, that's the mess I got to deal with because it's going to rain for the next 4 or 5 days, and I thought, no way am I losing my plants to mold. Not this year, especially this year. I got some pretty high quality plants. So, well, where did everybody else go? Just you and me there, Bubbas. Everybody else took off and left us be. Well, there's Nikita's here, so say hi. As you can see, Nikita, it is going crazy. All the leaves, pine needles. It's just, in the last 24 hours, it's just come down like rain. It seems like an early fall for some reason. I don't know why I'm thinking that, but it feels like everything's changing really fast. And my plants shouldn't have been ready for another 2 weeks, like October 5th, and I'm harvesting. That's got to be the earliest in quite some time. Who's over here now? Is that Sunny? Who's over there? I can't see. Who's that? Who's that over there? Who's that? I want to come hide out in Vancouver Island here. Winter. I don't think I'll make it. The bus is still in the go. I'm waiting for the guy I'm buying the bus from. He took it into a garage, but they can't safety look at it for what the repairs it needs for the safety check until Tuesday, because Monday is a holiday here. So starting tomorrow, it's holiday. It's Thanksgiving Monday here. I didn't even go buy a turkey. Wait till Sunday to buy one, and they'll be on sale. But yeah, it's Canadian Thanksgiving anyways, and so we can't get anything done with the bus. But I did put it on one of the 1-minute videos. The guy that's checking it now is an Ontario mechanic rather than a Quebec mechanic, and the Ontario mechanic, he said that the Quebec mechanic was way overboard and stuff. I said, well, that makes sense because Quebec's laws are different for safety. Hey, Bubs, are you coming over to see me? No, I didn't think so. He's looking right at me. He's coming this way. Hey guys, that food you're eating, she's watching you right now all the way from the other side of the country, I think. West Coast. Yeah, you don't like all those leaves coming down either, hitting you in the head, eh, Bubs? I don't either, but no point in sweeping or doing anything until they're all down, and then we can sweep them out. Yeah, the guys won't be hunting here until mid-November. They don't do, like Chris and Randy that'll be coming here, they don't do small game. At least they haven't for the last few years I'm aware of. But no, they're here for deer, and that won't be until the middle of November. So depending on how cold it is and the weather, they could be half dopey sleeping in their den. But anyway, like they're up front here, and where the boys will be at their hunt stand, I'll take video of it. I've taken video before of it. It's quite a ways back into the 100 acres, so there's no way that they're ranging that far. They know where they're safe, Nikita. Okay, Washington State. I thought I read something before about that. I knew there was somebody from same like West Coast, because Diana, she's from the Okanagan in BC, and then my half-sister and brother-in-law are in Comox, BC. And I'll be going to see them next summer in the bus for sure. If I could get away with it this winter, I'd go, but there's still too much to do here. The wood stove still needs to be hooked up. The pump room still needs to be insulated and finished. The awning, so I don't have all this. Oh, look who's over here. Is that you, Andrea? Hey, babies. What you doing? Is that you? Is that my babies? Hey, bubbies. Hey, bubbies. Hey, what you doing? How's my babies? Yeah. Oh, oh. Daddy touching your back, eh? Oh. Daddy's not hurting you. No. You gonna play? Is that what we're doing here now? Is that you? It is you, Andrea, isn't it? You gonna play? Oh, yeah. You're wanting to play. Oh. He's like, okay, I'm trying to go eat now. Leave me be. That sunshine over there, I think. Oh, gosh, no. Nobody will bother them here, Nikita. Remember, we're out in the bush here, Canadian bush, and unlike city people who call them trash pandas, out here, I don't know anybody that hunts raccoons. If they do, they're just people that moved from the city or something and just shooting them as pests, but they're not pests out here. They're not a problem at all, as long as you don't hand them the keys to your garbage can, obviously. But I mean, like I said to other people before, lots of people have raccoon pets out here. It's not unusual. So, as you know yourself, I mean, they are a much more full-time job than cats or dogs, but people have them. So no, Chris and Randy would never harm them. So, and I think they're the only two going to be hunting there this year. So, I'm not ready to hunt this year. I'm not going to have my license in time, I don't think, for November. Next year. What I'd like to do is, if I go out west, well, no, when I go out west, after I get this bus, and go out to Vancouver Island, I'd like to see if I can get an elk tag. Because elk I would take myself, because that's pretty much the only meat I would ever eat again if I can get elk. We can't shoot, well, we can get elk tags here, but they're really hard to get in Ontario, and they're nowhere around here. Now there's an elk farm not far from here that you can buy elk meat and stuff from, but I don't want farmed elk. I want, proper wild elk. So, but that's the only meat I'd ever eat again if I could get them. So, I mean, if I spend a lot more time out west, my frozen meat will be elk. Camel. Oh my God. I can't even imagine eating a camel. I don't think have I even been near a live camel? I don't think I've ever even been near a live one. We got llamas. I got a neighbor with llamas down the road. I got donkeys or mules next door. They escaped once or twice. I've had to try and chase them down. Yeah, I don't think I'm just trying to think in all my life. I don't think I've ever been next to or near a live camel. That's weird. I don't do zoos though. So I just totally do not do zoos. I don't like zoos. I don't like any of that. So, don't imagine camels are wanting to live here in Canada. They must prefer the heat, I expect. The llamas do fine here, though. What's that over there? That looks like Andrea, actually, way over there. She's smaller, eh? Now, can I zoom with this thing going live? Is that gonna do that? Oh, yeah. Well, the picture doesn't look near as good, but I guess it's live, too. So I don't know what the setting is for this live. YouTube doesn't give me a choice. I got to fix that problem with Streamlabs. Well, I wonder if it's something people eat normally over there, like maybe over, where they're naturally from, camels, which I'm assuming is out in the Middle East. It was dry like beef jerky. Huh. See, that's kind of like moose. That's why I don't like moose. Well, I used to like moose, but people kept bringing it to me every year. It was like Ontario moose, which isn't that flavorful to begin with. And it just got to be like every year, it's like, oh my God, not more moose. But Jamie, my friend at the logging company, he goes every couple of years to Newfoundland, and everybody will tell you here in Canada, moose tastes totally different from there. It's literally sweet. Crete, okay, the island of Crete. Crete, yeah. Huh. Well, that's a pretty warm place, so I guess camels, that would be one of their natural places. So look who's over here looking up at us. Is that you, Andrea? Did you just go all the way over there? Eh? Sitting with your bum on the ground. Oh, you could hear now. I'm hoping the boys get some deer this year, because I've got that thing I bought from Amazon, and it does, I can make jerky and stuff in it. It goes really low temperature, that one, although it's a piece of junk. I think I'm going to get another one. No, not normally. Ontario moose meat, I find it very dry and blah, but this moose meat from Newfoundland is almost sweet in taste. It's really a different taste. You can tell the difference as soon as you eat a piece of, let's say, moose meat from Ontario or from Newfoundland, you'll notice. But see, that, like if you go up northern Ontario, the moose will taste even a bit different there. It's better than the moose from around here. But Sunshine looking up at us. She's like, why are you talking so loud? She says, I run this show, not you, human. But yeah, for whatever reason, Newfoundland moose meat is really, really good. Makes a wicked hamburger. I don't think Jamie's going this year because he's involved. Well, he's got the company involved with a hunting lodge being put up way up north, up past Timmins here, and we're involved in it. And the construction there will start in the spring as soon as we can get equipment in there that won't sink, or there'll be snow on the ground. But it's all rocky up there anyway. But anyways, we got to cut a road in there to these two lakes, and then they're bringing up, they're building. The first lodge is being built in two pieces and then being brought from here all the way up there. And then when we're bringing that up, that stuff will sit out until they cut the road in to the back. God, I gotta remember how this all goes now. And so we're going to be really busy. So I don't think Jamie will be going to Newfoundland this year, unfortunately. I'd really like to have some of that Newfoundland moose. That I look forward to. don't know where everybody else went to. You guys, you know what? That dog food you're eating is because of the lady that's watching you here from all the way from the other coast, west coast. Oh well, 3 of you's better than none of you. Okay, I see when people come in, it goes like, you'll see like there's one person and then it'll say 2, then it goes back to 1. So somebody came in and then left or something, and then there's a thumbs up. No, I have not had shark meat. Now hold on now, my brother has, and you wouldn't believe where he got it. He got it in Michigan at a little restaurant between, it's on the west side of the Mitten, between Ludington and Frankfort, Muskegon. Is it Muskegon? There's a restaurant that goes out like on a pier right into Lake Michigan. And we were there to deal with some legal stuff from an inheritance we both got when we were younger. And we decided to go eat there. And there was shark meat on the menu. So he ordered that, said he loved it. But no, I've never had it. I'm trying to think. I've had fresh tuna, saltwater fish, just what everybody else has had. Cod, halibut. Well, salmon, but I consider that a freshwater fish. Like I can catch them right here in Georgian Bay, even though you can catch them in, they tell me where I'm going to see Helena and Chris up there in Comox, north of there is Campbell River. And it's supposed to be the salmon capital of the world. I said, well, where's the freshwater lake? And oh, they're in the ocean, they're telling me. I'm like, what? Saltwater? I'm like, yeah, they said that. And I knew they spent part of the year in the saltwater, then came to breed up in the freshwater, but I didn't know you could go catch them in the ocean like that, but apparently you can, so. Look at all those leaves falling on you guys, eh? You don't even care. Would you want me to come over and brush them off you? There's the one I had smelled and taste was like ammonia. That sounds like it was bad. Ammonia smell with meat is usually, it means it's bad. Like, you know, hamburger or any of that, it almost will get an ammonia smell when it goes bad. So anyway, maybe I don't remember my brother saying anything like that, but who knows? He's had swordfish as well. I haven't had that either. I think he said the shark meat reminded him of swordfish or something like that. Where are the rest of them here? What's going on here? Is it ever cooling off quick here all of a sudden? Oh yeah. The way this wind is going tonight and this next 4 days of rain, I think the trees will all be bare after this. It'll look pretty stark here. I don't bother raking. First thing is that these leaves provide lots of places for the creatures that need leaves to protect them through the winter. So it's good for the soil. Plus in the spring, I mean, they're all gone anyways. They all mulch into the soil here, and that's good for the soil. But yeah, I mean, like the snow will go on that, but a lot of bugs and different creatures that are beneficial for here, they live underneath those leaves through the winter. Provide safety, food, everything. So I won't touch them. Ammonia is bad smell in fish and animals. Oh yeah. What is the weirdest that I have ever eaten? That's a good question. What would be weird? See out here, what's weird is, or what in a city people might think is weird, but we don't. I'm just trying to make sure it's like for both. I don't eat squirrel or I don't eat any kind of small animals like squirrel or any of that. I wouldn't bother. Wow. I gotta think. Fish that I've caught, but all the fish I catch are all standard fish. Geez, maybe bear meat. I was just saying that in the video. I was videotaping today, and well, videotaping, but I was doing a video and I was talking about bear, and I have them here, but I don't care. I would never go and specifically look for a bear to shoot to eat the meat. I've had bear meat. I like it, but I wouldn't specifically go looking for it. And yeah, so bear. I can't think of anything else strange. Because moose is standard fare out here. Venison, standard fare. Further up north, elk and venison and stuff. Wild turkey, but that's the only reason that we don't really shoot that many wild turkeys here is that they're really tough to, like compared to a turkey from a farm. Wild turkey, you're not just throwing them in the oven like a regular turkey. You would never be able to chew through it. Stuff. So what I do is if I get a wild turkey, which I don't, but I mean if I do, someone gives one to me, I'll smoke it and slow cook it really slow. But that's out here. People in the city might go wild turkey, but out here, wild turkey, lots of people eat it. I just don't make a habit of them. Look at sunshine, eh? She's sitting up looking. All that wind, eh, guys? That's the most wind we've had all summer. Well, since the fall. What's the matter, babies? No. Buddy's running off now. What's going on? Well, there's 6 people watching. That's it. Hey, raccoons? We got 6 people watching live. That's what you're scared of. No, I'm just kidding. Do you... What? Do you... Bread when you... Do I eat bread when cold canned meat? I bake my own bread. Oh, Twisted is the one asking, not Nikita. Do you... Okay, it's Jake that's saying 19 smell everything always. I'm not sure. You know what, Nikita? This happened last night. I've already put the video up, but they came in, they ate, but they didn't eat everything, and they were full up quick, and I think that's because they've been eating pretty heavy down at the swamp, because they haven't been showing up until later, like, what is it now, almost midnight here? It's 10 after 12 Eastern time, so this is late for them. So they've been feeding pretty heavy at the swamp. That's what's going on here. That's fine. That's what that's what we want them to do. Yeah, Jake, it's been weird here this summer because if you can see hang on a minute, see that 2x4 there? That I put that on there to make my awning go on a bit of an angle so that the water runs off of it rather than pool, and I keep the water for the raccoons in the pool. Now here, through the summer, I mean, the wind always will move that awning enough that 2x4 will fall out and hit the ground, and I'll hear it when I'm inside or something. But this hasn't moved all summer. When I was away, I came back, it hadn't fallen down. There's been no wind in here this summer at all. It's been really weird. Now all of a sudden we're getting the wind, but the weather's changing big time, so. And I can feel it, the humidity's gone way down from earlier, and it's cooling off fast. I'm probably going to have to get up and move that weed. The swamp is about... Okay, hang on, Nikita. So this, you can see where I'm sitting right here at the deck, right? Okay, there, deck. Back on this side. And straight ahead, okay, you go about 30 yards. Oh, you know what? You just reminded me. I got to take my clothes off the line. 30 yards, and then it goes to a downhill, and that downhill goes into like a little valley, and that's where the water comes out, is at the bottom of that valley, and that goes into the swamp. So I'm going to say, including the downhill, 75 yards from here, maybe. So, but that's where when they head out of here every day, they head straight over there, and then if I catch them early enough and they're coming from that way, I'll see them. Like coming from that way. Okay, I just repeated myself. But you know what I'm saying, eh? Well, see, your weather out there, we'll probably get that in a week or maybe less. I know that if I check Detroit weather, it's always 2 days later. If I check the weather today in Detroit and it's thunderstorming there, 2 days from now we'll have those same thunderstorms, if not faster. So yeah, the swamp is directly straight ahead, 75 feet. Or 75 yards, 100 yards down max. Don't even think it's 100. So they're not having to go far. And the swamp never dries out because of the spring that comes out. That's the spring I've spoken before, that when we were kids, my parents would send us with the buckets and get the spring water, and that's what we would drink, so, and use for washing and cooking. So I don't think so in the tree. They could be. I haven't seen it. I think they've got a den. I know for sure that they had a den when they were younger up here. Ugh. See the pickup to your left, just to the right. They had a den. That's where that pile of logs I left there, trees and stuff, when I took them down, because that's I'm using it as a half-assed fence, but at the same time it gives a place for all the little guys to live through the winter and everything. So I think they did something in there. Jake Lightford, you're from here? Plaperville. Jake Lightford. Now, Aiden Umperson, are you from here? Like the Umperson family that we all know? Like Umperson Mills? Jake Lightford. Why now is that clicking a bell with me? Did you work for me and Jamie at the logging yard before? Maybe? Oh, I can meet you anywhere, Jake. Hey, I've got wheels here. Right now, the pickup, but it's leaving soon. I'm getting that bus. Okay, so you didn't work for Jamie and me at the logging then. Okay. How do I... Oh, you can scroll back. Do they sleep in a tree? Oh, I was saying that already, Nikita. Yeah, I don't think they do. Not, at least not yet, anyway. They won't in the winter. They'll be in their den. Well, I'll be damned, Aiden Umperson. Hey, folks, that last name on this lad here, they settled this area way back when everybody else did, if I remember the story correctly, Aiden. You guys were here in the early 1800s as well, eh? You may not have to visit me far, Nikita. If I go to Comox, I'll be just across the border in Vancouver Island, because I really need to get there before Helena and Chris never speak to me again. Is that your place on the right, Aiden, as you're going up into Park Lake? Going in from Poland, like on that side? I see a couple of skidders up there often when I ride up to it on my quad. I'm not sure who that is. Jamie and I had Jamie was in there with the crew on the black, whatever road that is, the black, whatever. We were working up close to where Umperson Mills Road is and all that. Black Creek Road. Just past Poland on the right there. Have you ever been to Canada, Nikita? Well, there is Earl. Okay. So my dad was Bill or Lyle Jones, Bill Jones. So if your grandpa, I don't know how old you are, but your grandpa would have been my dad's age maybe. Where did they all go? They left me. What's going on, guys? Come on, raccoons. Where are you? Is that you underneath there? What are you guys doing? Oh, they're gone. Where they went? See, your grandfather. I don't know how old you are, Aiden, but they had the mill in Lanark. My father certainly knew them, and they knew my father. So he's dead now. He's been gone 24 years. Last August, just past August, it was 24 years. My mother's still here. She's 82 now. Well, you're 41. Okay. So your father would have been around 60 some, Charles. So your grandpa then, Earl, probably knew my father then, or my father knew him. Earl Umperson. I'll have to ask my mom. Well, you guys all got me. I'm an old guy here. I'm 60. 61 here in a couple of months. To this. Hold on here. I guess I'm the old guy. You old enough to remember the old Windsong Lodge, Aiden? You probably, well, 41, you're 41. Oh, yeah, you probably were just getting born. I can't remember what year it burnt down. It was Ertz Lake, the Windsong Lodge. Dad's brothers, they were there all the time. If it was open and they were serving, my dad and his brothers were there. My mother, my uncles, everybody. All the time, every weekend. Oh, you heard the story. Okay, the Windsong Lodge. And then me, it was more the Trout Lake Hotel up in Umpa. I was still going there until Kathy and Lee bought it. Kathy Dunham. She had the heart attack and they're not running the bar at all anymore there. But that was my place out here. So, but yeah, I missed the Windsong. That was, man. Those were mighty good times back there on Robertson. But that's your family's backyard. I mean, you guys, the Bingleys. Oh, I worked with David for years at the concrete company, not McNeely. Although they were probably here. I don't think they were down in this end. They were more towards Tennyson, I think. Bingleys, Umpersons. Well, there's the Pauls, which our family was close to, Lennox and Viola. Lennox was the old preacher in Poland, Ontario. For Nikita, that's not Poland like the country. I lived 3 kilometers from a little hamlet called Poland. Lennox used to be the preacher for the church, and their place was next to ours here. So the Pauls, but I'm losing a name here. Christ, his cousin lives right over here. Anyway, you probably know them, Aiden. But yeah, I mean, certainly you must know the Bingleys. Steve, he has the dump truck. I think he got himself a red dump truck here the last couple of years. But yeah, that's all your guys' backyard there. I'm trying to think. Bingleys, Humpersons, not Barnett. God, 60, man. Where did our little guys go? Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, because I mean, your family is part of that original crew here. Like, I remember that name when I was a kid. Like, and I was a kid back in the 70s. And I remember Humperson. Well, of course, I mean, road is named after you guys. So, oh, I'm trying to think of Dave's last name. He has a cousin that lives right up here next to the hunt camp over on South Levant. And then I worked with David, and then his brother owns a pig farm over on the Harper Road up near the highway there. I can't think of the last name. I'm not sure how well this internet stuff's working, Jake. Nikita says it's working pretty good, so, and she's pretty far away. I've got Starlink here now. He works for, well, he was working, Dave was working at Kavanaugh. We both worked at Lafarge like 40, when I first started cement mixers. He trained me, and then we were in Kempville, and then we both got, well, I got fired, but we both got fired there. And then, oh, for Christ's sakes, isn't that ridiculous? Anyway. Yeah, I've got the Starlink here, and it uploads, I average about 10 or 15 megabits upload, which is, I guess, the important part. And that's like, I would have not been able to do this with Storm. I had Storm Wireless here, but I only had 5 megabit down and less than 1 megabit up on an 80-foot tower. So I'm selling Starlinks now. My friend Mark Baker that owns Baker's Tower Tech, he put the original tower in here like 10 years ago, and he subcontracts for Storm, but he also does his own stuff. And it was like, can you come here and put my Starlink up proper for me? So he comes and does that, and he says, people are asking me about these Starlinks. I'm like, all right. So then I said, well, these things are easy to sell online. I said, there's a million people talking about it. So he says, well, come work for me. So I am. I'm selling, I sell them online, like in the Facebook groups, and then I just pass them along to Mark, and then he does the final sale, and then he gives me a few bucks for doing that for him. So you'll see the trucks around Baker's Tower Tech, and then Storm Internet, which anybody from here knows who they are. So nothing against them, but as long as you guys can see it good, that's the main thing. I'm on the phone right now because I haven't set this up proper to make like a good, like it's going through the YouTube right now, so I think they limit. But once I figure out what the problem is with the Streamlabs, I do a higher quality one, and I know I've got lots of room for that because of the the megabytes I have going up. I'm puffing on some GWS and Maz. I don't even know that one, Jake. Is this one of your own genetics? Jake, it wasn't. No, you weren't. Okay, you've not been here before. We haven't met before, right, Jake? Because I've been trying to think of the lad that introduced me to Alaskan Thunderfuck. Oh, hey, no worries there, Aiden. We can do that. Great white shark and Mazar. Oh, I've had Mazar. I've had blue Mazar, is what it was called. And what's this? YouTube keeps blocking me only because, according to them, I am a threat to the community. What the hell? It's why I'm not in their algorithms. They don't like me. But like I said, I was saying it today when I was recording, is that if you're easily offended, this is not the channel to come to. And on all my videos, I clearly put 18 and over. So I don't care if they monetize me or not. I'm not going to shut my mouth because YouTube says so. I won't do it for our government. Why would I do it from a private company? Yeah, because Nikita, I followed your channel, and I watched those videos you put up of your raccoons. So I mean, I found that. Oh yeah, seriously. Believe it or not, I found you through a live streamer from Texas. Much to my surprise, you live not far up the road. Oh. Okay, I see what you're saying, Aiden. Huh, Texas of all places. Never been there. Don't even know if I know. The only one I know there, and I watch his star on Spotify, Joe Rogan. He's not from there, but he moved from there from California because they were taxing him to death. And I guess that's some pretty big money because he's like the biggest news, or well, I don't know what you call him, podcast, newscaster, whatever he is. He's the biggest in the world now by far. Isn't that funny, Nikita? And you live in a state that's pretty open-minded about everything. At least it used to be. Oregon, too. I have family... oh, sorry, I don't mean to be yelling. I don't know why I'm yelling. Yeah, I followed the other day, Nikita. Because I don't know, I tripped over one of your videos and it's like, oh, well, there's raccoons. Well, okay, let's go to her channel. Oh, okay, there's a bunch of the 1 minute ones there. So I'm like, okay, follow. So, but I have family in, I have a cousin. Now, hold on now. I have a cousin in Oregon. That's the one that's not sick. That's Jenny. Ellensburg? Is that the name of the place? And then my cousin Jeff, who I've spoken about, he's the one that's got the cancer of his spine, and he's in Washington. Cousin Jenny is in, his sister's in Oregon. That's weird. I get confused with those out there. Pro raccoon kind of content. Oh, well, that's cool. So you bop around there too, Aiden. Yeah. Check out Dave's RV Life. He's pretty cool. He's out of Pennsylvania. Dave's RV Life. He's pretty mellow. I'd love to hang out with him. I can't. I've been trying to get him to come up. I don't know him personally. Like, we've just talked briefly on Patreon. I joined his Patreon. But, I mean, he reminds me of some of my family members. And I'm like, come up to Canada. But he don't like snow. So his latest video just come out today. I haven't watched it yet. But I know he's getting ready to head southern United States. Oh, I see. Okay, Nikita. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that really sucks. I mean, they shouldn't be, legally, they're not even supposed to be censoring any of us. So, and then the other part I get upset about is because YouTube is an American company, but Canadians watch it. But under our laws, they can't be doing what they're doing with the censor. But because, I mean, Canadians are being censored by Americans instead of our own people. I mean, I'm not for censorship at all. But why is America deciding what Canadians see? I have a real problem with that. So, well, you know what? How can I get a hold of you for a fish? We can make a, okay, yeah. Hey, Jake, we'll make one together. Well, where's, how do you do that? Email's so shitty nowadays. Well, just email me for now, Jake, and I'll connect, like, UFO Stoner @gmail.com. So UFO, like unidentified flying object, UFO stoner. You know that one because you're drinking, you're smoking Mazar, or at least a hybrid of it. I know Blue Mazar, it's good stuff. Yeah, get there and then we'll figure out something like with Facebook or something. Hey, you know what, Nikita? I use, and you know this, I mean, I use profanity all the time on my channels and nobody bothers me. Now, maybe they'll never monetize me, but I don't care. I'm not here for them to give me money because I don't even, I mean, that's blood money as far as I'm concerned. So I'd rather just do what I'm doing and live the way I'm living. I'm not going to have them tell me. But hey, Darren Walsh. Yeah, let's do it that way, Jake. I wish we'd talked sooner because I really was looking for somebody to come fishing at Palmerston for the Lakers, but Lakers are closed now on Palmerston. Jake or Aiden, do you guys know any folks from up in Umpa? Wait if you see 3 lights in the sky because I've been seeing 3 lights in the sky 3 days. What? Where are you, Cullen, to see that? Marishun shrimp soup. You know what's funny, Nikita? I had, you know those nong shims? They're, I don't know if you get them in the States, but they're like this big and they're like they got ramen noodles in it. And then you pour boiling water in it and there's a shrimp version. I had that for supper, not tonight, but the night before. Taxes. What? This thing's going fast. Is the aliens. Oh, are you serious? Nong Shim. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Yeah, I haven't bought them in years. And I saw them on the shelf at the store and they were on sale and I'm going, I used to love those damn things. A buddy of mine has a trailer at the sea. Crotch Lake, Jake? Nikita, I'm heavily involved with the UFO thing, on Twitter, UFO Twitter. And I have a channel, what's it called again? It's either UAP UFO First Contact or it's UFO UAP First Contact. But I'm heavily involved with the UFO thing. We're having the last lap now that everybody's starting to admit everything in the American government. Been up there for 3 days. Hey, Cullen, whereabouts in Texas? Are you near Starbase? Because that could be something to do with Elon. I had some people in a place, little town called Hawkesbury here in Ontario. It's in the eastern part of Ontario, east of here, like east of Ottawa. And they people were taking pictures of, you know, like 5 or 6 or 7 white dots in the sky. And I'm like, they didn't realize it was Elon's Starlink satellites. You know, when they go up, they'll be up in a chain like that until they go into their constellation. It takes them 2 weeks to get to their constellation. So I'm wondering if what you're seeing, Cullen, that's what you're seeing down there. Depends how close you are to Starbase. Oh, at the trailer park. Okay, Jake. I know where I know. That's Frank's, the guy, I think Frank owns that trailer park, eh? No, not one big satellite. He puts up about 20 or 30 every week, Cullen. They're version 2 Starlink satellites. I mean, they're fair size. They can only carry like 30, well, a maximum 60 on a Falcon 9. So they've been launching pretty much every week about 30 satellites, but they wouldn't be green that I'm aware of. They would be in a chain and they would be white because they reflect from the sun to here. Once they're in the constellation, they'll all but disappear unless you've got a good satellite, a good telescope. Oh yeah, Jake, do you know Randy McDonald or Chris Lemke from Umpa? Same with you, Aiden. Randy McDonald or Chris Lemke? They're coming here to hunt. Well, they're not coming here for small game. I figured that one out now. But they're coming for deer here in November. But I fish with them all the time up there. Oh, everybody else gone? Okay. You're still here, Nikita. I probably bored them. Yeah, that doesn't make sense, Nikita, why they would do that to you, because, I mean, you listen to the videos on this channel. I mean, I got quite the mouth on me. Maybe. Oh, you know Brian, do you, Jake? How's he doing? I haven't been up since... Did I go get minnows last winter? No, I did not. So the last time I saw Brian was not last winter, but the winter before, I guess. I hope you don't tell me he's passed away or anything, because I know he had the triple bypass. Well, Nikita, if they ever do that to you again, well, that won't help you, but I also meant Rumble too, eh? In Rumble, you can pretty much say what you want there. I keep hoping Rumble will keep building bigger, because they need to send a message to YouTube that the games have got to stop. You know what, Jake? I got to go into Perth, I think tomorrow I'm supposed to go, or I'll pass by the bait shop, see what's going on over there. It was last year, Aiden. And I guess Jake has been up there, so I've been getting my minnows. I got my minnows last year here just at Hopetown, because, you know, they get the minnows here. But if I'm up, you know, anywhere up near Umpa or up that way, I'll drive the extra 45 minutes and I'll go to Flinton, because I can get mud minnows there for $5 a dozen. It's that place, like, you don't have, it's open 24/7. Like, you just walk in, put your $5 in the pail, pick your minnows out and go. Serve yourself minnows. I heard the guy up in, up by White Lake, I used to get my minnows from the old guy up there. That little town, Waba. I don't know if you guys... There was lights spinning through the sky 2022, and the lights were white and yellow. That sounds like Starlink stuff, Cullen. Oh, no, Brian? No, unless he's passed away, Aiden. He's still alive and well and selling minnows. And Jake was saying, so I'll stop by up there tomorrow or Saturday, whichever day I got to go into town. I think it's tomorrow. Today's Friday, right? Like, it's like Friday early in the morning. I got to get a coffee here. Maybe if I go inside, the raccoons will come back. They're not used to me. I don't know why I'm yelling into this phone. That's part of the thing here, is that I'm weirded out with this live stuff. I'm still getting used to it. So just so you know, I'm not go inside here now. Disaster as usual. Hey Jake, you know what I was doing before I started doing the live show? Is I've had a panic, because I checked all my plants and trichomes have all gone opaque, and some, you know, I like to get them so they got a little bit of amber in them. But anyways, my grow me Pat said you should go out and check him, because his company is Irish Dabs. You could get him on Instagram. Irish Dabs, like Irish and then DABS. He sells his own line of seeds and stuff, so I grow all his stuff here, plus Crop King or whoever. Sometimes I got them this year from Montreal Sea, just extra ones to see. But the reason I'm telling you that is I went and checked after he said you should go check them, and I went out and checked them, like holy shit. And then I knew it was 4 or 5 days of rain. I'm going, I got to pull everything tonight, like now before the rain starts, because I checked a few of the tops and there's the odd mold here and there, and I'm like, that's it. So I pulled all my plants here about 3 hours ago, and I've been in a panic because I hate when they're laying and they get all wilty and then they're terrible to cut. Yeah, I'm kind of weirded out by that, Nikita, because that's the second day in a row now that they didn't stick around and eat for a long time. Me and my parents got scared because they thought it was UFOs, and there was a plane in 2021 and the plane was not moving. UFO hotspot. Look up the is it the no the Stevensonville or the Stevensonville Stephen somethingville. It's a big UFO thing that happened in Texas, and it was a big deal. Stevensville, Texas. The weather is changing tonight. It's so hard to know when to harvest. My beauties have no mold and are a week or two from finishing. See, Pat said the same thing. He doesn't want to pull his for another 2 weeks. That's my Gromy there. But he's out in Castleman now. He used to be from here, but he's got a wide open area where he's getting sun much longer. Cullen, Stevensville, I think is the name of the town in Texas, if you've heard it. It's the Stevensville incident. Big deal in Texas. And this only happened a few years ago. Yeah, weather's definitely changing. I can feel it. Okay, Jake. Yeah. So email me there, and then we'll get this thing figured out, like on Messenger or something. I'd love to get out fishing, especially when I get that bus. We can pull the boat behind the bus and go anywheres. Hey, Jake, one last thing. Ice fishing. Would really like to have another ice fishing buddy. Add to our crew. Anyway, good night, Jake. Be good. And yes, it was toward what you said. Colin, Starbase is, where in the hell is that in Texas? It's on the coast, on the Gulf of Mexico side, so I'd have to look at a map of Texas to even know what I'm talking about. But I think, Colin, what you're seeing is probably, whoa, I think you're seeing Elon stuff, because they haven't launched Starship yet. You will know when they launch Starship from there. The entire state of Texas will vibrate when they launch Starship from there. But no, the FAA hasn't given the approval yet that I'm aware of. I haven't checked my other YouTube stuff tonight. But early January is what I understand, is when Starship. You'll know when that puppy goes off. The Falcons, if they're launching from Starbase, you probably wouldn't hear them, depending, unless you're living like right there. But you'll definitely see the satellites once they launch them. Like once the rocket's in orbit, she starts popping them out, bing, 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 and then that's when you'll see them in a line like that. And then they start to separate, but by that time they'll be over top of Siberia or something, whatever. I mean, they're moving, right? So by the time they get back around, they'll be separated. But those ones, they're lifting off from Kennedy Space Center, in Florida, where I've actually been there, and then of course Starbase. But Starship, I'll explain that again, because I'm trying to make sure I'm getting it right to tell you. Starship, that puppy's due to go off. They're thinking early January, and you'll know when that puppy goes off. And then, if everything goes well with that one, they'll be launching 400 Starlink satellites at a time with that big baby, and it'll be like a Pez dispenser. It's actually called a Pez, and they will be spitting these things out. Then you're going to see long chains of them going across the sky like you won't believe, brother. And but anyway, that's coming. It's just whether Starship can go up without blowing up. And the plane did not have wings in 2020 when me and my mom saw that it was a UFO. Hey, Colin, you know I have a UFO channel, eh? It's not really a big deal, but if you want to know a lot about that stuff, go on to Twitter and then type in that tic-tac-toe or hashtag UFO Twitter. I don't know if they're calling it the new name, like UFO X. No, wait a minute. UFO Twitter was our thing before. So it'd be UFO X, you know, with the tic-tac-toe thing. I don't know, but UFO Twitter is the original. And that's, like, you'll find all the UFO guys are, you'll find everybody through there. Everybody. Richard Dolan, I mean, everybody's posting there. And as soon as you see that hashtag and you click it, you'll see all the different guys posting. You know, everybody's there. I mean, there's lots of people, unknown people too. Like me, I'm unknown, but, yeah. Funny you hit that subject. And Nikita, where you live, Washington State, is also a big UFO spot. But that's because I think you guys have nuclear bases there. And our UFO buddies are very interested in our nuclear stuff. Look up Robert Salas, S-A-L-A-S, Robert Salas. And what happened back in the 60s with some of our nuclear bases up in, well, ours, but the American nuclear bases up in Montana. Well, I've never been to Texas, so I couldn't say anything bad or good about Texas because I know absolutely nothing other than J.R. Ewing was from there, Dallas, my favorite TV show in the 80s. But, Dallas, J.R. Ewing, brain dead. I was going to make a joke, and then Joe Rogan, of course, is now he lives there. But I know nothing about Texas virtually, other than the crap you see, Texas, Anyways, I'd rather talk to people from there because that's the real people, not stuff you see on the news. Anyways, but why am I talking about that? Texas is a hot spot. Washington State. You live near a military base. Do you know if there's nukes there, Nikita? Oh, you went to the Alamo. A lot of people would love to go see the Alamo. But yeah, I almost envy you that, Cullen. I mean, I don't think I'd want to live there, and that's not because of an insult. It's just you guys don't really get snow there, and I much prefer my snow and cold. But to be near that star base, to see Starship light off when she goes, that's a once-in-a-lifetime deal, man. I was never old enough to see the Saturn V's go off. I've been close to a Saturn V, touched one there in Florida, but never got to see one go off. I did get to see the space shuttle, but that wasn't near as crazy as the Saturn V, and it'll be like a little pinprick compared to Starship. When that baby lights off, all of Texas will know. Taxes is crazy, and there's a shootout at the school, and it was in 2001. Okay, well, Cullen, the reason that Rogan moved there is because the taxes in California were completely stupid. And he said that he moved to Austin because that's where he does his show, plus he has a comedy club there somewhere. And he said that the taxes were way better, and a lot of people from California are taking off to Texas. This is what he's been saying. Now, I don't know because obviously you're there, I'm not. But that's the story that Rogan tells. And I can't see, if he was getting dinged with taxes to death in California, which of course he was, everybody is there, but if he wasn't getting taxed like that, I don't think he would have left, because his, one of his shticks is a comedy. Well, where in the United States are there more comedy clubs other than maybe New York City, L.A., California? Now Austin is becoming probably now the comedy capital, but I mean, L.A. and New York City, comedy. Chicago is another place. Toronto is ours here. Vancouver and Toronto is the comedy here. They are always throwing bombs for practicing. I hear the loud thunder from my house. Well, Nikita, if you see unusual lights there that you cannot explain, like airplanes, etc., etc., and that base is there, chances are they are the friends that we have, that the United States government says that we have, but they don't want to say that we have it. Even though David Grush, that big shot that was one of Biden's advisors and the last president before him, Trump, this guy was a big deal, Grush. And now there's 30 other people that confirmed the stuff that he reported to under oath at the United States Congress. And so, you know, it's confirmed what we all knew. I've seen a UFO. I saw one. I've seen the same 3 UFOs, not the exact same 3, but the same type I saw in 1969 on Lake Michigan. I was with my father. We were near Frankfort, Michigan. That's the Mitten. Frankfort's up here. Let's say Traverse City's up there. Frankfort's about there. Anyway, 1969, 3 orbs, kind of glowy whitey, moving crazily, then stopping, blah, blah, blah. And my dad told me at the time, don't worry about it. We don't know what it is. Ding, ding, ding. They left it at that. And that was right around the time that they were having, 3 years after the time they were having the big UFO sightings outside of Detroit. Anyways, the next time I saw those style of 3 UFOs was 2015, not 25 minutes from here on Mississippi Lake, standing out in the backyard on my phone, talking to my mother. I look up in the sky, and there they are, the 3 of them again. And that was, 30 some years later. Anyway, so I've actually seen them, and those were definitely not something humans could do in 1969, 2015, and I study physics and things like that, like with warp drives and everything, and I'm not an expert, so don't get me wrong when I say that. I study it, and when I see what these things are doing, we don't have that technology, because if we did, we'd already be going to all the different planets. So what we do have is reverse engineered technology, probably, and I don't know if they've been able to use it or not, or whatever the case is. I don't want to get into a whole long thing about it, but we have visitors here, folks. They're here. They're visiting. They're doing whatever. Even the Pope, the Vatican, has said that, you know, we know things. They don't want to say stuff. They've got stuff stashed away in the big bowels of the Vatican and all that. But the Pope has said that there's no reason that, in their mind, okay, I'm not a Catholic or any of that, but for the religious folks, for them, God, all God's creatures are the universe, right? So, okay, fair enough. But even the Vatican has said that they have got stuff that they've been keeping for thousands of years there. So, and they don't want to let some of it go. It will soon. I think in Austin there was 500 people that were killed in 2001. Well, I mean, I don't know about 500 people all at once. 2001 was a particularly bad year, if you remember, in September. I don't know how old you are, but September 11th was a particularly bad year. Well, Aiden, I have no way of sending you something, but Lanark was a hot spot here in the early 70s. You'd ask maybe your dad, he might remember, your grandpa, if he's still alive. Lanark was a real hot spot. I've got all kinds of articles from the newspapers of the time talking about UFOs from the OPP, all kinds of people. Hot spot right here in this area, Lanark County. So, don't know why that is, because there's no nuclear stuff that I'm aware of. We're not legally, by our charter here in Canada, we're not allowed to have nuclear weapons on the soil here. And if they do, then one of our prime ministers are headed for jail, if not all of them. So, Hitler? What's he talking about? Hitler's been long dead, Cullen. Well, Carlton Place, where they've been seen there is where I was talking about, Mississippi Lake. And then it was called the Summer of Alien Sightings in 1972, 1973 here in Lanark. And at that time, my aunt and uncle had a place right on the lake. And you got to realize Carp isn't that far from all that area, really. And Carp is where the bunker is for the Canadian government, or it was. And I'm not saying there were nukes there, but I believe that if the UFO people, the aliens, I call them outworlders, they might have been interested in that facility there. It's closed now, but at the time in the early 70s, that thing was there for Canadian Parliament. If a nuclear war was to happen, they were sent by helicopter right to that place in Carp. His profile, it has Hitler on the bottom right. Who does? The Deepin bunker. There you go, lad. That's the one. It was up for sale for a while. I don't know if anybody bought it. I can't imagine why you'd want to buy that, but who has Hitler on his profile in the bottom right? Not me. Hey, I'm ready to start a rebellion here in Canada just for that Nazi being in our parliament with that idiot. My grandparents and my great-grandparents, like great-uncles, all these people, they all fought the Nazis, and, well, they fought Germans in World War I, and that bunch, and then the next generation fought the Nazis in World War II. There ain't no Nazis going to be in this country. And that's why I got a problem with Ukraine, because they had Nazis fighting for them. And so Russians are bad, but the Ukrainian people are no better. Well, not the people, they're cool, it's their government. But anyway, Nazis, no, that don't go with me at all. So there'd be no picture of Hitler on anything I do, unless it's to say, this asshole, you know, my family fought against that idiot. Along with tens of thousands, millions actually, of Americans, British, Polish, Brazilian, everybody. I didn't have any family fight in the Japanese theater. Can you imagine that? That whole war, and all these families from Detroit and all these different places, they all ended up in that war, one shape, form, or another, and not one of them ended up in the Japanese theater. They all ended up in the European theater. Some fighting with Patton, some fighting with Bradley, these other generals. Lad, what will you do if an alien knocks on their door? I'm on my door. Offer it a joint and a coffee and say, okay, what's going on? I'm not afraid. It wouldn't bother me in the least. I mean, I've never in my life ever thought that we are alone in the universe. I mean, the whole concept is ridiculous to me. I grew up on Star Trek when it was still showing up on TV, like the original Star Trek, like William Shatner live every week on TV, a new episode. I was watching it with my father. Oh, Aiden has a Hitler on his bottom right? I have no idea. I doubt that. Even if he does, it's probably just something to give a fuck you to somebody. I know that's how we are out here. Besides, Aiden's would be his great-grandparents probably fought in World War II against the Nazis for the Canadian Army, or the RCA. Or did we have an RCA? No. We didn't have an RCAF, that's right, because my great-uncle was Canadian. Well, Canadian, of course he was. My great-uncle, Bill Wilshire, he was a pilot, but we didn't have an RCAF, so he flew for the RAF at the beginning of the war. I think the RCAF came after. Yeah, I wouldn't be afraid of the aliens. So let's sit down and watch Sonny and the Babies. Well, Colin, that's okay. That's not what Aiden's about. Trust me, buddy. He's one of us out here. Half his family probably had that uniform on. I mean, fighting Germans in both world wars, and probably Korea. And there was more than a few Canadians that got stuck in the American Army because they had their green card working at General Motors, like my dad. He didn't end up in Vietnam, but he got drafted and was sent over to Germany on the Soviet West German border. Gandhi, oh yeah. Oh, Christ, Gandhi's not, I mean, he has his place in history. But no, like I say, Cullen, half of Aiden's family probably fought in both wars, plus Korea, and maybe a few that he doesn't know about in Vietnam if they worked over at General Motors or Ford. A lot of people used to go from Windsor to Detroit, but you had to have a green card to do that if you were Canadian, depending on what side you worked on. My dad was stuck working at General Motors on the American side. Green card. Draft card shows up a year later, 2 years later. My dad decided not to run or, do any of that, so he went and did his time, my dad. But he didn't get sent to Vietnam, thankfully. But no, I guarantee you, you'll drive around in this area and you'll see, I guess it's what, the Black Stars? Are you there, Aiden? It's the Black Stars. That tells everybody, veteran in your family and house and stuff. And you drive around these parts, you'll see a lot of those here. Just about every family was affected here by World War I, World War II. Because, I mean, Aiden, ask whoever's the oldest in your family, if they can remember or heard stories down the line. I mean, World War I started in 1914, but there's a war or two before that, in Europe, I don't know, France or whatever. Anyways, point being is that Canada didn't even become a country until 1860, whatever we are. But my point is that, I mean, we were a very young country still in the early 1900s, and just about everybody that was here, if they were 18 or over, they ended up in the army at either World War I or World War II or both. So, and then on my side of the family, we had a whole bunch in the Civil War, but nobody on the South. All our folks were Northerners, Michigan, Michigan. And it was before Michigan was a state. They were Canadians. My family were Canadians that left Ontario, because Canada still wasn't a country, but Michigan wasn't a state, but they went there before it became a state, and then it did, and they were automatically Michigan people. Yeah, I thought so. World War II vets, yeah, makes sense to me. I don't think there's anybody out here, Aiden, that's not touched by that. And then more recent wars, of course, wherever our soldiers are. I wish they weren't anywhere. We used to be a country that didn't involve our troops or sent weapons to other countries. Our job was to go to these countries where the Americans got themselves into trouble, and we would go in there and do the hospital stuff and feed and take care of the locals. I don't know why we've broken from that, because that should be our job in Ukraine. Let's forget who's the good guy or the bad guy, because to me they're both gangsters, but the people aren't. And our job as Canadians and our military is supposed to be, we're supposed to be the ones setting up the hospitals, food. That's what we used to do. But all of a sudden now we're selling weapons. I don't get it. That's never been Canada's role, not ever. Michigan, lots of everything there. It's a beautiful state. Especially the northern part. Like anything north of, let's say, Lansing. So Mitten, everything up here, everybody in Michigan calls this north, going up north. And then anything above that, well, that's what regular people would call Upper Peninsula. Michiganders, UP. It's called the UP. And so that's like the real north. I've always said the Upper Peninsula should be Canadian, because the people in the Upper Peninsula are more Canadian than they are Americans, I think, because just the way the weather is and everything. But the other thing I always say that is Alaska should have been Canada's as well. I don't know how we got screwed on Alaska. Anyways, one of the most beautiful states, one of the most beautiful places in the world, Alaska. Be the one place, if I had to cross that border and go back to the States for a visit, Alaska would be number one on my list. But yeah, Michigan. Oh, it's beautiful, beautiful up in Michigan. Upper part. and this time of year no less. And if you go up to around, like I say, Muskegon, up to Frankfurt, Traverse City, there's all kinds of cherry orchards up there. So the cherries come in the season, and I mean, oh man, you can tell you've been up there for cherry season. Got fresh cherry pie from fresh cherries off the trees, whatever. I haven't had that since I was a kid, but oh, it's beautiful up there. Lake Michigan, Lake Superior. I go to Lake Huron on the Canadian side. I was there in August for 2 weeks. I go every year for 2 weeks at Sabo Beach, which is up near the Bruce Peninsula. My friends own a campground there, White Sands Campground. And I go up there, well, 10 days I went there this year. Next year I'm already booked for 2 weeks, and we're going to bring the bus there. We're going to film, we're going to do a live thing from there because I'm setting them up with Starlink, and I'll have Starlink on the bus as well, so I'll be able to do live stuff from the Starlink. I think it's you and me, Nikita. I don't think Aiden's around anymore. Not sure. You drove to Michigan from Pennsylvania. You know what's funny? Dave's RV Life, or Dave's RV Life. Check him out. He does that. Hang on now. In the spring, he goes. Well, he comes back, and then he'll go through Michigan, and then come back down through Ohio, then to Pennsylvania. He did that a couple years ago. I think he does it again. Oh, I'm lurking. I'm not allowed to cross the border into America. Freedom is a funny thing. Hey, are the babies back? No. Oh, they're back. I'm surprised the cats aren't making all this racket. What's going on, Goldie? Are you watching? You watching? Who's back? Just the one. Who's this? Is this Bubbies? Could this be Bubbies? No. Look at the pieces of fur missing. Well, not missing, but... Hey, Bubbies. Is that you? Hey, Bubs. Can you hear me? He doesn't care. This is him. Hey, Nikita. I think this is Bubbies. He'll let me pet him. He's pretty cool. That's like... He was starting to go to the... Hey, Bubs. Oh, no. Okay. Why did you wait till I got down here? Hey, Bubbies. What you doing, Bubs? Well, that's not you then, because you're snorting at me, and Bubbies doesn't do that. Is that light on for this thing? No. How do I turn that light on? Enable flash. There we go. Sorry, Bubs. Gonna blind you for a little bit because, you know, you're the true star of the show. I didn't want to have to. I had to carry this whole show, Bubs. Hey, I'm not good at this. You're better. You guys are better at this than me. Yeah, Aiden. Mama raccoon showed up here in the spring with 6 babies. She wasn't full-sized. The 6 babies were very, very small. If you check out the early videos, you'll see. Anyway, she brought them here, and she knew that, you know, she knew that there's no way that she knew that she was going to lose at least half those babies if she didn't do something. Because, I mean, oh, I'm running out of power here. Hold on a minute. Smart raccoon, because she knew to bring those babies here. That was the only way they were going to be saved. And we now have another one back. I hope this is recording, because I didn't record on the other like I usually do. Nikita bought the babies a big bag of dog food, Aiden. I've been doing some studying on the raccoons. Anyways, this dog food is the good stuff for them. And anyways, so they're doing well, and I've been feeding them seeds and everything. But we've lost one baby. We're not sure. I'm not sure if the baby has been run off or has like killed or something. I I thought originally was the other baby might be dead, but when all the babies and mom was here, I was hearing raccoon chittering out in the weeds here. So I'm just wondering if Sonny might have run one of them off, and that's the one. But I haven't heard or seen anything. Oh, good. Well, I got you on the bell thing, Nikita, so if you put something there, it's going to let me know right away. So, yeah, that's what I was saying to Aiden, is that there's no way, and I mean, we still might have a rough go here, because I'm worried about Sunshine. She's not bulking up as quick, but I'll be here all winter, so I mean, I'll be feeding them all winter. I got to get somebody hired here to get this damn work around here done. And I want to get that bloody, what do you call it, the awning put up so I can put a raccoon house underneath so they've got somewhere to go get warm on those bad, if we get any minus 30s. Oh, Aiden, you have a raccoon channel too? Well, how do I get that? I wish I ate enough to give them scraps. The problem is since I've been on the Ozempic and I've been losing like stupid weight, there's never enough around for scraps for them. Yeah, we know about grapes. I tried them, Aiden Umperson. That's it? Like, that's just a name? Like, you don't have like another name? Okay, well, that's easy to remember. For me, especially. Knowing the last name like I do. I got to tell my mother tomorrow, Aiden, I spoke to an Umperson. She'll be tickled. Ask your grandmother if she remembers Rosie from the post office in Lanark. And that's back when we all had, what do you call it, party lines here. And they would all get on that bloody phone, and they'd all start yakking. And I mean, all of Lanark's news, you didn't even need a newspaper. You just had to pick up the party line. Charlie Schnorr back in those days. I hear he's moved back to Umpa. My channel is my channel, Aiden Umperson. I dox myself hard. Dox? Is that bad? Dox? Sounds something like I'd smoke. Yeah, this one is, I'm pretty sure that's Sunshine, actually. Let me see. Gotta move the light here, because, is that her? Little big. See, I think that on the left is Andrea. She just walked over, because Andrea's the other one I worry about a little bit. She's not growing as fast. Now, the boys are definitely growing faster, so, but anyway. They're going to need to eat from here pretty much all winter, I think. I don't think I said it live, but I was saying on the videotaping earlier is that I'll go pick up mud minnows. They'll eat mud minnows. Oh, and I get them for $5 a dozen, so I'll go pick up 100 of them, bring them back. I'll use them for ice fishing anyway, but I'll feed them minnows for treats this winter. It'll be Earl passed. Oh, we lost them both. That's a damn shame. We're losing all the old timers here, man. Freaks me out. Jerry Blair said it the other day to me. He says, you know why we don't have any old timers anymore? He says, because we're the old timers now. And I said, imagine us living that long to call ourselves that after we looked up to all the old timers when we were kids. Jerry and I are, I think Jerry's 60 as well. We're both that same age. Mark Hall, you know, Will Paul's son, he's my age. Him and my brother used to smoke weed on the bus together going to school. But Mark is 58. You know, even Mark and I were talking about that when he put my well in here. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if it was Nikita or Diana or somebody. I had kind of just said half-assed, maybe I should do a live show thing or something, and then, I don't know, maybe it was Nikita. I have to go back and look at the messages, but they said, well, you should. And I'm like, okay, well, so how hard is this to do? Oh, CBD oil. That's good for cancer. You can help with cancer with that. Body pain. It's even good for animals. If your dog has arthritis, CBD oil, it'll drop under his tongue not every day, I wouldn't think, but definitely every so often to help with the arthritis. Sorry to hear about your grandparents too. I'll let my mom know, Aiden. Hey, Bilvis. Now that's Sunshine for sure. That was her. I'm sure that's the right color. Oh, now it doesn't look like the right color. This is terrible. Nikita, how do you tell them all apart? Like, you've got more than one around there, right? Like at your place? How do you tell them all apart to give them names? Like the one that we named, the one that you suggested I call Pumpkin, called her Pumpkin, or him, but now I can't tell which one is Pumpkin. I mean, Sunshine is easy because she's smaller, she has lighter fur. She's a female, and that's Mummy's girl. Andrea, because Andrea likes to play, you know, and she's a little more timid. I give it to my raccoon just half a drop. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I'd like to try and give any of them CBD. I don't. Anyway, they're not pets like you've got, but Andrea could become a pet. I'm just not set up here. I wish I was. I keep saying I would love to take her with the 3 cats, her in the bus, and then I want to get a 40% whoop dog from this lady in BC that raises them. Oh, I talk constantly to them, Nikita. I probably even sung with them, you know, after a joint or something. Wouldn't surprise me. I don't film all of that, but I think I have with Andrea because she's just such a little baby. Like I said, if I spent any time with her, she already was coming up to the door and wanting to come in. And even the cats kind of backed off and didn't hiss or anything. I think they know. I gave him THC once and he was acting crazy. He was sick and I was desperate to heal him. I don't know on that one. I know CBD is good for animals with arthritis, things like that. Doesn't get them high. That I'm aware of. I've seen dogs eat hash, like, you know, accidentally eat hash, somebody's left it out and the dog gets high, but usually what they do is they just go lay down and pass out for a few hours and then they come back afterwards. I just heard Andrea is making little cooing sounds as she's eating there. I can barely hear it, but I just heard it. This has got to be her. Andrea, is that you? Hey, Andrea. She was starting to know her name the other day. Andrea. No, I don't know if that's... Can you guys hear that? She's making these little cooing sounds. I've never heard her do that, or at least whichever one this is. I haven't heard this before. Well, see, Aiden, you're right up my alley here. That's what I want, is an insulated raccoon house. I'm just going to put one here, big one, and put straw in it, put one of those red heat lights in there, and, you know, food and water and stuff. And I'll put like a rubber flap so they can go in and out, and it'll stay warmer in there. So at least it'll be there if they get like, if we get like a week of minus 30s or something stupid, which could happen here, you know. It hasn't for a while, but it could. And so they'll at least have another place to go that they can warm up or whatever. I was trying to picture me, 3 cats, Andrea the raccoon, and, well, it'll be the new Murph the dog. If I ever go get that puppy, say, boy, will I be quite the little performance showing up at a campground with all that crew. They probably wouldn't let me in the campground. Look, she's cooing again. There. Oh, Andrea, come on now. You got to do that again. I've never heard you do this. Has got to be Andrea. It's got to be her. Hey, babies. Is that not you? I'm all mixed up tonight, guys, because like it's only 2 of them here. Everybody else is gone, and I haven't gone through the routine of playing with her because she's started to do that every night now. Here comes Sunshine. Hey, Sunshine. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. She's not big on me petting her. Not yet, anyway. She's let me do a little bit, but very limited. She's still very protective. All I want to do is reach over and pull those little pine needles off them. Well, that would almost make sense if that's Andrea, 2 females hanging out, getting along without snarling at each other. Oh, look at there. I'm going to get up here a second. Their water dish is full of pine needles. It's unreal. It's literally coming down like rain, the pine needles. Ugh. This doesn't happen every year either. The pine needles don't die off every year. It's like every other year or something. But this year, get this out of here. Sorry, guys. That was all clear when we started tonight, wasn't it? Your water dish all full of that, too. You guys probably don't care, but... Oh, what time? Oh, okay. I'm going to tilt this up because it is what time? It's going to start raining here momentarily. I've got to move that big pile of weed over there to underneath here. You guys, if you don't mind watching this for a minute. Well, Nikita, were you here when she was, when the babies were still, she brought them here. She came here herself the first time. Then the second time she showed up with the babies. Then she showed up a couple more times, and then she left the babies with me. And I'm like, you're pawning these babies off on me? You crazy mummy raccoon. I thought that's what she's doing. She's like, okay, he's fine. I can take off and have a rest now. Like I say, Bubba, and I'll know because when he goes straight to that dish when I first bring the food out, that's him. He'll let me pet him all night if I felt like it. So then you've been here from the beginning then, pretty much, Nikita. Because I was as shocked as anybody when she showed up here with them. And I wasn't even sure she was the mother because she was so small. I was like, there's no way that a raccoon this age should be having babies. And then 6 of them, which is unheard of, really. Talk about a raccoon. She, like I said, you got to hand it to raccoons for being smart. She knew she wasn't going to be able to keep all 6 alive unless she did something. And to come to a human. But oh, it's windy out, Aiden. But yeah, I've been checking the, what do you call it? The weather network on the radar, and the last I looked, the rain was over Peterborough, but that was well over an hour and change ago. And it was, I thought, well, it'll be another hour before it hits Bancroft. So another hour and change and it'll be here. So we must be getting close. Let me check the time here. Well, I said around 1 a.m. according to the radar, unless the weather slowed down. But them clouds, that wind is such that my timing is probably going to be spot right on. It'll start dripping here pretty soon. Okay, guys, you're not going to like this. Okay, I'll wait. You know what? It's not raining yet. We don't have to do this right now. Hey, babies. Hey, Andrea. Is that you? My little girl. Hey. You know I'd never hurt you. It's okay. Shh. It's okay. Yeah. It's okay. Let's see. No. Okay, that's not Andrea then. And I know I can't get away with that with Sunshine. She won't let me pet her. Yeah. She's even, like, she knows, she's probably already reading my mind. And look at here, she's looking right up at me. Hey, bubbies. Don't want me touching you, eh? You're still one of the other ones I haven't gotten used to me. That's okay. Your pace, not mine. You're the raccoon. You're in charge. Face on you. Hey, Sunshine. Okay, well, we're not going to bring the weed up. I do need a coffee, though. I'm dying for a coffee. Yeah, I think we'll just leave them. Yeah, Sonny is one hell of a smart animal. Oh, see you later, Aiden. I'm over on 3rd, Aiden. You know where the dump is on 3rd? Well, jump, it's transfer station now. We own the property beside it and behind it. Stead is right across from me. Well, at least his fields for his cattle. Well, thank you for coming, Nikita. Thank you for helping feeding them. Thank you for everything. I look forward to seeing your messages as soon as I log in. Diana is a little less, she doesn't like comment as much, but she does. I always look forward to hearing what's going on out her way. Like I said, she's up in the, where is it she said again? Okanagan. Well, the one over on 3rd concession. You know where 3rd meets at South Levant Road, right there at the T. Well, if you come back towards Watson's Corners, you get, that Lennox and Viola's old trailer up top of the hill. There's other people living there now. And then there's the dump, and then there's us. Then behind the dump is part of our 100 acres as well. Jones is my family. I always tell Sunshine, eh, Nikita? She sits right up on her haunches there. I made a thumbnail with her sitting on her haunches like that. She's so funny, and she's so dainty when she eats. God, she's hilarious, Sunny. Oh, okay. Your mom's close. She's so dainty. Look at her. Perfect little dainty. Oh, sunshine, I love you. Don't let that cuteness fool you, boy. She's just like her mother. She don't put up with shit from the boys. She was doing hockey checks here the other night. I couldn't believe it. She gets on there and she's pushing her behind and pushing the other raccoons out of the way. And I realized, oh my God, that's like a hockey check. I thought, well, there's a true Canadian raccoon. Okay. That scared, something rattled here. Scared them. Oh, there we go. Well, if you guys are going to move, I'm going to move my weed in here. I'm nervous about it getting wet. Hi, Joseph? Joseph? Those words are so little tiny. Well, where'd they go? Oh. Oh, guys, they're drinking out of the pool. Okay, you know what? As soon as they leave, I'm emptying that pool because it's going to rain and they're going to be fresh water. I really don't want them. Like I said, I kind of caught myself because they drink the water out of the swamp. So what's in the pool can't be any worse. But the pool now is officially full of leaves and everything else. So you guys see that over there? Okay. Sonny, I'm going to put that in front of you like that. Joseph. Okay, I got that right then. It's spelled different. My grandpa was Joseph, but he spelled it Joseph. Joseph, Josheph. Joseph. Yeah. The Irish way of spelling it, because my grandpa was Irish. Murphy. Joseph Murphy. Oh, who's this behind us? Who's this over? Oh, I think that's. Okay, does that not stay tight? There you go. Well, at least you're drinking out of the good water now there, pups. I really don't like you guys drinking out of that pool, but that's my own fault too. And I'm probably overreacting anyway. Look at you, beautiful. Yeah, you're definitely not Andrea. What's going on? What's the matter? Something's got you thinking, eh? Dog food's over there. Your sister's eating all the seeds and she's leaving the dog food just like normal. No apples for them right now. I gotta get out and get them. Deer apples, because all the guys, for hunting, they need their deer apple. I need them here too for the hunting, but I also need them for these little guys. Lots of apples for them. Vitamin C and lots of stuff to put weight on. Oh, looks like they're all coming back, Nikita. Oh, listen to her growling, eh? It's like, hey, sunshine, you don't want him near you, hey? No. Funny you didn't growl at me like that. I absolutely love Sunshine. Look at her. You little show off. You even pretend not to look, eh, Sunshine? But I know you're showing off. I just know it. You remind me of Goldie the cat. She's a little show off, just the same, but she pretends she's not. Her fur is it's like I don't know, 10 or 15% lighter than all the other ones, and it's absolutely a beautiful color. Well, Aiden, down that hill, like I was saying earlier, there's a swamp that is always accessible even in the winter because, I mean, parts of it freeze, but there's a spring that runs out of there. And it's fresh water, good spring. It's my well feeds off of it, and so it's really good water. But because of that, they've got water available to them year round, and they're able to, get into the swamp to eat. Like right now, they're feeding. I think they're feeding like crazy down at the swamp, but they'll be able to. It's that part of the swamp never freezes over, so I'm doing it both. They only get fed once a day with this, and I'm keeping them going to the swamp because I need them to get. There's a lot of stuff in the swamp they need, and because of their kidneys, raccoon kidneys are very delicate apparently, and so there's enzymes and with the bugs, crayfish, whatever else is in the swamp, they're eating that, and that's pure protein as well. But there's definitely enzymes in that food they're eating that they need. Just like cats need taurine, taurine, and with cat food it's put in there. Well, what you looking at, beautiful? I'm looking at you too. That beautiful face, eh, sunshine? Do you know I'm talking about you, eh? Are you eating the dog food? Yes, you are. You little dainty. Oh, chew on the side. Look at this, Nikita. Looking right at me. Oh, back to the seeds now. So dainty. You don't have a swamp nearby? Well, creek. Aiden's are feeding out of a creek. I'll bet like Aiden's are drinking out of the creek, but I can guarantee you whatever in that creek there's crayfish, all kinds of water bugs and stuff. They'll be eating all that. The raccoons love all that stuff. It's good for them. No, look at this. She was wagging her tail. Look at this. That's a first, or is it because... Why did she... I've never seen her wag her tail before. That's a new one. Or is she just moving it because... What's his name is close with his mouth? Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think she's wagging her tail like a dog. Because look at the little hand going over there towards her tail. See, even the color, her feet are the same color as her mother's. The other one's got darker feet. She's 100% mummy's girl, that's for sure. Well, I was worried about them having to deal with the pine needles, but keep forgetting you guys are from the wild here. Cats wouldn't like the pine needles, but you don't care. You just shake them out of there and that's it. Hey, princess, look at you. You're such a pretty girl. Now, Sunshine, you'd make one hell of a pet, but I think it's way too late to even try. My creek isn't that nice, but it connects to a nice creek that has all the wildlife from crayfish to creek. Yeah, but even if your creek is muddy, Aiden, they'll dig right down into that mud and they'll find all kinds of great food in there for them. We used to do that as kids, dig into creeks, because we knew that you dig into the mud, and I mean, there'd be crayfish in there living under the mud, everything. But I mean, water bugs, larvae, like mosquito larvae, larvae for other bugs. I mean, they're in there eating all of that. Worms. And I was saying to Nikita earlier too, is that the last 2 days they haven't been eating as much. And I think they've been eating heavily out of the swamp, so, which is good. I like that. Because they're not eating near as much as they were. Okay. Look at her. Look at Sunshine. She's like, Murr. She moves a bunch of food towards her side. I don't know, is that you, Bubba's? You're looking right at me. If I go and stroke your back, will you stay there? Well, you're about to show me your belly, I think. Have you ever thrown a line in the Tay River, Aiden? You would be shocked in parts of the Tay River what's in there. There's whitefish, there's even trout in parts of the Tay River. Can you believe that? But it's true. Yeah, but you know what, Nikita? She's still smaller than the rest of them. I am concerned about her. What I hope doesn't happen is that Mummy doesn't chase her off, because if that happens and she doesn't come feed her, we'll probably lose her through the winter, and I don't want to lose her. So there she goes. What's going on, babies? You know right where your water is, huh? I keep forgetting to call that place in Smiths Falls Cachachi's, I think is how it's pronounced. I can buy hot dogs in bulk from them. I used to buy cases of chicken wings when I was living at the campground in Cloyne. And so, like, you know, on a party weekend or something, I'd have them deliver me out a couple of cases of chicken wings, and I would cook them all up. Hey, babies. What's going on? You're coming right over here in front of me. Okay. Hey, Precious. Hey, little Precious. Look at this. See what she's doing, Nikita? This is what she started doing the other day, but this is really gentle, but she puts her behind and then does like a hockey check. See, she pushed the other one right out of there. And she was doing this. I filmed it. You'll see when I put it up. She's doing like miniature hockey checks, moving the other ones away from the food. Fuck, it was hilarious. I thought, well, there's a Canadian raccoon, 100% doing hockey checks. Come play for the Canadians. You have over 10,000 casts. Wow! So I don't need to tell you anything about the Tay. People never believe that, but it's true. That Tay River's got a lot of weird, different things going on with it. But it's the same reason that you'll get creeks up in Umpa with trout in them if they're deep enough, because all the water up there comes from springs underground. Hey, Pumpkin, what you looking at? And so the Tay River also has springs, so wherever the water's really cold, the trout will hang out there. But if you've done over 10,000 casts in there, I'm teaching you nothing you already don't know. But yeah, nobody believes me when I tell them that. They obviously haven't fished it. Can't even begin to tell you over the years all the fish that my dad caught out of the Clyde, when the Clyde actually still had water in it. At least the parts that, you know. Yeah. Tay River's A lot of people, I don't know, it's because it's Perth, you know, they always liken it with Perth and stuff, but they don't realize what a variety that little river has. But I've seen weird. There's a cold water lake up near Cloyne called the Mississaugan, and it's cold, and it should be a trout lake, but there's not a trout in it, all walleye and stuff. But it's a cold water lake. If you've ever been up Highway 506 to 50, or is it, no, it's the other way, 509 to 506. You go up past Umpa, you keep going, and you're about halfway to Cloyne. And on the right-hand side, Mississaugan Lake, and then there's Marble Lake, and you know, on the other side there's Cashawacamac Lake, which used to be called Long Lake, Big Gull Lake, which used to be called Clarendon Lake. Your grandparents would remember those names when those lakes, they all their names. Mississaugan, turquoise blue lake, should ice cold water. You could probably load trout in it and they'd be fine, but there's not a trout in there I've heard of anybody catching in the last 50 years. And I've caught walleye in a cold water lake, imagine. Tilapia in the store. Now, Nikita, am I to understand correctly, tilapia is basically a warm water bass like from Mexico, New Mexico, Arizona, places like that? I know I've seen it in the store. I've never bought it to eat or anything. But somebody, I don't know who it was, somebody that was a fisherman was telling me that it's equivalent to what our bass is, which I mean, to me it's a joke fish, bass. Americans think it's a big deal to catch them. Sorry, I don't mean to knock the American thing, but Americans come up here and they're like, oh my God, bass, bass. And I'm like, you know, a cat with its head cut off could catch a bass. It's not a challenging fish to catch. Try coming to catch, you know, a brown trout or a laker on a bad day, or walleye, or you know, pike are fairly easy to catch. But the Americans always crack me up. Oh, we're a big fisherman, yeah, catch bass. I'm like, okay, that's like a kid's fish here, man. The Newfoundlanders are the same, Aiden. All my friends that come from Newfoundland, there's no bass there. They come here and all they want to do is fish for bass. And I'm like, it's an idiot fish, as far as I'm concerned. I won't eat them. I think they're dirty fish. I don't know. That's just me. Yeah, that's I somewhere I've heard, and I'm not. Oh, hey, I got disconnected here according to this. I've seen tilapia in the freezers here. I've never eaten it, but I understood it's very similar to bass. From the canal, where's the canal? Like the canal, like the Panama Canal? Like you're from down there, Panama? Am I saying your name right then? Nikita? N-A-C-H? The Bass in Mississippi Lake, yeah. I lived on Mississippi in Ebbs Bay for a bunch of years. You haven't got to go far for good lakes. Just go up behind Umpa. I could show you a million lakes up there. Granite Lake, well, that's one of the popular ones, but I will go usually early December if it freezes up in time. I go to South Portage for brook trout. So it's Nashita, like with an S-H. So it's not Nikita, it's Nashita. Nashita, am I saying that right? Nashita. Cool. Nashita, I like that. See, now, if you were here in Canada, that name, the way you spell it, would be Nikita, and that would be the way the Quebecers would pronounce it. So that's why I was pronouncing it like that. I lived in Quebec for a time, but and the Quebecers have like 15 different ways to spell Nikita. the Russian version, and there's the Quebecois version, and I'm sure this is how they would pronounce yours. So Nashita. Oh, I like that. That's unique too. Cool. So, did you say you were from Panama? Is that a yup for you're from Panama? Like the real Panama? The Panama Canal? One of the eight wonders of the world? Cool. I got a real I'm not a person that likes warm, you know, countries like humid. I like my Canadian cold, but your mom's cottage is on Robertson. Okay, well that's our home lake here at Aden. Like I said, my family when Winsong Lodge was there, you walk in there any given weekend and guaranteed at least half a dozen of my family members were in there partying it up. Half the people from Joe's Lake, French Line, Flower Station, lots of people from all around. Oh yeah, so what I was saying about there's one country that fascinated me, and the only reason I found out about it was because I'm with TELUS, which is cell phones here in Canada, at least mine is, and the people that do their answering service are in not Guadalajara, that's Mexico, Guatemala. And I was asking him about the weather, and he says, "Well, I'm wearing a sweater today." I'm like, "Well, I thought it was super tropical there." Well, it is, but he wasn't living there. He was living up somewhere in the mountains, and the guy was telling me that like I probably wouldn't like the flatlands and stuff, like the lower lands, but I would love the mountains in Guatemala because you can get up there and the temperature is not miserable. Oh, probably, Aiden. I wouldn't doubt that. But there's like only, what, 20 of us that fish Robertson Lake at any given time? Everybody thinks the lake is empty, and I like them to keep thinking that. I know right where the wallies are there, and I've seen schools of them where I go on Robertson, but I try not to fish it too often, leave it for the kids in the area and stuff, because it could very well get emptied out pretty quickly, that lake. I heard Matt Thomas broke the dam or something at the other end, and he got charged or something happened there. If you know Matt Thomas, you probably know his grandparents. They have that little house on the corner there on the way up South Levant Road. His father is not Paul, Mike Thomas. I used to fish and ice fish every single day Mississippi Lake for a whole bunch of years. Ebbs Bay, if you ever saw two brown ice huts, one small one, that was Wilf. And I had the big 8x8 chocolate brown with the red door. We used to call it the Red Door Saloon. That ice hut still goes out every winter. I gave it to a neighbor's son, and he still has it, and he still puts it up right where the river comes in there on the just as where the river comes into the lake there from Highway 7. He moved out of Panama 30 years ago. That Panama Canal, man, that's like magic. Well, one of the reasons that we do okay here in Nashita is because, well, Aiden grew up here, probably 6 generations of his family has, so all that stuff gets passed down. When my dad passed away, I inherited all his fishing books, like these little notebooks he used to write about the lakes. all his fishing stuff, and that's just the way it goes here. So you end up learning. My dad started me fishing with 6, 7 years old here, and I fished, well, I don't know, just about every lake around here, so I know where the fish are. Oh, somebody's coming underneath the table here. Who's this? Coming right through here, anybody? Who is that under there? Somebody's trying to get through here. Well, Nishita, there must be a ton of lakes in Washington State. I'd have to go look on the satellite, but I mean, if it's anything like the British Columbia mainland, I mean, I was in a big panic when Helena and Chris said, well, you move here. And I'm like, well, but I said, well, what's the coldest it gets there on Vancouver Island where they are? And they said, well, no colder than 10 Celsius usually. I said, well, then the lakes don't freeze. And that freaked me out because I told, like, well, Helena, I can't live in a province that's got no ice fishing. I mean, I need my ice fishing. Well, it turns out the mainland, the lakes freeze. I didn't know that. But as I started studying BC and all these little lakes and the valleys and all that, okay, there's like 20 million lakes there, just like there is here, freshwater lakes. But Washington State's got to have a million of them, just like America, like BC. Are you in the city or are you out in the country, Nishita? I wish that damn state was on our side of the border because that's, like I said, I got family in that state. And where my cousin lives, the one that's sick, I mean, he's out there in the boonies in the wintertime. I mean, half the time they can't get to where they got to go because whatever the road is or highway, it gets covered with snow avalanches and stuff like every single year, or they get like 15 feet of snow in one shot. So are you in the town of Tacoma or city? I guess that is city of Tacoma. I know Tacoma. I know the name, but I know nothing about the town at all or city. That bus I'm getting, that's one of the reasons I decided to jump on this one too, because he insulated it. The guy that's buying it from is from BC, but he traveled all over North America, Mexico, South America. He went everywhere with that bus. And so Tacoma is a little town with lots of trees. Okay, well, that sounds good. Are you far to get into the country or the bush? In Canada, we call the country the bush. Here, like, I don't know what it is. The Australians will call their outback the bush as well, but here in Canada, we pretty much call anywhere outside of the cities the bush or the country, but if you're from out here, it's the bush. Well, Nishita, I'm curious now, if you're living in that town of Tacoma, I'm assuming it's fairly big, right? How do you come to have a raccoon? I think I'd like to hear that story. Oh, sorry guys. I was so busy looking at the chat, I forgot the raccoons had moved off the... What's that sound now? Oh, jet. Maybe it's a UFO. Doubt it. Gosh, I wish they wouldn't make those words so tiny. I'm going to need some... Where I live is like a small town. Oh, okay. So you're not in the city, but you're... I lived... well, here, I mean, I'm in the bush here, but I'm only 10 minutes from Lanark, the village of Lanark, which is about 800 or 900 people. Still very small. It doesn't grow because there was a fire there back in the 50s and it polluted all the water. So people can't get new wells put in or proper septic. So it's going to be that it'll only get smaller. It'll never get bigger, unfortunately. Well, fortunately. One of my problems with living here is because Lanark is not like it was 30, 40 years ago. My road was still a dirt road. You wouldn't see a car go by here for like 2 weeks at a time. It's all changed. Well, that's the end of the raccoons, it looks like again. What's going on, guys? You abandoned me. But yeah, I mean, Perth, Ontario, which is about 35 minutes from here. The population is, Jesus, I haven't checked in a long time. Hold on now. Carlton Place is up to 9 or 10,000, so I think we're still up around 6 or 7,000 in Perth, maybe more. But I mean, Perth is not a place that I've ever lived. I've never lived in Perth. I lived 1 month in Carlton Place, which is a town here of about 9 or 10,000, and I couldn't take it. It was like, even a small town like that, it was just way too much for me. But we have lots of raccoons here, many, many mountains. Yeah, see, that's just like BC. I mean, like like, who was I talking to here the other day? Who the hell was it? It was online too. And we were talking and he said, oh, well, Wayne, the guy that I'm buying the bus from, he'd gone out to Saskatchewan, and without me saying it, like without him saying anything to me, I said, you know, Saskatchewan, the problem I have there is it's all flat and there's no trees. I mean, it's all big wheat fields and gigantic farms and stuff. I mean, there is woods there, but I mean, I said that would unglue me, having all that wide open like that with no trees and stuff. I said, and Wayne said, yeah, he says, when I first went there with the bus, he said, I couldn't, like, he says, I just couldn't fathom that all that wide open. He says, it unnerved him. And he said, because of course he grew up in the mountains of BC. And I said, well, I got no mountains here, but we got big hills, you know. But I mean, like, mountains, that don't faze me in the least. If I have mountains, then I'm fine. It's that flat, you drive for 18 million miles and there's not a tree in sight. It's just one straight highway, like the desert, you know, all these guys go to. Another place I don't find very interesting. I always tell Dave there from Dave's RV Life. Where am I going to go with this now? I didn't plan this out at all. I need this away from the rain. Okay, right up here. Ah! Sorry, guys. But I'm panicking here if it starts to rain. Okay, so the rain will be on that side of it. Okay, we're good. Well, we were just saying something. Where did those raccoons go? They didn't really finish everything. They're still food. See, this is what I'm worried about now. I'm going to move that food underneath. What's this? Coyotes? Possums? I wish we had possums here. It's too cold for them, eh? We've just started to get possums in the southern part of Ontario. And they really shouldn't be able to live even there because of the weather. But there is a small and growing possum population in southern Ontario. The reason I say I would like to have possums here, and Aiden will say this, he'll know this if he's a hunter, which I'm sure he is, ticks. Ticks can be pretty crazy here in different places at times, but possums, of course, they'll eat ticks like nobody's business. So it's the only thing I would like to have, like, it'd be kind of cool to have possums here eating the ticks. Okay, just gonna move this food up underneath because if it starts to rain, it's gonna turn that food into mush. Okay, and they don't know when they'll be back. If it starts to rain, they may not come back tonight. All that bloody, it's everywhere, these things. Another day or two of this and then all the leaves will be gone. Okay, so you're not in the city, but Tacoma is a small town like here, so that's fine. I mean, that's almost perfect. I'm going to look at a satellite of Washington because I know the landscape is very similar to BC. Apparently, we exported some of our fires to Washington State and across the border. Apparently, I was reading that news here. So, just because we put a border there doesn't change what it looks like. It's pretty much the same as BC, I would assume. Cousin Jeff said it was just like BC, so I wish he would. Okay, there we go. All right, well, we're safe now. I got all the smoke, weed, whatever. It's going to stay dry. I'm desperate for a coffee, though. What's the power like on this thing now? I have a question. Do Canadians buy milk in bags? Yes, here in Ontario, although you can buy them in bags, you can buy them in cartons, you can buy them in glass bottles still. Well, out here, I don't know about in the city, but out here, there's organic grass-fed milk, which is all I drink, and you can buy it in the old school glass bottles. I get my grass-fed in cartons. Here in Ontario, we're not legally allowed to get unpasteurized milk from farms anymore. We used to, but the law changed on that. So the closest thing I can get is grass-fed organic milk, and it's 3.8% rather than 3.25%, which I find is like skim milk. It's not, it's whole milk, but kids in Canada never grew up with the heavier stuff, except for kids out here. We all grew up on cow's milk, but in the last 30 years since Ontario screwed that up, like Aiden probably never drank, unless they had a farm and had their own milk or their own cows, he probably never drank, his neighbor's, a neighbor's cow's milk if he's selling it because it's against the law. Except that what's really is crazy is the Americans can ship up milk here that is not pasteurized and it's full fat, like 10%, whatever it is, like proper milk from a farm kind of milk. They can ship that up here. We can buy it. We can buy it on the American side, bring it here, but we cannot go to the farmer down the road and get our milk like we used to. Insane. Oh, goat's milk. Blah, I hate goats, man. What's this? Gotti. Is that somebody's name? Gotti? Like John Gotti? What's going on here? Hot dang. What is this? Gotti laughs at Wiegand because he's loves a wart? Hot dang boy, what happened to you? What? 2%. Oh, I can't stand that. Did you fall out of the ugly tree? What is this? I'm obviously intolerant. Oh, okay. We got a genius here that thinks he's funny. All right. Enjoy yourself there, Gotti. Oh, don't you love the internet? You know, in the old days, I always laugh at this because a guy like that can do this now, but back in the day, if we were both sitting in the bar, he wouldn't come within 100 miles of me. I just have to glare and they would run away like a little bitchy baby. But now, because of the internet, everybody's a tough guy or they can run their mouths. See you later there, God. He laughs at Wiegand because he loves a wart. No idea what that means. But I know who Gotti is. I knew some of John Gotti's pals. How about that there, buddy? Oh, I don't care, Nishida. They mean nothing to me. It's just like me walking down the street and somebody saying something. It's like, who are you and why do I care? Besides, like I said, 99% of them would never say nothing to you in public. It's only because they sit behind these, keyboards and all that. Anyway, he's bored. Let him have his fun. Nice name anyway, the Gotti part. Too bad Sammy the Bull ratted him out. And now Sammy the Bull makes money as a rat online. People were, what? I don't let, okay, I got that part. People were commenting bad things about my raccoons. Yeah, we've had a couple people here call them trash pandas. The first one I just said, well, you must be from the city. He disappeared because only a cityot would say that. And, well, not all cityots, but the general population, yes, trash pandas. And I even said to the guy, I get why you say that because you're in the city. And what are they feeding on? Your trash. Well, out here, no. And out here, they're considered pets, most of them. We don't all have them as pets, obviously, but obviously Hayden's looking after, he's got his, you've got yours. You're not really a city person. I wouldn't call you a city person, Nishita. And in Panama, were you from a city there or were you from the country there? Oh, they're back. How do I turn that around again? There we go. Hey guys. Oh, Mama's back. Look at that. Hey. Hey, sweetie, what you doing back? Where have you been hiding all that time? Yeah, so you know all about what I'm talking about then with the country thing. So I can well imagine, I don't know of all the different animals in Panama, but I can bet that there'd be a lot of animals people had as pets or friendly animals, around the farm or whatever. Same is no different than here, just different animals perhaps. But I mean, the people in the big cities of Panama, I doubt it, but out here, no different. I had to move it over here, Pumpkin, because it's going to rain soon and I really don't. Sonny's looking for she's like, where is the box? Sonny, I'm going to have to do something here for you, sweetheart, because I moved everything on you. Sorry about that. Oh, okay, well, she doesn't seem to really care. Okay. What's people will always say bad things. If you get bad energy, you laugh and turn it into good vibes. 10-4, Aiden, that's right. So, Nishida, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, look at what you're saying. Chickens, ducks, and dogs. Well, ducks, most city people would be kind of like, well, are those the things we feed bread to in their lakes? Well, yeah, and you wouldn't want to ever eat a duck from a lake in the city. But out at your place, I'm certain that ducks were probably, at least the eggs were being eaten at the very least. But I mean, a lot of city people consider ducks dirty animals. That's the last thing I would think about a duck. I don't like duck meat. I used to when I was younger, but not anymore. But to me, right now, Aiden, it's small game. I guess duck hunting has started already, eh? Oh, perfect. You had the river too to do too. So anyway, so yeah, I mean, city people, they don't understand raccoons. I mean, they just don't. When I tell people that I have 4 or 5 black bears here, and that they're from the city, they lose their minds. And then even worse, and I still wish I'd gotten it on film, but that night, I don't think I put it up yet. Anyway, you'll be seeing it soon. I didn't get film of it, but one night I had at the campground in Sable Beach, around 1 in the morning, I had a big black bear come into the campsite because my neighbors camping were from the city and they left a nice buffet out for that bear. Like they left all their food sitting on the table. Anyways, lesson learned for them. But unfortunately, it brought the bear to my site and I had put everything away. The cooler was locked down, but he was a big bear and he decided he was going to knock that cooler down and get it open. Well, he did get it partially open before I jumped up, screamed at him, come to the tent. I chased him. I'm in my skivvies. I'm chasing the bear through my campsite. I don't know what I was thinking. But the campground owners, Joe and Lisa, they didn't think, oh yeah, okay, that's, you know, we probably did that at your place. And I'm like, no, but my mother's chased the odd bear off her deck. But, you know, but city people, tell them that, oh, they think that I need a lobotomy or something. Well, look at there. Miss Sunny. You little sweetheart, eh? You came and decided to let everybody say hello. You're not a hunter. What's Nishida saying? House fruit trees. Oh, but I love to have fruit trees, other than apples. I dabble, but between you and me, my favorite meat is good venison. Yep, I'm the same. Well, I'm sure I'll have venison in my freezer this year. Just I won't be shooting it, unfortunately. If it's brown, lay down. If it's black, fight back. If it's white, you're going to die. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, brown or grizzlies, we don't have them here in this part of Canada, but I won't go anywhere out west. Like I plan on going to the Yukon and stuff, and I won't be going anywhere there without a rifle. There's nothing like a 1,000-pound grizzly running at you at 40 miles an hour, screaming a noise that you don't ever want to hear again in your life. Black bears are not aggressive like grizzlies can be. I mean, a black bear mother with its babies, yes, if you get in the wrong place. But most black bears, you can chase them off. You just got to know what you're doing. So in my case, my dad had taught me, but it was still a stupid move what I did. I blinded him with my big fancy light thing, this thing here. Hang on, babies. Not trying to scare you there, Miss... And is that you, Andrea? Oh, look at, is that you underneath there? Are you looking? Yes. Look at this. Anyway, I was going to show you this. But I just saw Ann. I think she's underneath. But anyway, I had this thing on, so I was blinding the bear. When he turned on me, I knew I'd made a mistake because I didn't carry anything to bop him on the nose. Well, next thing I'm just like there, I'm beside my aluminum boat, and I just started slamming my hand against the boat, and that's he was also blinded. Andrea, where are you? I just saw you trying to play with me and now I didn't pay attention. I'm a bad human, eh? Where are you, sweetie? Oh, crap. This is what I've learned with these raccoons. They get very moody if you don't pay attention to them. I want you to pay attention. I've learned that. Deer meat. I had deer meat. It's good. It's one of the best meats you could eat, Nishida. Health-wise. Oh, there she is. Hey, babies, are you trying to play with me? Are you trying to play? Daddy not paying very good attention. How come that light's not on anymore? What's going on here? Hang on. Does it go off on its own or something? I didn't do that. Hey, babies. There we are. There's my babies who wants to play. There you are. Hey, Andrea. Oh, you good girl. You my good girl. Come on, babies. Come on. Whoop. Whoop. Did you rush me? Oh, putting your hand up, eh? There, I got your hand. I got your hand. I got your hand. Hey, babies. Hey, Nishida, do you see her? She came to play. I didn't know for sure she'd show up tonight with everything being out of place, but she came to her usual spot. She's laying down. I just got to be careful. I don't want to go too close to her here in case she gets a piece of me. Oh, I got you. I got your paw. I got your paw over here. Can you see her? You guys see her? Where is she? Hey, Pumpkin. My niece that she's named after, we finally got some video to her, Andrea, my niece. Well, not my blood niece, but the girl I call my niece, my heir. She just absolutely fell in love with her namesake. Hey, puppies. What you doing? No, she's not going for it. Oh, there she is. Where'd you go? Was that you? Oh, okay. Oh, no. All right. Got a little bit of playing in with her. That's good. At least she doesn't think I'm ignoring her. Thank you, doctors. The Doctor's Domain. Oh, that's a cool name. By the way, Nishita 19 is me mum. You almost sound British. Me mum? Or Australian. Is me mum. Mum, I mean, in Canada, that's a lot of us, that's what we call her. We don't call ourselves mom. Everybody's mum here. Or ma. But mum. But that's a British thing. Americans are mom. Or mother. Doctor's Domain. Cool. Okay, I have seen some big ass black bears around here, but they almost always run. Yeah, well, tell that to the black bear. I mean, there are black bear hunters. I mean, guys that's all they do is black bear hunting, but they're not as successful as one might think. I know, I don't know if you know Justin McNeely. When Justin still had, him and the wife still had their house over off a sugar bush, he had a hunt stand set up for his bear. Anyways, he goes hunting, bear comes up, another bear comes up, he's up in his stand, and he's suddenly realizing like there's too many bears, and one is trying to climb up to where he is on his stand. And it didn't go well. He ended up having to, I can't remember how he escaped, but he near got himself in a lot of trouble with those black bear. Anyway, he never got one. And even though they were all there, they just, it was a situation where they just, it was dangerous for him at that point. I remember when he came and told me that story, and I said, well, don't worry about bringing me any bear. So now we got 1, 2, mama plus 3. Well, Sunshine, you're the, Sunny, you're the star here. Speaking of Sunshine, she's not here. Where's your daughter? She's one of the missing ones now. Did Andrea go back underneath? No. What's the matter, Gold Cat? Are you jealous, Goldie? You're jealous, eh? You don't need to be jealous. They're raccoons. They're not coming inside to live with us, at least not yet. They try to come in now. Well, you can thank Nishita for that. First of all, she's the one that got the dog food for them. And I think, Nishita, it was you that suggested the live thing, I think. I can't remember now. I have to go back and look. And I didn't even think this would work, to be honest, but it is working, so. Oh, I just got too many raccoons. Mama. Hey, Sonny. My big, beautiful mama putting on lots of weight. Hey, Nishita, look at her. She's put on some good weight, eh? She looks great. Her fur is all back nice and full. She's full size now. Growling at your mother there. That's not very nice. How am I going to get you guys all in there now? Holy moly. I could raise it up, I guess. Will that work? Oh, there's our night bird finally making noise. It was deadly quiet here earlier before the wind started. Still no rain, Aiden. I don't know what's going on, brother. We should be getting that rain by now. She's looking off in the direction of that bird. It was, okay. Aha. So there you go, Doctor's Domain. That's the reason we're live, because my brain caught that from Nishita. And I was saying, and I filmed it, but I haven't put it on live. I watch a guy from Colorado, and his name is, well, his name is Brian, but what's going on, guys? Well, that's a big wind, eh? You're gonna spill that water, aren't you, Pumpkin? Well, now that Mama's here, I'll get some more water for her too. Oh, that rain? No. What was I saying? Yeah, the chipmunk. Told you, my radar says it's still a while away. My hip and fractured thumb are not throwing. You know, I don't get that anymore with my bat. Like I broke my leg on when I smashed up my Harley back in '90. My leg doesn't do that anymore, but this is from a chainsaw accident. This is numb. That's permanently bent, and thumb is numb. But I'm not feeling anything actually. But I believe you. Oh, there's Sunshine. She's back. Hey, babies. What are you doing over there? Look at her way she's laying down there, Nishita. Look at this. What is she doing? You silly. Now she's putting her head down in the hole. Look at this. Nishita, what are you doing? Sorry, Nishita. I'm calling Sunshine. Okay, hit this straight, live shows, eh? I'm learning this. Oh, that Brian guy. Anyway, he has that dog that was dying of cancer. He started feeding the dog CBD, and it looks like his dog is going to survive. Like there was, he was absolutely convinced. What is the name of his channel? Hang on a minute. He's out. He was in Colorado. He has land in Arizona. I think around. He doesn't do much of that now. He's on one place, building up this nice off-grid place up in the mountains of Arizona, which I didn't know Arizona had mountains. Everybody's looking up. You guys all, you think I'm coming out with food, eh? Look at Sunshine, just sitting there. Sunshine, are you okay? You look sad. Hey, babies. Or you just, what's that word? The other day somebody said they're food drunk. I love that one. Oh, look at that, Mummy, and Mummy says, well, come eat. Okay. An inquiry, do you think snakes get a bad rep? Yeah, sure they do. Snakes don't bother me in the least. I got garter snakes out here. We get them in the lakes. Aiden will tell you that. We get water snakes in the lakes. They don't bother me in the least. Now, Nishita is from Panama, so there's probably some badass snakes that would make you want to run. I don't know. I have been around a boa constrictor. I have been around a python, touched them, petted them. I didn't find anything offensive about them at all. Now, of course, there was somebody there that was like, you know, looking after them, so, you know, they were in control of the situation, obviously. I'm just trying to find the name of Brian's channel there. He's one of the ones I watch pretty regular. But there was a purpose of me mentioning him, and why is that? Okay. Where are you, Brian? He started doing live shows, which he was doing kind of before, but now he's doing them regular. But he doesn't even announce them. He just turns it on, and you know, you'll get the thing in the email saying, oh, because I follow him. I mean, his little bell thing. So Subscriptions, that's where he'll be anyway. Off-grid. Oh shit, there is news on Sierra, his dog. Off-grid backcountry adventures. And there's just he just put up one day ago. I haven't seen it. Instant results, rock check dam progress, and Sierra cancer treatment changes. His dog Sierra, it's been over a year. It's got to be over a year. This dog should have been dead more than once or twice since then because of the cancer and everything. But Brian, with CBD and other things he's doing, he's literally brought this dog back from cancer, and I don't know what the latest thing is. We'll have to see that. Yeah, and then we've got the ones out in Georgian Bay too. The one that begins with letter M, Massasquatch snake, Massasquatch, name of that damn snake. I probably wouldn't be able to pronounce it correct anyway. That's it. Mississauga rattlers. I've seen them. What campground was I at on Lake on Georgian Bay? It was Provincial Park. Oh God, near Perry Sound. Anyways, they warned us that there was these Mississauga. Is that it? Mississauga? That doesn't sound right. But we saw one there. And they said, like, it is a poisonous snake, but I don't want to say for sure they were right. I was still drinking. We were partying pretty good. Massasauga. Hold on here. If I type in poisonous snake, it'll be wrong. Georgian Bay poisonous snake. Probably not going to show up right. There it is. Yeah, Aiden, you got that right. It's an eastern Massasauga rattlesnake. Georgian Bay Islands National Park. Yes, there are rattlesnakes in Georgian Bay Island Park. This is one of the few places you can still find them. Well, the campground I was at, because we have other ones. There's eastern fox snake, eastern milk snake, eastern hognose. Was the hognose I think that can give you a pretty bad bite, the hognose. But anyway, that campground I was at, there was one there, and they warned us that they were there. So, but that's like 20 years ago. Yeah. What's the matter, babies? Looking right up, eh? It's the yawning. She's like, "Aw, those big eyes on you. Hey, babies." Yeah. Well, they're rare now too, Aiden. When the Nashita, there must have been some big-ass snakes in Panama. One of my girlfriends had a, not the python, the other one. She had it in a big, gigantic aquarium with rocks and all this stuff, and she would feed it live mice and everything. But it spent more time out of the aquarium than it did in. And it was constantly like, we'd be watching TV and she'd have it sitting near her, or it would go, just like a regular pet, just not as fast as a cat. But yeah, I wouldn't want to say I wouldn't have one as a pet. That's just not my thing, but I was going to introduce a new pet to these cats. It wouldn't be a snake, that's for sure, but it sure as heck would be a beautiful raccoon. There's my babies. Hey? That's my babies. Yes, you good girl. Why are your ears going back? Oh, he's a good girl. That's not Andrea. She wouldn't be growling at me like that. She back underneath, maybe? I'm not paying attention. Bad human. Nope, she's not there. That was Andrea. She wouldn't be snarling. She'd be grabbing my hand with her little paws, wouldn't she? Yes, but see, you're going to get used to me too. I'll work on all of you guys. I just don't want you going to other humans. Those humans may not have your best interest in heart. No, I don't know anybody. That's not true. I shouldn't say that. I don't know anybody around here off the top of my head that would shoot a raccoon for any purpose. Well, you're talking them out of it? Okay. But doesn't Panama have like those huge, like everybody, like pythons? I mean, all of South America, Central America? I mean, that snake that my girlfriend at the time, Nikki, that was back in the 80s. Her snake came from somewhere, South America, Amazon, I don't know, somewhere. But it was not that python, but the other one. Not cobra, that's the one. That's the killer one. Just left my brain there. Sorry, guys. I saw, what I did see, which kind of unglued me, is I was around 1980. I was 18 years old. It was like the first time I went to Florida and the last time I vowed I'd never go back. But there were snakes in trees, like hanging out of trees in places. And we were warned by my grandparents. They had a condo in Cocoa Beach at the time. And we were warned of two things. Don't go off the highway to steal oranges. And nobody watches the oranges there because the alligators apparently do it for them. Like walking through the ditch to get to the orange orchard is apparently taking your life in your hands with the alligators or crocodiles, whatever they have there. And snakes were the other ones. And I did see snakes hanging out of trees there. I don't know what they were. Now, I've read some crazy things that people have found huge anacondas, pythons, whatever, in the Everglades. They shouldn't be there, but people release them or, they escape. And of course, Florida is not a whole lot different weather-wise than, let's say, Central America or other places that tropical snakes would be happy about. Oh, what's going on here? One's just took off out of hell. I'm going to have to do some studying about Panama. I realize I don't know as much about Panama as I probably should. I mean, it was when we were kids here in school, Panama was taught in school because of the Panama Canal. And the Panama Canal was as important to Canada as it was all these other countries. For, and they would tell you like 1,000 reasons a grade 8 kid would never understand, but they taught it anyway. Yeah, because I had grandparents that lived there. In the winter, because they had their house in Michigan, but in the winter they'd go down there, and that's when the whole family would go visit that condo then. But they sold that, and I will say Cocoa Beach was beautiful. I mean, the ocean, all of it. There wasn't the big. Like my grandparents, when they were on a highway called Highway A1A, and in front of their condo was A1A, and then there was the beach and the ocean. There were no, condos or anything. Well, after a few years, they got their whole view of the ocean taken away because people started building condos. Well, behind their condo was the Banana River, and that's where all the wildlife was. Forget the ocean. The Banana River is what had everything in it. It had, I saw them there, sea cows, I think they're called. I saw those in that river. Alligators or crocodile, whichever ones that lived there. Saw those in that Banana River. There were snakes, never saw them, but I was told specifically there were water snakes, big ones that lived in that river. And a dozen other creatures that were not for Canadian people to know about or exist with. Yeah, the Banana River it was called. And then there was another river called the Indian River. Pensacola. I don't know where that is. I know where Miami Beach is, never been there. Damn, I better split. I just heard a fox, I think. It was either a fox, coyote, or a tiny Sasquatch. My kitties need to be rounded up. I haven't heard the coyotes tonight, Aiden. They've been quiet here. And usually this is the time of year I was saying in the video that when I'm out harvesting, the coyotes have been coming up closer and closer and closer. And I didn't come up tonight at all. Okay, good night, Aiden. If you're driving up 3rd, you'll see 2194. That's the main house. If you keep going towards Watson's on the left, you'll see a trailer with a gray pickup truck. That's me. If the pickup's here, I'm here. I may be sleeping because these pills they give me for my PTSD, it flattens my ass. Oh yeah, I have wolves here. I've seen them. And I have coy wolves here as well. And strangely enough, the coy wolves, which should be smaller than a wolf, they're the biggest wolf coyote things I've ever seen. Had a picture. It got, unfortunately, the hard drive it was on died. But Randy, one of the guys that comes hunts here, he doesn't hunt with a gun. He's crossbow. But he has like a really fancy, you know, no, my brain just went blank. Anyway, the telescope, whatever. But his was fancy. You could take pictures with it. And we got some pictures of the coy wolf here. And we were shocked because coy wolf really should be smaller than the average wolf. Well, this thing was bigger. Beautiful animal. Anyway, we got a couple pictures of it. Never saw him again. But Randy was definitely like, I'm out here hunting with this. He says, I'm going to be paying closer attention. I said, well, I warned you, Randy, there are wolves here. Didn't know there was a coy wolf here, but we know it now. And Aiden, I don't know if you, Drummond School Road, okay. I was just there, what I do is I went to Hinton Dodge because I'm taking the Dodge back. They want to buy my truck back because I'm buying that bus. I was just on Drummond School Road here the other day going in the back way. Instead of going through Perth, I take 7th line and then go up to the school road there. And then I go back out to 7 and then go back up 7 to Hinton so I don't have to go through Perth. What day was I there? Just what's this, Thursday, Friday today? So I was there like last Thursday or Friday. Drummond School Road, you can't miss my place. It's all dip. Okay, that just means rough and runny like my place. And there is wood everywhere. I think I know exactly the place. Right? Drummond School Road is the one that runs from Highway 7 back to what road is that? It's about 7th line. Where the township garages are. Am I right? That's Drummond School Road. Yeah, 7th concession. Okay, that's it. Yeah. I was just there. Last Thursday or Friday. I went to go see Sammy over at Hinton to see, they wanted to see the truck. I mean, obviously they sold it to me just in January, but they said, bring it on in. And Carson, I guess, is the guy that does the buybacks there. I hadn't washed the truck, so I said, well, he said, well, go get it washed. I haven't gone back, but I am going back because this deal's going to be going through with the bus. But yeah, I was just there, and I'll probably, when I go back to the dealership, that's the way I'll be going, is right by your place. If I can avoid Perth at all, I do. I have to go to Perth, unfortunately, to go to the car wash because I don't have a pressure washer here. I have one at the logging yard, but I need the vacuum and everything. So I'm just going to go to that one over on, on the, where the car wash is, by the Shell station there, down on, down in the back of Perth there. Anyways, so get that all cleaned up and bring it back over to Hinton. And the which I'm going to accept because I know they're going to be fair with me anyway. They're so anyway, they'll make their offer as soon as Wayne gets back to me on the repairs for the bus, which now, because of the holiday on Monday, I can't get any news on that bus until Tuesday. The garage is going to give me the news, his garage. Then I'm going to bring it back here, Aiden, and you must know Paul and Jane from Paul's Auto there up on Highway 7. Sweet Jane. I'm going to have them look at the bus before I sign anything over to Wayne. They're literally family, and we bring the logging company. We bring all our trucks to them if we ever need them to do the repairs, like outside of what we can do at Jamie's. But yeah, that's what's going on. I can't wait to get this bus. I'm going to have to hire someone else to come here when I'm away, though, because if I what might end up happening is Randy and them will come down and hunt here sometime during hunt. And they're likely going to get, because I mean, I got quite a few deer here. So they're not going to walk away empty-handed, that's for sure. But then what I might do is once they're done, I got the bus here. I'll just put the boat on the back of it. I'll hook the boat up back and I'll head up to Crotch Lake, park it there, and then I'll film, but we'll get some fishing in up there too. But I'll get Randy and Chris out with me maybe. But while I'm away, even that, I mean, that's close. But while I'm away, I'll get somebody to come over here and feed them. I had a lad here working, but we had a bit of a tip, so he's not back here, unfortunately. Best worker I've had, and we had to have a tip. He caught me on a bad day. Hey, Nishida, I wonder if your son would like I mean, you just get him a garter snake from out in the yard somewhere. They don't bite. They're not poisonous. He should be able to look after a garter snake, no trouble. And they're a tough snake. I mean, I'm not saying, to abuse them. I'm just saying that, like, if they're not being taken care of perfectly, a garter snake, they're pretty tough little snakes. So, and they don't get all that big anyway. So, only at the pet store. I hear you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the cats would be too cool with a snake here. And I doubt the raccoons would be much happier about it either. So who we got here now? Okay, so Mama's left. I can't tell. Is that Sunshine? I don't think so. Hard to tell in this light. The Randy I'm talking about, Aiden, is Randy McDonald. McDonald's Corners is named from his family. His father was Mike. Likely you're 41? So Randy's little bit younger than you, I think. I'll have to check to see what age he is. He just had his birthday too. But his father, I guess he'd be around my age. Mike passed away. And his aunt, the little white bungalow, like if you're going up the hill and just before on the right where you see Wilp Hall's, like the road that goes into Wilp and Hall's place, like, you know, Hall's well drilling up there on Dalhousie, there's a white bungalow sitting back from the road, and it kind of is up on a hill, and, you know, if you were at her place having coffee, you could look out her front window and you would see Dalhousie Lake. Anyway, she's a McDonald, and she's been there her whole life, and McDonald's Corners is named after that family. Randy's used to be a pretty wild lad. Used to be the sandwich maker at Tim Hortons on Highway 7. She's working over at, she left there, now she's working as dispatch over at Glen Tay. What time is it here? Let me check. Time for a coffee, I can tell you that. It is 10 minutes to 3 a.m. Eastern time. Not unusual for me. I'm up. I'll be up till daylight and probably won't even sleep because I'm panicked about these plants that I need to trim. If the raccoons hadn't shown up, I'd just be doing a stream with me trimming, which would have been boring as all hell. I'm a night bird, Nishita. I worked in a strip club for a number of years in management, and that club was on the Quebec side, so it used to be open till 3 a.m. every day. And I've never been able to shake the night thing ever since. It was terrible when I was driving truck because I usually would be up at 4 in the morning to go get ready for my day. Yeah, you're 3 hours behind us here, right? I'm waiting to trim. Rain better hold off. Aiden, I don't know if you should trust that. Let me check the radar here. How many plants have you still got sitting outside? I mean, if you only got 3 or 4, you're probably okay, but I don't know anybody in these parts that has only 3 or 4. Legalization was so funny here. It was like nothing changed here. It was like, fuck, it's been, nobody in Lanark gave a crap about the law ever. We all grew 10 generations worth. I'm just checking to see the radar there, Aiden. Sorry if I'm yelling. I got to get used to not yelling into that camera. Oh yeah. Lots of rain coming, god damn it. Okay, here. Hang on, bud. I'll let you know. You're not going to make it, brother. The rain is now... Hold on here. On the north side, it's up past Pembroke now. And it's going to hit us. Hang on. No, it's changed direction a little bit. We're going to get, hey, Aiden, it's going to get here around, it looks like around 6:30 a.m. because it's changed direction a little bit. Instead of coming due east, now it's going northeast. And the heavy rain looks like it's going to miss us for now, but after it starts here in a couple, well, it's 3 o'clock, so, oh, I lost what I was looking at. Are you still there, Aiden? Okay. I know you wanted to go to bed there. I don't blame you. Not everybody's night people like me. 4 a.m., 5, 6. So it's going to hit us around 6:30 or so, between 6 and 7. And then after that, forget it. It's rain the rest of the day. The huge green. It goes all the way from Pittsburgh, even further, almost down to Tennessee, all the way up through New York, Pennsylvania, North Bay, right into Quebec. This is a huge storm system. My Georgian Bay is covered in rain. Yeah, so I don't know, buddy. That's what I did. I didn't want to go out there for fear of the bears or whatever, so I drove the ATV back there, left the ATV on with the lights, wore that big fancy headlight thing, and made as much racket as I could possibly make back there because that's the first time I've ever taken them down in the dark. Always have gotten them done before dark. But that little panic thing, that was it for me. And they're gone again. Handy headlamp. Yeah. Where's mine? Well, here. They claim this is 90,000 lumens, this thing. And it might very well be. It's the brightest thing. Nobody at the campground said, like, whoa, what is this thing? And they thought it was like a $100 lamp. And I said, no, it was a $40 lamp from Amazon headlamp. Best one I've ever owned. I was saying the other day to myself, I need to go buy a second one and just put it away somewhere in case they stop making them or something. No, another one, just this one. Well, you guys will see it in a second there. I might, you know what I should do is maybe throw a little bit of more food in there because they may not come here for a couple of days now. With the rain, they may just well, yeah, I've used them for years. I mean, when they started making these headlamps, but for fishing, ice fishing, whatever. But they weren't very powerful and didn't last long. But this thing, it's a monster, man. Like, look at the size of the battery pack on this thing. I can recharge it, no problem. It also has, I can charge my phone with it. There's the C, and there's the USB. It's crazy, this thing. Here, you'll get a general idea. They claim it's 90,000 lumens. That seems crazy to me. There you go. That's the brightest setting on this thing. Blind my poor raccoons. Anyway, the bear didn't like that light when I pointed it at him. But anyway, 40 bucks. I still can't believe it. And they still have it on there. Like, when you put you on your Amazon, you bought this product before. I put it back on my buy list because I'm going to buy a second one. Your raccoons come every day, no matter what, rain or no rain. Okay, well, then we'll assume they're going to be here then. I've seen them not come here, though, when it's raining since I've had them here. Rocky, I don't know if I've ever... yeah, I must have mentioned Rocky before, Nishita. Rocky was the raccoon that I was feeding and taking care of here before. But he was a bit brain damaged because he showed up here one winter. There was blood on the snow. And I'm like following the blood. Well, then I followed the blood and he was underneath the trailer. That's before I had the skirting on the trailer. And he was there and he was still a baby. Like not a full baby, but not maybe a teenager. Didn't think there was much hope of him living. So I started... Well, that big bear at the Sabo Beach wasn't impressed with that light. Saved my life, probably, because he did turn on me. And I didn't have anything to hit him in the nose with, like punch him. But better to have something in your hand, because you whack them in the nose, they'll back off. But I'm just reading Sasquatch. Okay, that's what. But that thing blinded that bear. That's probably what saved me that night. So stupid. I was high on shrooms. I'd gone to the First Nations, one of the First Nations trailers that sell weed and shrooms and all that. And the lady there says, "Oh, you got to try this." And it was chocolate, blueberry, dark chocolate, with with psilocybin mushrooms in. So I got a pretty good little buzz that night on those, and that was part of the reason I ended up chasing that bear. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I wouldn't repeat it. If I did repeat it, I'd film it. I'm so pissed I didn't film it. Talk about a YouTube going viral there. 60-year-old idiot, dipstick in the oil pan of life, as I describe myself, chasing a 400 or 500 pound bear in a campground at 1 in the morning. Those poor people. They sure found, they were brand new campers. First time they ever camped. They were the campsite next to me, but down the hill a little bit because I had that huge campsite. And first time camping, they really didn't know what they were doing, but you leave them to their devices. You know, if they ask advice, you give it, but leave them to their devices so they can learn, right? Well, they learned the hard way about leaving food on the table. And from what I understand, well, they called up to the front desk, and of course, Lisa and them are already probably in bed. Well, 1 in the morning on a weekend, no. But anyway, when they got up there, the picnic table was covered in food. So that's why I was saying they a literal smorgasbord for that poor bear. Well, if you're going to bed, Nishita, that's my cue then. And Aiden, well, buddy, you might want to get out there and do some getting those plants, at least get them out of the rain anyway. Aiden, if you're still online here, if you want to trade, I've got some pretty nice weed. We should trade, see what you got. Well, thank you, Nishita. This was your idea, and we're definitely going to do this some more. So, like I say, Dave does the odd, Dave does the, Dave's RB Life, he does the odd live show. There's the other one that just started doing live shows. One Woman's Wilderness. And she is living off grid up, Aiden will know where this is. She's up, she's near Knollville, Ontario, which is on the northwest corner of Algonquin Park, but outside the park. She's up there in the boonies pretty heavy, but she's 100% off grid. Single woman. She's totally, like, you really got to go see her channel. I wouldn't do her justice by explaining what she's been doing up there, but she's incredible. Well, thank you guys for coming, man. This is like, I enjoyed this. And I was only going to do this to talk to somebody while I was trimming rather than make 3 hours of video on the, you know, to edit and put up on the thing. So I'm glad we did this. Nishita, you've been nothing but good ideas here. One Woman's Wilderness. Her real name is, but that's not, I mean, that's public. She's originally a Quebec girl, which is really funny. Lisette Brisson, she parle français, no problem there. She speaks good French. But she just did some live shows with a girl that came up from, I think it's Alabama. And she's got her own thing. So they did these they did these live shows together. And it turned out really well. I was, oh no, that's my phone. Whenever I get an email, that's my notification. I have a whoop sound for that. Wait to hear my ringer. It's an old 1970s bell ringer phone. I can't stand all those new sounds. Hold on here. Where? Okay, YouTube. I think she's got a new video out. I got on my list. I got to watch too. Where is she here? There she is. That's her here, if you guys can see that. One Woman's Wilderness. I believe that is the lake or river behind her place, but I guess she's got quite a walk to get there or something. Anyways, she was working in construction out of Toronto. She has a construction, like, I know the job she does because, I mean, I used to deal with people like her. The job she was doing would come on our job sites. And anyway, she's taken a leave of absence from there. And she's doing her thing here. And I don't even know if she needs to go back to work because she gets a lot of, people donating to her and stuff, I guess. She's been around longer than me. She's also a cute girl, so I'm sure she's got a million guys that go there just to see her. And that's fine. I mean, whatever. But what gets me is, like, if you ever go back and watch her videos, some of the work that she did, then she had somebody helping her, but she learned, and boom, she just fell right into it. Obviously, she's a natural for off grid. And she she learns on the fly is what she's doing, and she's pretty impressive, I have to say. I couldn't do what she's doing. I guarantee, like, the way she's gone off grid, no way could I do that. She's got 2 beautiful dogs, like white dogs. Like I said, she's there all by herself up there in the middle of nowhere. I think she finally put the well in this year, but she was going to get her water from, we have one up on River Road near Umpa. It's like a pipe that comes out of the ground. It's spring water. It comes out of there. She had one of those. But I believe she did finally put the well in, because I mentioned it to her. Something there was a, oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Can you see that over there? Stretched right out. Look at this. Oh, that's terrible. You guys are going to keep us all night, you raccoons. You look at this. Is that you, Andrea? Hey, babies. Is that you? Is that you, babies? Hey? What are you doing there, you silly raccoon? Oh, we'll do this live stuff, and yes, it is therapy. You know what? And I was worried that people be like, oh, they're bored. So now what I do is I make, okay, it's a vlog. I'm doing a lot of talking, or I'm filming this. But it's been really good for my PTSD. Because I'm talking to people. There's nobody out here. Aiden will tell you. I don't see people for weeks on end if I don't leave here. Well, I obviously do. I go in every 2 weeks for groceries. But if I didn't go in for groceries, but just having that steady yakking and cracking and whatever, and now this live thing, I'm really enjoying this. We're going to do this more rather than me. And I mean, as long as YouTube is saving this video, I can download it, fix it up, and put it back up. And then I don't have to film twice. It's good enough the way it is. You see her? Look at her playing over there. Silly animal. Look at her. Well, I'm assuming it's Andrea. I don't know that to be fact. Yeah. Get some light on her here. Hey, Pumpkin, what you doing over there? I think she's digging with her left paw. What are you doing, you silly raccoon? Hey? Andrea, is that you? You come play with me? No, that's not you, eh? Look at the paw in the back. Oh. And that's Sunny here. She's still feeding. That's good. You know, Sunny might have just taken off to get away from the babies and then come back when there's less of them to bother her. And you did say that before, Nishida. You said that the mother will chase them away eventually, right? I stay away from loud noises, traffic, people. I surround myself with nature and raccoons. Yep, I'm with you. I don't have to, like, this stuff I'm doing for this guy, the sales online and then the firewood, I've been doing pretty much all my life. I mean, that's, my dad was doing that when he wasn't working at the computer place, but I'm actually really enjoying doing a little bit of work, but I don't have to work, really. I mean, I don't have rent. I don't have, other than electricity and propane. My firewood's free. So, I mean, food, of course, costs money. Well, there, Pumpkin, you're emptying out the dish. Are you trying to tell me I need to go get you some more water here or what? Oh, I love you raccoons. Are you trying to tell me that day that Nishita, I don't know if you saw that one, but where one of the babies was dragging the water bowl after it emptied out, and it was dragging the water bowl to me, as if to say, "Fill my water bowl." I couldn't believe it. Work part-time and the other half work from home. Yeah, that's perfect. And that's what I said to Mark and to Jamie. I said, listen, don't worry about me selling stuff because I'm going to put the Starlink on top of the bus. I got that laptop thing now. So I'll just, whatever they need me doing, I mean, the extra cash will put fuel in the damn thing. When I get older, I'm moving into the forest with raccoons. Oh, hey. Me, once things, whatever happens with my mom, I'm hoping to keep her here and not ever have to put her in a home. So as long as I can keep her, you know, straight, like not straight and narrow, that's not the word I want. As long as her memory is enough that she's able to function around the house safely, do what she needs to do to take care of herself, and then if it gets a bit bad, I can hire somebody to go in and help because she doesn't want me helping at all. That's just the way she is. But she'll let a nurse come in, but she won't let me help. Very independent. Aiden will tell you, bush women out here, extremely independent women. Anyway, that's good. They need to be out here. But anyway, in the meantime, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. We'll go on these short trips with the bus. But when I end up having to sell her, I won't keep this place once my mother's not here because she's the last family member other than me, and Helena and Chris don't want me to stay here by myself. They're worried that I might. What's going on over here now? They're worried I might go on a party run or do something silly. Who knows? Anyways, my mom's 82. She just turned 82 on September 26th. I've noticed a definite deterioration of the memory in the last, I'm going to say 8 or 9 months. She won't leave the house for any reason. She won't get vaccinated, which is fine. So she does have to be careful at that age. But if I can keep her here till she's 100, that's great. And I'll just do the bus thing, go back and forth. But what's this? My mom gave, oh, look who's here. Andrea's showing up. She wants to play. I wanted to see what you wrote, but I really hate not to pay attention to her. Hey, puppies, what are you doing? Get your ear. Get your nose. Got your nose, puppies. Hey, Andrea. Got your belly. Got your belly. Got your belly. Oh, what you doing? What you doing? You gonna grab my hand? No biting now. Hang on a minute. I'm going to turn this way. Where is she? Woohoo! Woohoo! You silly raccoon. You silly. Look, you guys can only see the ears, eh? And it paws back here. Oh, I got your belly. Oh. You knew too, eh? You're a smart raccoon. My. What do you think, Andrea? You come with me and the cats and the bus? And Murph, the new dog we haven't gotten yet? Hey, babies? Look at the little paw coming up. Look at the little paw. You just want to play, you silly raccoon, you. You see raccoon. I think that would be just so cool. Travel around on the bus with her. As long as she would come back, I wouldn't want to have to put her on a leash, but I also wouldn't want her to run away and never come back. And if I'm like 3 hours from here, because this would, she knows this is her home. So, hey, Mama Bear, your little Andrea's flirting with me again. Is that okay? After that, she said never again, and the next was a proper bush baby. Our women are scary tough. Yep. I'm going to say that my mom is still, I'm going to say about 98, maybe 95% clear-minded, but I'm definitely noticing, things. And for my mother, that's a really big deal because she's a librarian, very, very intelligent, extremely intelligent. Oh, why are you panting? What's going on here? Are you just being silly with me? Hey? My little girl. My babies. Hey, my babies. Oh, got your belly. Oh, I got your belly too, didn't I? Oh, you guys missed that. Why do you have to hide under there, Andrea? No, it's your pace, sweetie. Eventually she'll let me play with her out here, I think. It's got to be at her pace, I'm guessing. She's at least making the effort. There she goes. I think that's her. There's two of them underneath there. I think that's her. Yeah, that's her. Oh, Andrea, I'm sorry. I didn't go get the water. What a bad human I am. Hang on, sweetness. Yeah, right on, Aiden. Well, from what I've read about raccoons, they can get pretty moody if you don't pay attention when they want. Cats are cool about that. But everything I've been reading about raccoons, they don't get their way and they don't get their attention when they want it. Apparently they can get moody, depressed, all kinds of things. I had no idea. And Rocky was never like that. I mean, like I say, he was brain damaged, unfortunately, and I was able to save him. And he lived here for 4.5 years. Then one day he just didn't come back. And out in the wild, at least here in Canada, they live about maybe a maximum 5 years without help. Pets, I'm told that they live as long as cats, 18, 20 years, because all my cats have all lived. Buddy lived till he was 18. I'm certain these three will be there. Blackie's got a bit of a problem with crystals, but I think I've got a handle on that. But yeah, apparently if they're well taken care of and as pets, they will live as long as a cat. Or they will live longer because I'm helping them here, feeding them, making sure that, they've got everything they need, fresh water, whatever. So, but yeah, Blackie. Rocky, he didn't come back one day, and I knew that he must have finally. He was getting pretty old there at the end. Like he was having trouble coming up on the stairs, and he wasn't shy with me at all. Like there was no timid, no nothing. I mean, the first time that he ever even approached me after he was healthier, he'd come up on the deck behind me, and I'm sitting exactly where I'm sitting right now. And he was up underneath the chair. Hold on here, I'll switch it. He was underneath the chair, like right here. And all I felt was a wet, it was just something wet licking. I knew right away it was licking, okay? And I thought, well, is there a cat here or something? I never dreamt it was Rocky the raccoon. And he was licking the back of my leg. There was nothing on my leg, no blood, nothing for him there. I don't know if it was his way of saying, well, I'm licking you to say hi like a cat will do often. No idea. But he wasn't afraid to come up the stairs. If I let him in, he probably would have just wandered in and stayed there. I don't know. Like I said, he was special because of the accident, but he had no fear of me at all. No timidness. I could pet him if I wanted. I didn't. I was very careful with Rocky. I mean, he did get pet, but nothing regular like I've been doing with Andrea. Oh, why is your hair raised up on your back? What's going on? Yeah, Mama's looking too. One of the babies just walked by with its hair raised up on the back. My hearing. And then Mama Bear, she went and looked up as he walked by with his hair. Just like a cat, eh? You know how they puff out their tails and stuff? Well, this is going on a lot longer than I've ever seen them do this. Of course, this is the longest I've sat out with them too, though, which I should have been doing more often than I've been. Because I'm really bothered that Sonny has been extra timid around me. But yeah, Rocky was a good raccoon. I paid, can't remember who it was I paid somebody while I was away at the camping trip. I can't remember who it was that was coming here now. Anyways, Rocky wasn't shy or timid around that person either. He knew what time to show up for his food, and you know, my friend was here and sat with him, and I didn't even ask him to do that. It was like, that was so nice that he did that. So I was almost 100% convinced Blackie Rocky was going to be an indoor because of the damage and everything, but I managed to keep him outside and he survived. So he had to be fed. I mean, I don't know if he was feeding out of the swamp or not. I don't know, but he had to get fed all the time. Like I said, he shouldn't have survived that winter. I really still kind of amazed by that, with all that blood that I saw in the snow. Now, of course, blood looks always more than it actually is, especially on snow. I mean, it was cold. He was underneath the trailer. He was in a spot there was no snow, so at least he had it. But if I didn't put that food out for him, he would have never even got to that. Look at here. Are you food drunk? That's a new word I've learned recently. I like that, food drunk. I could say I've been food drunk from a few Chinese buffets over the years. Buffet Mandarin in Toronto. That's a fucking hell of a place. I don't know how they made money the way they served food there. It was the most incredible buffet I've ever been to. I just don't know how they made money. They were only like $20, but I mean, they had more than just Chinese food like this. Like, it was like 5 or 6 huge different buffets. It was Mexican food, and one of them, Canadian type food, like, like roast beef, whatever. Then there was an Italian buffet, Chinese. It was just insane, that place. It still is. It's still there. There's a chain of them now, I guess. That's the awning, guys. I know. I can't stop that awning, sweetheart. One thing, Nishita, I'm going to tell you is that this was before even Rocky. I had babies come up here with a raccoon. This was, I don't know, 8 or 9 years ago. They didn't stay around here long. But all the babies climbed up that 2x, well, you can see even now there's still scratch marks on it. They climbed up that 2x4, climbed up on top of the awning, and the babies were up there. And I thought, well, they're never going to get down. They're too. I thought, well, I guess I'll have to get a ladder and see if I can bring them down. But I couldn't believe that. And then, I don't know, they were around here for a week or two, and then I never saw them again. That's years ago. But they literally were on, I mean, the whole little brood, there's 3 or 4 of them anyway. Little brood up there on my awning. It's a wonder they didn't tear a hole through it, but they didn't. What do you think, Sonny? Eh? She's like, could you put some more food in here for us? I could do. Why is this phone now wanting to bend over? Okay. Well, guys, you think maybe, well, I got to fill your dish anyway with water, so how about I bring you out a little more dog food for tonight? Oh, look at this. I love when they do this. They start playing, eh? Then they remind me of kittens. Oh, yeah. You want to see these little buggers. And I thought for sure they weren't going to be able to get down from up top there. They got down all right. I don't think Mama Raccoon was too impressed because she didn't climb up, but they did. I left them be and they were able to figure it out on their own, so that was good. Look at you, you big silly raccoons, eh? Meh. Meh. You gonna growl at me? You gonna growl at me? Oh, mama. Okay, I'll go get, look at, she looked right up at me like, why is there no water in here? Human, get off your fat ass and go get some water. Hang on, babies, I'll go get you your water. Lazy human, eh? That's like Jim Cornette from wrestling. Lazy booking. Oh. Where's your water jug, guys? I didn't leave it out there. Where's your water jug? Hey, Mama Bear, where are you? I'm getting, oh, did you go to the pool for your water? Oh, I'm a really bad human, aren't I? Eh? Bad human. Oh yeah, that's what she did. Hey babies, come on for your bowl. She's looking right at me. She's like, is he putting, yep. Yeah. Hey babies, see Sonny? I didn't forget your water. Don't worry. I know, I should have done it quicker. Well, just in case tomorrow, guys. The rain is stupid heavy tomorrow. Eh? Won't hurt you to have a little bit more. Hey, Bubbas? Why are you sitting in the food dish, you silly, silly raccoon? Now, how am I going to feed you if you're going to sit in there? Hmm? Yeah, how do I put that in there? You're sitting in the food dish. There you go. Hey, Sonny, there you go, guys. It's okay. It's all right, guys. I know this is closer than we like to do, but I'm hoping we're not... Oh, what's going on, Sonny? You coming to see me? Hope you're not mad at me or something. Hey, babies? Oh, I wish I could... I would really like to be able to pet Sonny. I know it's funny, everybody wants to pet the baby, but Sonny is like... She's my baby. I'm so proud of her, what she's gone through and survived it and done as well as she has done. Hey, Sonny, I love you so much. Okay, I still love you too. Don't worry. Don't have to stare at me. But your mummy, you know, you're alive because your mummy brought you here. Yeah. Your mummy was smart raccoon. Food drunk, yeah, that's it. Food drunk. I like that. Come on, guys, you know that bird or whatever that is. Night bird or whatever is making that racket. What's that? You know what? That's more raccoons. That's your brothers and sisters. I can hear them. They're over on the other side of the table. They're likely playing. Maybe they found the tennis balls I bought them, because just like cats, I get them toys and they disappear. Then you go trip over something and there's their toy. Well, we know where Sunshine gets the daintiness, don't we? I'm going to be in real trouble. She gets pregnant again. Let's say she has an average litter of 3 or 4. And then Sunshine, who should be pretty much full size by next spring, she gets pregnant, has 3 or 4. Andrea, if in fact she's a female, which I'm pretty sure she is now. I'm pretty sure I have identified her as a female. But suppose she gets pregnant, I'm going to end up like with 30 raccoons here, just like that guy, the raccoon whisperer. Oh. Well, where'd she go now? What's going on here? Hey, you guys are playing with my... Oh, you just like cats. You're playing with my weed now? What's going on there, raccoons? No. They're doing something. Pool. Somebody right in the pool? Am I seeing? Oh, no, there. She's gone to drink. Okay, Sonny. Hey, babies. Is one of the babies? Oh, yeah, one of the babies is right in the pool playing with... Oh, for cripe's sakes. You crazy raccoon, you. Okay, can I disconnect this, I wonder? Hey, Bubs. What you doing? They're playing in the pool. Look at that. Well, that's why I bought the pool. So they would have somewhere to play in the water, because they love that, obviously. I'm surprised the basketball isn't being thrown out, because they don't like the basketball in there. They keep pushing the basketball out. Maybe that's what she's trying to do now. And then the little yellow tennis balls, like when I was finding them, I'd throw them in there and they would take them right back out again. Oh, see? He's pushed the basketball. Look at that. You silly ass raccoons. Well, that's why we bought that pool. 20 bucks. Boy, broke the bank on that one. I couldn't believe how cheap it was. Well, there's the other one. Okay, there's 2 of them in the pool now. 3. Okay. Whatever. As long as they're happy. Hey, Bubs. Now, how am I going to sit there with you at my feet? Eh? What am I going to do? You're like, I don't care. How about I pet you? Oh, is that you, Bubs? Is that you? Is that my Bubs? Oh, it is too, is it? What are you doing? You good boy. You good boy. Oop. Sorry. Almost hit you in the head. I did not want to do that. Hey, Bubs. Hey, Bubs. You good boy. Hey. Scratch you in the back. Oh, what's on your nose? How about back here? Oh. On your tail. Hey? Well, he's not trying to bite me. He's just like, Oh, now we got another one under here. Are you guys going to let me sit now? Boy, you're meaner to your brother than you are me. What? What? Oh, is that you, Andrea? What are you doing? What are you doing walking behind me? Hey? Where's my girl? Where's my little girl? Where's my little girl? I love your little paws. I do, I do. You're such a little girl. Yes, Andrea. You're such a good girl. Here you go, babies. You hold Daddy's finger. It's okay. Yeah, we'll hold hands just like a couple. Hey? Want to hold Daddy's finger? Okay. Oh, Andrea, you're going to make me fall in love with you. And then you're going to come live in the bus with the cats and everybody else. Oh, look at you sitting right here. You ain't going to move. It's okay, babies. Is that a tick? I feel a little lump there. Nope, piece of dirt. I got it out for you, babies. I think this is Bubba's. Oh. What happened there, Bubs? Just got tired of me petting you? Look at Sunshine. Look who's back. Sunshine's back. You always know it's her. She sits on her haunches and eats. And she's dainty. Oh, well, little Andrea, I mean, it's just a matter of time before I've got her in my lap. She already tried to climb up on me once already. Did I get that on film? 2 or 3 of them tried to climb up on me, but I put a stop to that right away. But she came back and tried to climb, and I let her go so far, and then I put her, look at this, over here, food drunk again. Most people see raccoons as pests. City people, not out here, Aiden, you know that. Yes, they can do damage to crops and property, but that's usually the human's fault. Crops, well, I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, and that's such... Sunshine, what are you eating with all those little... Anyway, yeah, get rid of those, silly girl. Oh, don't eat. Okay. Jeez. Oh, Sunshine. You're quite the cat of a raccoon. No, you don't eat those. Oh, I was going to say, I just heard chirp, like chittering, but it's her over here. I thought, oh, the other missing baby. No. Yeah, they'll eat corn, eh? Nishita here, they go into cornfields. Farmers get a little bent out of shape, but you're not going to be able to stop that. But the property damage mostly comes because people don't put their garbage away proper, or, and like in my case, I have a heavy duty garbage bin. I mean, that's bear proof, let alone raccoon proof. So, but I mean, that's the thing. They're going to go in your garbage. They know there's food. They can smell it. They probably, from the looks of their noses, look at them stretching. Look at this. Their noses are probably as delicate, as sensitive as a dog, like smell-wise. What sucks is where I live, my neighbors do shoot the raccoons. That's more rare than it's common. Most people leave them alone out here. My mother doesn't really interact with, she's got 4 or 5 raccoons over there. And they never come up here, and these guys never go there. There's enough of a separation. But my mom doesn't interact with them like I do. And but I mean, they don't get any garbage. The only thing they're getting is, that my mom feeds seeds to the birds and to the chipmunks and stuff. So, but she puts up enough out there for the raccoons as well. But same thing at my mom's. No garbage is ever left outside. No food that isn't supposed to be left out there. That's the problem with most people, is that they're not like the couple. Like I said, the couple mentioned, whatever the case was, and maybe they didn't believe there's bear, but hey, you're in a campground. They're guaranteed there's going to be bear somewhere, especially if there's nice smelling things. Raccoon, no different. It's going to take the easiest meal it can find. Cats will do that. Dogs will do that. Any animal will do that. Look at Sunshine. Look at her. The other one won't even move to eat. She's got her tail. She's going to hip check him. Watch. Hey, Sunshine, you going to hip check him? He's an Ottawa senator. You're a Montreal Canadian senator. Or even worse, he could be a Maple Leaf. Are you a Maple Leaf? Are you a Maple Leaf? Oh, look at the look I'm getting. I'm not a Maple Leaf. I'm a senator, Ottawa senator. Yeah, that actually, Nishida, what you're saying is true about the trees being cut down. Because we're a logging company, and it doesn't matter, how good we are with the environment. Here in Ontario, the logging company that we have, if we go do a job for the ministry, every tree that we take down, they replace. So they grow baby trees, little trees, and all that. But I mean, we did a big cut up in the northwest corner of Algonquin Park on Falcon. I remember, I'll never forget the name, Falcon Lake, and elk up there, moose. Every morning, the boys would be up there, and there'd be half a dozen moose all hanging around equipment and stuff. Unreal. Never. Jamie says he says I'm like pointless, and I said, Jamie, I mean, you're cutting down, you know. So the ministry cannot fix that problem. But in that case, thinning the forest is actually good for the animals because, oh, that's where you're pooping and peeing over there now. Okay. Just saw him squat. Yeah. Okay. Nowhere near the food, though. I think that's so good. They're just like cats. They won't shit where they eat. Sunshine, what in the hell are you doing, you silly animal? Uh-oh. Hip check. I haven't encountered a few channels where people are hunting raccoons. Yeah, I'm not... Do you know what, though, Nishida? Raccoon hunting is a Southern American thing, if I remember correctly. It's a really kind of a big deal with them. I don't know if what they do with them. I cannot picture anybody eating them. I just don't think there's enough meat there, even if they live in the wild. But I know it's a thing with the Southern people about raccoons. I don't know exactly. I have to look up that. I just remember something. Look at you. Look at you over there. Hey, babes. Hey, babes. What you doing? Is that you, Andrea? No. Oh, I guess everybody looking at me all of a sudden tonight. But am I a popular guy all of a sudden? Hey, babies. Hey, babies. Where are you? There you are. Hey, babies. You trying to reach me? Okay. There, I touched your paw too. See? You touched my paw, I touched your paw. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah, see? I'm no threat to you. No, I'm the guy that gives you food. Whoa, look at this. Somebody's being submissive to me. Why would you do that now? You don't need to, babies. You don't need to. Nobody's ever going to harm you here. No. Worst that'll happen is people will feed you. I'm sure people still buy those stupid raccoons. Yeah. I don't get that at all. Okay, I get it back in the 1800s when there was probably 1 billion raccoons here. I mean, in this part of Canada, because there was no roads, no highways back in the 1800s. So I kind of get that, but okay. It disconnected for a minute. I don't know what happened there. In the 1800s, yes. It'd be a matter between living or dying, and these people come over from, my family came from Wales and Ireland. And so, coming into the Canadian environment wasn't exactly something that they were ready for exactly back in the 1800s. And it's not like they could go to the corner store. There weren't even roads here back in those days. But I could see them, whatever they could catch, kill, whatever, they would eat. The raccoon hats, oh, I'm getting Am I getting licked here again? Is Rocky back? What the hell? Who was that? Look at this. Completely in the bowl. Yeah, I just had one of the raccoons walk up. Oh, there he says, is that you, Andrea? Did you walk up behind me and give me a little lick on the back of my leg? Rocky is the only one that's ever done that. Yeah, babies, I'm talking. She's looking right at me. Hey, babies, what was that all about? Hey, licking my back of my leg. That's Rocky. Did Rocky make Mummy pregnant? That can't be. It can't be. That would be impossible. I really don't think that would have happened. Where the hell did she learn that? I just had one of them, Nishita. I just had Andrea, who's back underneath now. Oh, I don't want to share. I want to put the light on. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, everybody wants to come see me all of a sudden now. Hey, Bubs. Hey, Bubs. You good boy. Yeah, that's not Andrea. You gonna learn how to play too? No, scared him. He's not used to it yet, but at least he made a try anyway. That's good. Oh, is it? I think YouTube is going to cut your live soon. Yeah, is there a limit for all that? I know nothing about what's going on with this. It disconnected twice, Nishita. I don't know what happened. I didn't do it. It just suddenly there, and then all of a sudden it was back again. You guys got to cut me off or, push stop or something, because I'll keep talking especially tonight. I mean, we're having a real special night. They're hanging around a long, long time considering. It might be just part two. I'm here, so they're comfortable. They're like, okay, we'll stay longer because he's here and we feel safe. I don't know. There goes the water. There goes the water. Oh, the whole bowl. You silly raccoon. He's doing it on purpose. Look at this. He's just doing it. Look at there. Oh, Bubba. Now I got to go back inside. But you know what? I'm going to fire up a coffee because I won't be sleeping. I still got to trim. And since we're having such a special night, I'm going to see a few raccoons. Food junk. Are you food junk? Hey, beautiful. Are you food junk? Are you food junk? See, look at those teeth of theirs on the sheet. I guess you're... Oh, Aiden's still here. Good. I only watch live streams. No movies, no Netflix. This is real content. I do the same thing, but I do watch movies. No, not movies, but like TV shows, like there's the new Star Wars there with the Ahsoka, the female Jedi, and then The Mandalorian, that's another Star Wars one. Then there's all these new Star Treks I watch. Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Picard, which is not really new, but it is kinda. It's just Next Generation, but now. But Star Trek Picard, so I watch all those ones. I love those. But yeah, I'm mostly YouTube and then podcasts. I love podcasts. But I think that's an old person thing because podcasts are essentially talk radio. They call it podcasts, but I mean, it sounds just like talk radio to me mostly. So, yes, sunshine. You two gonna kiss? Oh, that's not sunshine. What am I talking about? Oh, the water again. All right, well, we'll get up and I'll get you some more water. I don't think you guys want any more food anyway, so. No apples tonight, guys. We're gonna see about tomorrow. We're gonna see if we can buy some bushels of deer apples. $5 a bushel or something. Probably it'd still be cheaper than me using the gas in the pickup truck to go from tree to tree to pick them like I was doing. Then I used the ATV for the last batch. Oh, what's the matter, babies? Eh? You look sad. You know what, raccoons? I think what I'll do, instead of tennis balls, I'm going to buy you guys some of the smaller balls like the cats play with, and we'll see how that, I mean, they're going to disappear too, but I can buy a dozen of them or so. Because, boy, they love to play. I don't need to tell you that, Nishita. These, they love to play. I won't consume any TV anymore. I just can't do it. Whatever entertains you is good. Yeah, I love YouTube too. I mean, most of that, like, other than specific stuff like Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever, but YouTube. And I watch my channels. One Wins Wilderness, Back Country, whatever, with Brian there from wherever he's. There's the rain. Is that the rain? No, that's just wind still. Bubba's. Hey, Bubba's. You're a good girl. You're a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Hey? You didn't even try to bite me, did you? Ooh. What's that? Oh, gotcha. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Oh, not your ear, eh? No, that's one thing I find. They don't like being scratched behind the ear like cats. At least not yet, anyway. He's like, I'm moving over there. Humans getting too friendly with me. I'm not used to that yet, he says. Oh. See, I got the Starlink here, so I get one of those IPTV things. So I don't have like cable or, satellite TV, none of that nonsense. But I have my specific things. So I can go to the IPTV and I get my Star Wars stuff that I want to watch, the Star Trek stuff. But I'm a member of Paramount Plus because it's Star Trek. And they gave me like a really cheap deal, $5 a month. Anyways, but yeah, to sit and watch like NBC, CBS, or anything, no, there's nothing on there for me anymore. There used to be like in the old days when MASH and All in the Family and Sanford and Son and all those old funny comedies, Cheers, Frasier. But all that stuff's gone nowadays. Oh yeah, water. Okay, let me go get you guys some more water since you decided to empty that one out. What did I do with the water jug now? It's back inside. Goldie, you've been sitting at this door the entire time. You are one jealous little cat, I think. Where's my coffee cup? Coffee cup. Need the coffee. Another 10 piece. Let's get a Sumatra. Eh? Starbucks Sumatra. Hey, Goldie, you jealous, eh? You jealous, aren't you? No need to be. You're raccoons, you're a cat. Big difference. Hey, Munchkin? You don't need to be jealous, Goldie. Just remember, Goldie, they're rescues just like you're a rescue. I know what you want. You want me to lay down on the couch and go watch Dave on Dave's RV life and see how he's working on his RV. Hey? Oh, what are you doing, Munchkin? Coming out to see me, huh? What? What do you want? I'm bringing you water, you silly bird. It's okay. Are you gonna hide underneath my chair now? Is that safe because that's where Daddy sits? It's safe? Hey, babies. All right, come get your water. We're having a really good night tonight with these. I'm glad we did this, Nishita. Just my landline and unlimited monthly internet is $150 a month. Well, I have a cell phone, so I don't have a landline. My mom still has a landline over there, but she also has a cell, which she absolutely never uses. But the Starlink here is one with tax. It comes out to $158 a month. But there's no limit on your gigabyte usage. There's no... my speeds are generally around, well, this time of night, download is well over 200 megabit, almost 300. And upload right now, whatever you guys are getting, I'm sure we're not even close to maxing it. And it only will keep getting faster and faster because every week there's more satellites. There's only 4,000 satellites up there. The goal is to get to 40,000. But 1 gigabyte downloads here, Aiden, will be pretty soon. That's the goal that Elon's shooting for, is 1 gigabyte download. So, and they just signed a big deal with a cloud networking thing. So instead of getting, like, it'll help with people on the network, so you won't get the slowdowns like at, say, 7 in the evening. A slowdown for me, let's say around 9:30 at night, a slowdown for me is going from, like, say 250 megabit down to maybe 80, 90, 100. And it just keeps getting faster every time they start plugging in more satellites into the constellation. What is that sound? That can't be a bird. Is that a bat making a noise? Could a bat make noise like that? Oh, what's going on here? Oh, I thought somebody was nibbling on my foot. Nope. Hey, Munchkin, what are you doing? Oh, I don't need the power anymore. I have lots of power. Well, I have high-speed internet plus cell phone, $120 a month, but that's $120 American, so our equivalent's going to... What the hell is that? You guys hear that too there, raccoons? What the hell is that noise? What creature is that? I do have a fisher here. He lives somewhere behind that trailer. I don't see him often, but he does come out. Yeah, $120 a month in Canadian would be about $160 a month. No? It's a squeaking sound, but like, I have a bird. There's a certain bird, a night bird here, that I hear him chattering, all the time at night. But this is a new sound. I'm not recognizing the sound. It could be a bat, maybe. It's definitely not another raccoon. Like, it's not the missing raccoon, because I know that sound. Maybe. No. animal is that? And it's close, too. Interesting. I'll have to go listen to a fisher. I don't think that's my fisher. Well, I mean, a fisher's not to be taken lightly, Aiden. They're like wolverines or the other crazy ones there, fishers. But I mean, I won't mess with a fisher. I'd rather deal with a black bear than a fisher. Hey, babies. What you looking at over here at me? It's okay. It's okay. What's going on? Why are you looking at me like that? Food's in the dish, you silly raccoon. What's on the ground that's got you all interested? You guys are missing your apples, aren't you? Hey? Oh, Sunshine, let him in. It's okay, Sunshine. He's not doing nothing. Or she. I don't know which one this is. Oh, you lay down now. Hey, puppies. Hey, Bubba's. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. Yeah, I think this might be Bubba. Hey, Bubba. Is that you? I really wish, you know what? Maybe I could put some duct tape on each one of you, just a little piece, and put your names on them. That would be majorly screwed up. Oh, what are you doing over there, Miss Sunshine? This is the longest I have ever spent with these raccoons. I'm wishing. Oh, what's happening here? Okay, Nishida, have a good night. Aiden. A fisher is somewhat similar to a wolverine. I'll like on the, you know where I can post pictures on the YouTube, Nishida? I'll post a picture of a fisher for you. They are somewhat, they can carry rabies. They can be dangerous. They will kill chickens. They will kill cats. Anything. They'll even kill raccoons. So, no, they're, you're better off just, like, avoiding fishers at all costs. Martin family, yeah, bigger, much bigger than a martin. Although martins can be pretty scary all on their own with a good bite. But yeah, martin. Big scary weasel, yeah. Of course, we have weasels here too, so. Anyway, it's definitely not one creature I'm wanting to mess with. Hey, babies. It's okay. Ooh. Ground at you, Sunshine. He's not growling at me. He's growling at you. Yeah. Uh-oh. What are you being so mean to your sister for? There's lots. Well, this is different. That is Sunshine, isn't it? It's okay, buddy. It's all right. There's lots of food. You guys don't have to fight. If we get lucky tomorrow, we'll find some apples. They've been eating every apple I put out for them, so, and I don't even have to cut them anymore. They're perfectly happy with the little round ones. Hear that, guys? Nishida saying goodnight. Hey, Bubbas, you too? Hey? Hey, Bubbas. Hey, Bubbas. Nishida's saying goodnight. Hi, babies. Turned right around while I was petting him and just... This must be Bubba. Unless this is another one I've just finally gotten to be okay with me petting. I've got another raccoon underneath here. Who's that over there? Oh, they're playing. I can't get the camera on them. All right, everyone. Well, if everybody's taken off, maybe I'll shut this down. Oh, there's 4 people in here now. I guess there's people that don't talk on there. Oh my God, apple. We used to call that Applejack wine. Oh, the worst hangovers on that, Aiden. Your dad will know what I'm talking about there. Just tell him Applejack wine. He'll remember. He should. How old your dad must be my age? Because if you're 41, so 20. Yeah, so your dad just mentioned Applejack wine, and he'll probably just hold his head and go, that is a hangover. And he's right. Peace and live long and prosper, Nishida. That's my Balkan thing. Applejack wine, he'll remember this, was one of the cheapest wines you could buy. So for all us teenagers, 16, 17, 18, that could get away with buying them, you know, like $3 a bottle. But, I mean, talk about getting sick and hungover and just, ugh. Of course, we didn't know that back then, but, you know, you get as you learn. My cousin from Washington, the one that lives in Washington that's sick, I remember the first time he ever got super drunk, and that was on Applejack wine. They're wrestling, but they're making little cooing noises at each other in the corner. I can't see them. They're right underneath there. Hey, Bubba's. Daddy pet your back again? Yes, you good boy. Yes, you are. Sunshine jealous now, eh? Yeah. You're going to be nice to your sister, eh? Okay. You good boy. You good boy, Bubby. Eh? You good boy? Oh, I love your fur. Well, then maybe I'll shut her down. My coffee's made, and I'll go inside and leave these guys to their devices. Aiden, I hope you don't lose any weed because of this. It hasn't started raining yet. It's 4:06. Just going to check again here. I'm so glad. I didn't think I jumped the gun this year. Finally. And I didn't let him go too late either. Yeah, there we are. There. Oh, hang on, Aiden. If you're still there. So, almost to Labant Station, Cloyne, where I used to live at that campground. The campground's just starting to get rained on, I guess. Well, this is a weekday. Oh, wait a minute. Campground is it closes this weekend, actually. So that rain is going to be here in, I'd say 45 minutes tops, maybe an hour. Oh, you silly raccoon. Bubba's, you spilled the water again. How many times have I got to go get water for you guys? Now, look, see, your sister doesn't have anything to drink now. I'll fix that up, babies. We'll bring you some more water. There. Oh, sorry, guys. I just almost knocked the phone over. There. See where that... Hang on. Oh, he knows all right. Good live stream, bud. Have a good morning, you too. Thank you, eh? Thanks for coming. My Gromy Pat said there's some because I got the fungus when he looked at my leaves from the pictures. There's some kind of fungus that happens every 4 or 5 years, and he got some this year. And he looked as soon as he saw the pictures of my plants. He says, "You've got that fungus too." And he said, "I said, well, I'm not happy because I grew in soil this year instead of coco coir. I said I wouldn't have had that problem with the fungus if I'd had the coco coir." But he says that this fungus only occurs he's only seen it about once every 5 years, he told me. What is that raccoon doing there, making the weird noise? What are you guys doing under there? What are they doing? Are they wrestling? That's a new noise for a raccoon I've never heard before. It's like my cats. They make strange noises when they wrestle. Well, Aiden, that's what I thought too, as I was having weird nutrient. But I do the Lucas with the Maxi Bloom. That's all I use is Maxi Bloom from beginning till end. And based on the Lucas formula. Look it up. It's Lucas, Lucas formula. If you're using chemicals, I don't know if you're doing organic or how you're growing it there. My thing is I went with Sunshine Mix number 4 this year for my soil and perlite. And it was the first time I've used soil in I don't know how long. But with coco coir, that wouldn't have happened. What Pat is saying that happens every 5 years. So I think I'm going to go back to coco coir next year. Because there won't be any nutrient deficiencies or anything with the Lucas system. And that's what I thought I had, but I didn't. Obviously, I was doing it right, but it was this fungus that he said. That as soon as he saw the leaves, he says, "You." And remember the name. Actually, hang on. He texted me it, so it shouldn't be that far back in the texting. Mark, where is he here? Oh, that was Instagram he was on, not that other one. Instagram. Okay. Irish Dabs. He's telling me something about rosin. Cole's not got much. He didn't grow much weed this year, but he's got tons of rosin, so I'm supposed to call him, okay. Happy trimming. No, he won't pull wet. Well, nobody will pull wet, Pat. I don't. I'm really. That's why I took everything down. I was going to lose my mind here. There it is. It's a copper-based fungicide. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's the cure. I'd pull the ones with the spotted leaves. It's called a Septoria fungus. And I asked him, well, what can you use to get rid of it? And it's called a copper-based fungicide. I didn't heal mine either, just prayed on the one that had it bad would make it. And it killed one of my plants. And I pulled the purple kush, or sorry, the grape kush, because it was on its way to dead. And I checked the trichomes on it, and it said to take it, but now after what Pat told me about this fungus stuff, Septoria, nah, I didn't think I had any of that fungus. Mine was most likely nitrogen really? My grow was 100, oh, okay, and horse poop tea. You shouldn't have had a problem with that mix. That's a good mix. My friend that I was just talking about on Harper Road, that's all he grows. What he does is he grows his right in the ground, but he digs, I don't know, a 12-inch deep hole, and he gets his horse manure for free because his father-in-law used to run race horses, but he still has horses at his farm, so he gets it there. But it composts after a time. Anyways, what he does is he puts some of that in the hole, and then he puts a little bit of soil or something else in it, and then he puts his clones, whatever. But he puts his, they're 12 inches by the time he puts them in there. And that's it. And then all he does is water it the rest of the year. And his stuff, you should see, one year I got over there and he was growing green crack, which I'd never grown before. And he was getting like 3 pounds of plant out this green crack. It was absolutely insane. Anyways, but yeah, that's all he does. But he doesn't make tea. He puts the actual horse poop in the hole and then plants the plant, like mixes soil in it so it's to the top of the hole. And the plant's in there, and I can't say anything wrong with that because, oh, there goes sunshine. Hey, get that phone in there. My coffee's going to get cold, so let's... Okay, you guys, I'll bring you a little bit more water. They're almost out of food, so I'm not going to give them any more food tonight. What's going on, babies? What's going on? There's my girl. There's my girl. I love you, Andrea. Yes, you're such a good girl. She's a good girl. Good girl. No, you don't have to bite. Oh, you're not Andrea, are you? You're not used to getting pet. But you're not sure either. You're not being angry with me, eh? Well, that's new. Oh, they're all underneath wrestling and doing stuff. Okay. Oh, where's that rain? What did I say? Another hour. I'll be up for when the rain starts. No way am I sleeping. Wide awake. But like I said before, it's not unusual for me to be up this time of day. So I tell my friends that go fishing, oh, you took a fast shower, but don't you have to work in the morning? Okay. That AC can go off. It's not warm outside at all anymore. I'm just going to do my coffee here, guys. Whew. I gotta bring those little monsters more water again because they keep smelling. I gotta get a different bowl for them. When they were smaller, they were starting to climb into the 3-gallon plastic pail, and I was worried that they would fall in and drown or something. That never happened, but I didn't put that bucket back out there because I was so worried. Now they're big enough they would never fall in there and drown, but I don't want them to have to work that hard to get their water either, because I'll have to go on Amazon and I'll go on Amazon maybe. What is this here now? Maybe I can find some kind of bowl they can't spill. What do you think, Goldie? Ooh, I hate lukewarm coffee. Fuck, that tastes like shit. I got to roll a spliff. I'm as straight as I've ever been. I haven't smoked a doobie for like 3-4 hours here. So, while I wait for that, instead of rolling a doobie, we'll get the old vape machine out. I already know there's something in there waiting for me. I already loaded it up with for real. I say that all the time, Nishita. Good night. My friend Anna, her and her husband are just like me. They're up all hours of the night. Well, she's up now. If I wanted to, like do a video with her from the other phone, I could do that. She'd be up and work. She'd be working. She runs an Airbnb, and she's got like, I don't know, her house she will Airbnb sometimes. She's got a couple of Airbnbs in Mount Tremblant. Then in downtown, well, like on the Quebec side of Ottawa, they've got like an apartment kind of building, but it's all Airbnb, some kind of setup like that. So she's like constantly busy. She's been asking me to help her go on YouTube and start doing stuff so she can quit there. I told her, I said, well, don't count on money from YouTube or anything. Like, I understand you've been talking to other girls and stuff, but that takes a lot to build, and you got to offer something that's, that the next 10,000 girls, that are out there doing that. Like, I showed her one Women's Wilderness, and she was kind of taken aback by that, because she's a city girl 100%. So she was rather taken aback. She says, I have to do that? I said, no, you misunderstand. She's been doing it for a while now, and her little niche is like, for a girl where she comes from in Quebec, what she's been through, the job she had, where she's been living in Toronto and all this other stuff. Like, she's not the kind of person you think would go off grid and do that. Like, off gridders, Anyways, so I said, Anna, you got to find your niche, like something that not everybody else is doing, or at least very little people doing, like not very many. Her TikTok is popular, but I told her TikTok is really limited. I find TikTok like incredibly boring. Like, I don't know, she loves it. I just find it like, why do I want to go watch a video there when I can watch it on YouTube without all the, with the TikTok, they put the stupid music there, then all the special effects. That's all cool. But am I going to sit there and watch a 10 minutes video with the stupid music I don't like and with the special effects I don't really care to see? No, I'll go to YouTube. Anyway, she does good on her TikTok, but I said, are you making money on TikTok? She said, well, I've had guys send me money. And I said, Anna, it's the guy sending you money don't make for a paycheck. Anyway, I'll get her situated, get her going on the YouTube. She can make her own way with it, because she's an incredibly intelligent person. So, okay guys, I'm bringing you more water here. Watch you, Bubba's. That is you. That's why you're letting me pet you. I see your little dent in your fur. Hey, Bob. That's your tray. That's why you're there. Okay, I get it now. Now I got the whole thing. That's your tray. Remember last night? Hey, Bubs? That's your tray. You weren't letting anybody near that tray. Hey, Bubbies. Hey. Here's my boy. Here's my boy. It's okay, Bubby. It's okay. Hey, buddy. Hey, Sonny. Good boy. Good boy. Go ahead. Go ahead. Good boy. Probably just as well I leave them alone for a while. Probably have spent enough time with this human, that's for sure. Ugh, still not hot enough. Yeah, so why am I telling you guys that? There was a reason behind my talking here. I'm just, because what you see is what you get. I'm like this 24/7. I talk the way I talk, like I tell people. If you're offended, easily offended or anything, I'm not the channel for you. trying to put my phone back together here. I had to take it apart to hook up my fancy little what do you call that? Microscope. Check the trichomes. My phone feels weird without its protective case on it. Like it doesn't feel right at all. So I'm glad to put it back on here. There we go. Oh, my coffee's already heated. The freak. Hey, Bubba's. Keep looking up here. You want to come in? Is that what you're trying to say? Hey? No way. You don't want to come in here. You need to be outside with your own kind. Eat that good food from the swamp. Oh, 4:30. Even the cats are going, wow. What's this? Hey, what's up? Just coming by streams to tell them they are loved and they have a good personality. The raccoons, you mean, Salmon Boy? Is that how you say your name, Salmon Boy? Does that mean you are a salmon fisherman? Because if you are, my hat's off to you. Salmon, tough fish. Well worth the catch once you catch it, though. No, too many. Well, I can, hold on a minute here. What am I smoking? I've got the name of this stuff. Rosin of some kind, anyway. I forgot the name of it. Not a whole lot of fish better tasting than salmon. Oh, what's going on here now? Got chittering going on out there. What's going on, guys? What's all these new noises I keep hearing? Do I come out? There was another person that came in, guys. His name is, oh, you guys would love this because I'm sure you'd love salmon to eat. Salmon Boy. You guys never, you know what, in your natural lives, you animals would never ever get salmon to eat. Not here anyway, I'm sure in BC. Oh, what you coming up here for? Are you trying to come up and see me? No, I'm coming to see you. You don't have to come see me. We know who's in charge here. Raccoons. Not Christ almighty. It's okay, guys. But I am going to have to shut this down here soon. Oop. There you go, Salmon Boy. We've been live here for at least 3 hours, I think. It's I don't know where you're at, but I'm here in Eastern Ontario, Canada. So right now it's, what did I say it was? 4:30 a.m.? So probably going to shut this down soon though, Salmon Boy. All right, so are you a salmon fisherman? Like where are you fishing for salmon? It can't be a whole lot of places, so. You're either Great Lakes salmon or you're out there on the West Coast somewhere. Well, unless you catch Atlantic salmon, but I don't think anybody... We're not allowed to catch Atlantic salmon here in Ontario. They stock them in Lake Ontario, and Quebec stocks them in some big reservoirs up there. But we're not allowed. That may have changed now in the last couple of years, but Atlantic salmon is a protected species for now. What's going on, guys? They're just playing. So yeah, Great Lakes or West Coast. I haven't caught a salmon in quite some time, but I do my salmon fishing up in Georgian Bay. Tobermory Harbor. So if you're in Canada or Ontario, I've just given you a huge hint. Tobermory Harbor. You don't even need to go out in the main part of Georgian Bay. Salmon are all hanging out there in the harbor. Not dirty water there just because it says harbor. Good clean fish up there. They're there. I didn't go this year. I was going to. And I got partying at Sable Beach and never ended up in the boat. 10-day fishing trip, and I never ended up fishing. Brought the quad with me, never rode it. Sat at the campsite and partied. I still can't believe I did that. What's going on, guys? I still want to know who licked the back of my leg here, because that's a Rocky trick. Nope, Salmon Boy's gone. I was hoping that like I say, there's not a whole lot of places you're fishing for salmon. Now, of course, the West Coast, I mean, it could be Washington. What is out there? Washington State, Oregon, BC, obviously. If you're American, Alaska, because Alaska dips down, you know, almost to Canada there, down on that end. So, I mean, there's all big salmon runs up there. And if you're Canadian, and you're out west, then Campbell River, I'm told, is the salmon capital of the world, if that's true. I don't know. I haven't been there, but that's what I was told by people that live there and desperately want me to go fishing up there. Because when I found out that Comox Lake has 9 species of trout, I just about had a stroke because I'm a trout fisherman. We don't have 9 species of trout in this part of Canada. We have lake trout, brown trout, splake, brook trout, rainbow, or steelhead, depending if you're Great Lakes. So 5 different trout. That's it. There are no more. Did I miss one? So anyways, and splake is, you know, half is a half laker, half excuse me, brook trout or whatever. But anyway, brown trout they're not even a good tasting trout anyway, and they're very hard to catch. Ice fishing, you can almost forget about it because, I mean, you could throw a quarter on some, like with some ice that has no snow on it, and if that lake is full of browns, they will completely go to one end of the lake. They are really scaredy cat fish here, at least here in Ontario and in the areas that I fish. So Summit Lake here. Aiden, you know where, I don't know if you know where Summit Lake is. That's up in behind Umpa, but going back towards Govan Lake and up in there. There's one hunt camp on the whole lake. And that's the only way in or out of there, at least from ATV or Skidoos. There's no roads going to Summit Lake that I'm aware of. But that's a brown trout lake, and I believe the ministry does stock it there. I'm pretty sure they stock the browns there. But anyways, you'll never catch one there unless you're literally Like in a canoe, you're fast asleep and your rod is in the water and you don't make any noise. I mean, they're just such finicky fish. And I wouldn't even go through the entire rigmarole trying to catch a brown. Just no interest at all. So that really leaves 4 species. And they're telling me there's 9 species just in that one lake alone, Comox Lake. So then I started looking up to see where all these other species of trout are. Well, of course, BC's got them all over the damn place there, these different ones. And then there's other ones I've never caught, like char, Arctic char, which to me is kind of like a trout anyway, I think. Rest of salmon sandwich. Yeah, I hear you on that one. And it's good for you. Oh, you know where Summit. Turquoise Blue Lake. Just the one camp there on the hill. A what? A genius fish? Oh, good God, no, Aiden. I'll take you to Palmerston next summer. Oh, there's lake trout lakes open now. I mean, there's Shabomika Lake. I troll. Unless trolling isn't getting me anywhere, then I'll jig. But, you know, it's no different. Jigging in soft water as opposed to hardware is really no different. Silver Lake, it's on the far, if you're on Highway 7 looking directly at Silver Lake, it's on the far side of the island there, about 60, 80 feet of water. And you'll pick up the Lakers there. In the wintertime, you just go pound a hole in the ice and jig there, and you'll leave with some trout, Lakers. In the summer, I've tried trolling there, and I've caught some small Lakers, but anybody that was catching of anything of any size were jigging for the Lakers on Silver Lake. So, Palmerston, which is Umpa, I troll, and I do very well trolling there because I prefer trolling. I troll even for my pike, for walleye. I'm a trolling person. Except, well, early spring trout, you cast because it's, you know, they're all at the top of the water, so you can just cast and catch them like a bass. But in the summer, as it gets warmer, you know, in the water, they have to stay at 10 degrees Celsius water, so they'll go down, eh? So I fish exclusively with lead core, which only gets me down about 50, 60 feet, and usually that's enough in just about every lake in these parts. Some guys will go out there with the big fancy, you know, the downriggers and all that, and I'm like, that's great for Lake Ontario, but you don't need downriggers here. Lead core will do you just fine. There's not a whole lot of lakes that you're going down 50 feet just with lead core, and if you put on a, you know, a diver on that, you'll get another 10 or 12 feet. And there's no lakes I'm aware of that isn't down to 10 degrees Celsius by the time you hit that depth. So now if you want the real big fuckers like in Palmerston, well, they're down at 150 feet of water, but then you're not trolling, you're jigging. You could down rig there, but I've seen guys down rig there and I've seen guys jigging on Palmerston in 150 feet of water, and the jiggers are always going on with trout. So downrigger guys, maybe, maybe not. If I'm going to use downrigger, it's going to be Lake Ontario, Lake Huron, if I'm going to be going for the deep, you know, white fish down at the bottom. Salmon. The rainbows, even in the middle of summer in Georgian Bay, they're up pretty high. I was catching them at, well, it's funny. That was the summer of 2021. I was down and I was fishing Georgian Bay, and I caught a rainbow there. Well, they call them steelheads there, but we call them rainbow here. But I only caught him. There's a little island as you're coming out of Wyerton and you're in Copoy Bay. You go straight out towards Georgian Bay. There's an island way out about 18 kilometers up from the launch. And there's a spot right there where the water, there's like a shoal there. It goes up to 14 feet of water, but all the water around is like 60, 80 feet, 100. So what you do is you just kind of hang on that shoal you'll mark the fish and you'll know the water then is the right temperature. And a lot of the time, like I was just trolling over top of that shoal going back and forth, and I knew, okay, shoal goes up at 14. There's going to be no trout there, probably. But anyways, when I hit the rainbow, it was, coming off the 14-foot shoal there. I have it marked, so when I go back there, I'm fishing these new lakes that have trout, but I can't get them. They are taunting me with their trout glory. Well, there's a couple other things to remember too. Is a lot of these lakes, when they call them lakers, you'll see them, but they're stocked lakers, and they're kind of like a silvery color. But natural lakers, they almost like a brownish with like the little dots on them and stuff. I think I have a picture somewhere of a natural laker I caught at Shabomika. I was surprised to even catch that one there because I was convinced there were no naturals left in Shabomika, that it was all stocked. But I'm trying to remember. I caught that one ice fishing and in 30 feet of water, just jigging. And I lost my cell phone that day underneath the water. Anyways, I jumped up and the phone flipped and went right down the hole. I mean, this huge lake, one hole, and of course my phone's got to find that hole. Anyways, I caught a natural in there. I put him back because I'm like, no way am I taking. I took a picture and put him right back. I was like, boy, oh boy, that was nice to catch a natural. But the naturals, they're pretty hard to catch too. I'll show you stuff, Aiden. It's a lot simpler than you think. It's very similar to walleye fishing. And depending on the year, I mean, time of year, I mean, you get first ice off and trout season starts, they're all at the top. So, I mean, you can just cast or do, if you're going to troll for walleye and you just got like a little floater, do the same thing. You'll hit those trout. But, of course, you got to be in a trout lake. As June rolls along into July, that's when they start going deep. And that's when people kind of forget how to catch fish. And lead core is like an old thing. A lot of people don't use lead core anymore. But lead core to me is still the best way to catch trout in these parts anyway. Lumberman. I don't know if you know Jamie Carpenter, but he comes from a long line of loggers. One of the guys I work with selling firewood, Jamie Carpenter, JJ&D Custom Cutting. His father's Joe. Joe's a legend in the Ottawa Valley. He works at that trust company in Lanark. Anyways, Jamie, logger, 100% logger, but I can tell you, he's one hell of a good fisherman. He's even a better hunter. Yeah, you do know Jamie, okay. Well, Jamie and I'm L.W. Jones, Firewood and Logging. Jamie is JJ&D. We were both working for Alan and John Lee, but Jamie and I decided we'd had enough of John and his bullshit. I will never say that about Alan. I absolutely adore Alan Lee, always will. But John, he can be a trying character at times. So Jamie and I packed up our bags and went on our own, and we're on our 5th year. We've gone from being a zero company, really, because I mean, we didn't have anything. Oh, we had a couple of, Jamie was renting skidders, and his guys to John on the John jobs, but Jamie and I just said, we can do this ourselves. We don't Jamie, you did it. He worked for Easton back when he was a teenager, when Easton still had the logging company. And now it's Easton that sells us our processor, which right in the middle, it's broken down. I can't sell a stick of firewood right now. I got nothing to process it with. We ran out of dry wood because we told these idiots in Iroquois, I told Jamie, let's just get the fuck out of there. These people east of Highway 16 are just fucking morons. We buried one of the feller bunchers right up to the cab. And I'm like, Jamie, it's clay. This is not a place for Ottawa Valley boys. We do our firewood on rock. Okay, Canadian granite shield, whatever. I said, let's just get the fuck out of there. Put our equipment back out here, Bancroft, wherever, where we know where we belong. So we've done that. But anyways, we got a 400-acre cut going on right now in the north end of Dalhousie. And we're doing cedar cutting up on Highway 43. I can't remember the crossroad, but not far anyway. But yeah, we packed up from John and we went on our own, and we've been successful like crazy. We bought a portable sawmill. We've been meaning to build a sawmill to put it in, like, you know, it's a portable one, but we're going to build a nice building and a shop. And we're supposed to take the wood off of this property because this property hasn't been thinned in too long of a time. And I said, well, Jamie, let's take up some of that pine and spruce. We'll mill it up, go let it sit and dry, and then we'll build the shop. And when we do that, we'll build the sawmill. We'll get it set up for the sawmill. But because of the bullshit east of here that we got involved with and other things that have gone on, it just hasn't gotten done. So now we ran out of dry wood. Then we got a deal with another guy from up near Bancroft. He had all this dry wood laying down. So he says, if you guys take that for me, you guys can have that. And I said, well, then we'll give you a couple of properties up there that we don't really want to send the guys up to unless I found more property. All the raccoons are gone. So now we got all this dry wood, and we can bring it back to the yard, stockpile it in the yard, but we can't process because the processors decide. We got a Bell's 4000 that we bought from Andy and Brent, and so anyway, they got the processor back, and thankfully they don't have to wait for Chinese parts. They manufacture all their own parts there. So I don't know. I haven't been over. I haven't talked to anybody over there. I haven't talked to Andrew or anybody, but I talked to Jamie day before yesterday, and he said he hadn't heard anything yet, but I got a long list of customers that are starving for firewood. And they're being patient, but I just told them, I said, like, I can't, you know, Easton's only got so much time to fix that processor, and we're not the only ones in there. I'm sure there's half a dozen other guys getting stuff fixed or built or whatever. Anyway, hopefully it's a long weekend, so I don't know if we're going to see our processor back much before Tuesday. Even then, we'll be getting really busy with the firewood here shortly if we can get that processor running again. There's so much down firewood around from the windstorm last year, it's impossible to get to. Yeah, well, see that? We went and did after the first big tornado that went through Calabogie, through White Lake, up the hydro line there, and then all the way into Dunrobin. I put some ads up for tornado cleanup, and we ended up, we scored a couple really good properties, big farms, and the tornado had taken down all kinds of big oaks, everything. So we went and cleaned up all that mess, and we ended up with a good load of wood out of that. And I checked the satellites, and I had seen entire tracts of land where the trees were just laid right down from that tornado, and it was hydro land. So I said, well, Jamie, you used to work for hydro. Why don't you see if we can get our nose in there or do something anyways. Anyway, it never happened. Not Jamie's fault. It just didn't happen. Hydro won. I'm sure you know what they're like to deal with. Anyways, all that wood there now is all rotten because that tornado occurred 4 years ago. We did the last cut last year in the third year, and 3 years for us, that's pushing it. Like trees are laid down, that's, you know yourself, you're getting into rotting there. So we cut it off. We still had people, I still have people trying to get a hold of me now to go do tornado cleanup, and I'm like, your wood's is worthless. It's rotten, man. You might as well just, if there's anything good, cut it up yourselves and burn it in a campfire. But for firewood to sell to customers, no, I can't use that at all. So anyways, now the Derico went through last summer. I think that's what you're talking about. And actually the Derico went right through here, but I didn't lose a goddamn tree, but everybody else around me did. And we did some cleanup, but that turned into a fuck shot because the city of Ottawa And that's when the Derico went through. So that's two last summer, right? Yeah, because I didn't go to Georgian Bay. So it was last summer. And they asked us to send our equipment in. We already had all our feller bunchers, our skidders and everything were down working the stupid Iroquois job. But we were getting a lot of ash out of there because the ministry was doing a huge clear cut of ash. And they said, take it all out of here. So we brought it all back and I started selling it. But trying to remember now how that all went down then. Yeah. So we ended up sending in a crew to the city. We sent our Kubota in. They asked us to send in the logging, the firewood truck, which I still don't understand, but we did, and our logging truck with the grapple. So anyway, I mean, we got these huge trees, like Ottawa, City of Ottawa trees, like oaks that are like, 15 feet across, like insane size. I mean, those babies weren't going anywhere near the processor. Jamie had to cut all that stuff by hand. And anyways, so we ended up getting nothing out here because our guys were all in there and the rest of our guys were out doing the stupid Iroquois job. Hey, Bubbies, what are you doing back here? You coming to say hello? Yeah? What are you doing? Keeping you guys up late tonight, eh? We're doing this live stuff. Hey, Raccoon? Yeah, so we missed out on that one. Now, the Derico stuff, the wood's still good. What's that road up near your family's place? Not Black Donald, that's Calabogie. Black Rapids Road, is that what it is over here? Where's my phone? I think it's Black Rapids Road. Just past Poland on the right. We did a big cut in there after the Derico. Jamie's, I don't know what it is. He keeps asking me to drive over there with the ATV. We've been done the job for like, I don't know, a year. But he keeps saying, go over and look at the job we did over there. He's all proud of this job, eh? And I still haven't gone. I guess I should just go tomorrow or something, jump on the ATV. Well, it's going to be raining, but anyways, he's asking me to go check it out because he wants me to take pictures so we can brag about it or something. I'm like, Jamie, we don't need to brag. People know our ready for, we're good with the logging business. We don't cut down trees just for the sake of cutting them. We stick with the ministry rule, one taken, one planted, stuff like that. And but like is that Black Rapids Road? You know the one I'm talking about, Aiden? If you're heading west on South Levant and you go past Poland and then there's your road, your family's road, Umperson Mills Road. That really is family's road. And then to the right, for Christ's sakes, why can't I remember these things? This is what happens in 20 years, eh, Aiden? Especially if you're smoking a lot of weed. You start to go, fuck. Jamie's only said it like 800 times to me. And if I ask him, you say, I've told you this 800 times. Why do you keep forgetting the name of that road? He says, you've lived there all your life. And I'm like, true, but I can't remember it. Anyways, Black Rapids? Anyway, Black something. You must know it. Anyways, I haven't gone there, but apparently Jamie's super proud of this job we did over there. But that was Derico stuff. It's funny because, we're literally behind, what's his name, Timber Ridge there. What's his name at Timber Ridge? We're literally in his backyard almost. Why they called us, I don't know. But hey, I'm not arguing with anybody. Jamie, he's got, like I was surprised as young as Jamie is, he's got one fuck of a goddamn good reputation right through the Ottawa Valley up to, I know people in Mattawa, Deep River, all up and down the line. And what a shocker. Everywhere I go, I mention Jamie Carpenter and they know, and like, holy fuck. You weren't that long with John. So, lumber and auto parts. Were you driving for Napa? And which one were you driving the auto parts for? Benson or Napa? Fuck, you probably have delivered to Jamie's then. Our, like the pickup trucks we have, all that stuff. They're all Fords, but we're friends with Paul. Okay, Napa. I'd probably seen you in the Napa car then, no doubt. Did you ever bring parts to John's garage over here on South Levant? I remember the Napa people used to come there almost every day. When what's his name was still a mechanic there, not Sean, not the young lad there either, Foster, Shane. But no, it's oh fuck. What, Napa? I never even realized there were yellow hats. Never even gave a thought of it. The Napa people are like our rescue. When they show up with the parts you need, believe me, you guys are heroes. You may not realize it, maybe the guys don't say, but when you're standing around the garage after you've dropped the parts off that we've desperately needed for 2 days or whatever, believe me, you guys were heroes, still are. Especially since China went wonky after COVID and we weren't able to get parts like we used to be able to get them easily. But, yeah, Napa used to show up almost every day at John's. John and Alan's. I'm trying to think. You probably know him, too. He's got his own work truck now, but he left John. He has done some work for us. But we went and bought a work truck and hired a young lad out of Brockville. So he, he comes and does our stuff. But the pickup trucks and stuff, they go to Paul and Jane's. You know, Paul's Auto there up on 7, right there at 511 on, Paul and Jane. They're the ones that are going to be looking after my bus. But they're friends of my family, friends of Jamie's family and stuff. So, and believe me, well, Napa's right around the corner from them, at least one of the places. Yeah, Napa's right there, right down the street from Paul and Jane's. The yellow hats on the car. I've never even noticed, brother. All I knew is if I saw the side that said Napa and we needed a part for something, believe me, I didn't. Nothing else was like, totally focused out on, oh, the parts are here, we can get this going, like, believe me, I wouldn't have worried about your car if I, oh, sorry there, Bubba's. I'm sorry, I moved the garbage thing. It's okay. It's all right, Bubba's. I'm sorry, Bubs. Here. Oh, there you go. I'm just moving your dish. No, Napa. And then the guys I go see face to face when Phil was still working there is Benson over there off of, not Foster, the one. Anyways, but that's like if I'm going to go get a part, I'll actually show up at Benson because I knew a couple of the guys that were working there. Actually, one of Easton's kids, I think, was working there. He tried to give me a deal or something, and I told Phil, I said, young Mr. Easton is just trying to be a good guy here, but I don't want him in trouble or anything for giving us a deal. And Phil said, no, don't worry about it. And I said, well, listen, I threw the kid a $20 tip for what he did, which kind of eliminated the deal, but he was just new there, and he lays eyes on me, so he's like, oh, yeah, that's right, I know you, Jamie. And I'm like, yeah, but don't give me a deal just because of that, especially like on your 3rd day of working there. Thank you, but I want you to stay there and be happy, and, I know your family pretty good, so no. Anyway, I don't even know if he's still there. I haven't been to Benson's in ages. With the last pickup truck that the deer jumped through the side of it, that was a Hinton truck, so anything that needed fixing went there. It was a used truck, so if I didn't feel like going to Hinton, then over to Paul and James. But this brand new thing sitting in here, which I really love, my Ram 1500. It's called a fucking war names. It used to be called an Outdoorsman. I don't know why they changed that name. Even Sammy, the Leb there from Hinton, my friend, he's like, I don't know why they changed it. He says, do you want the Warlock stickers on the side of your truck? I said, no. Warlock, what kind of stupid name is that for a truck? Outdoorsman, that makes sense to a good old Lanark boy, but not, not fucking Warlock. Anyways, so yeah, we didn't get any of the Warlock stickers on this truck, but this is an $85,000 nightmare. And I mean, not in the way that it's a bad truck. It's an excellent truck. Top of the line. But 2 years, the Ram Revolution's going to be out, the new electric one. It's already rated for 800 kilometers on one charge. 10 minutes, 100 more kilometers. Like, this thing's going to blow the Ford, Chevys. I mean, I've seen it. Beautiful truck. And the first models are coming out at the end of, I think, the end of 2024. So I've got one reserved for at the end of 2025. So that the electric ones have a good year and change on the road before. But in the meantime, this one goes back, and then I'm going to get that bus, and I'm saving like 50 grand. So, and then once the electric one shows up, I don't mind then having that payment going out for the electric one, because then I'm not spending money on gas. The bus is diesel, and well, imagine that. Jamie, we have 2 great big diesel tanks sitting in the yard at the logging yard. So long as I don't abuse it, I won't be paying. Hey, what's going on, Sunshine? Showing off, for Aiden. And somebody else is here watching too. I don't know who. What are you doing, Sunshine? Show off at 5 in the morning? That's my good girl. So, as I was saying, this one goes back. I've only had it since the 5th of January last year, like this past January. And it spends more time sitting than nothing. I haven't done the Napa thing since 2016. Fun job, but had lots of negatives. Thing is I mean, you must have known half the people you delivered to, for cripe's sakes. I mean, it's all us. Where else would you guys go out here? I mean, Perth, Lanark, Glentay, down to Rideau Ferry. I think there's a Napa in Smiths Falls, because I used to know a girl that drove for them there. So, I mean, Lombardy'd probably be your Napa, would be your Napa. Then, of course, you guys were probably going out as far as Charlotte Lake and stuff. So, anyways, no. My hat's off to you, Napa drivers. Trust me. When you spend a week and your skidder's down and you got a guy sitting there doing work in the yard when you really want him on the skidder out in the bush, not sitting in the yard, wasting his talents there, and the Napa guy shows up with the parts we need, believe me, you're heroes. Maybe we don't tell you guys enough of that or something, but I'll tell you, me and Jamie have talked about that. It's like, thank you. We're so lucky that we have people that are in this area that, we can call, and we know we're going to be taken care of pretty good. So never hear me ever laugh or say anything bad about a Napa guy or girl. I just wish Napa could do boat motor parts. Quad parts. You know who works on all my quads, everything except my boat, because he stopped working? Everett Bell over at Lanark Small Engine. Him and Cassandra are very good friends. Actually, Everett's cousin, whom he despises, Corey Bell, works for us. And I know Corey had quite the reputation, and he had a wild side to him, but I'll tell you something. Jamie straightened him out pretty darn good after he got out of the can. And I'm going to tell you right now, and nobody believes me when I tell them that knows Corey, but he's one of the best workers that we have at JJ&D. Corey is one fuck of a good worker. But him and Everett don't see eye to eye. The only problem is I'm friends with both of them. So I try not to bring either one of them up to each other. And I mean, they just had a fight like a year ago at the hunt camp. And I mean, it was quite violent too. I mean, I wasn't there, but I heard the story, and I'm like, Jesus, to be between those two going full at it, fuck me, man. I don't want any part of that. Maybe when I was still a biker and a lot younger, but Get between those two, zero chance of that. Everett, strong as an ox. Corey can handle a chainsaw and makes a chainsaw. He makes it look like a kid's playing with it. I mean, he's strong as an ox. Oh, fuck no. No, fuck no. I hear what you're saying, and yes, what you're saying about the poor mechanics and stuff, true. But I mean, you look at what's his name's oh fuck, Neil drives for Miller, for Steve. Well, Stephen. What's his dad's name? Jack or John? John Miller. But Neil that works there. What's his last name? He's not a Miller, but his brother runs a private, kind of a private garage, not too far from where Miller has his yard, like almost right across the way. You go down the dirt road, and there. I can't think of his name. He's worked on a few of my vehicles. He's also worked on at least one of our skidders. We haven't gone back there in quite some time. But again, you know, I never had to wait for parts or anything, ever, with him. So no. And that Napa was going there. You probably know who I'm talking about. His name is escaping me right now. Oh, Neil drives for one of the logging trucks for Steve and John there, Miller. He drives an old square nose blue Dodge pickup. Oh, fuck. That's the reason I went to him, too, because we're both Dodge guys. Or, well, Rams, whatever they call themselves now, Chrysler. Anyways, but Napa was a regular there, too. And, I mean, he was working, like he was doing stuff for all the people around here that, couldn't afford Frizzle, like Paul Frizzell there. Not that Paul's expensive. He's not. It's just Paul's so busy you can never get in there. That's part of the thing. If I want to get something fixed, I got to book Paul 6 months from now. Whereas if I go see Paul and Jane, unless there's something big going on, they can get me in usually pretty quick. But, yeah, I mean, so you must have known Paul then and Andy Frizzell. Andy's like, that's a family thing too. That's Paul's father ran that garage, then Paul, and now Andy. Well, Paul's still there, but Andy's going to take it over. Yeah, exactly. Book ahead. Like Paul's just so booked. I don't know how him and Andy keep up. I really don't there. I mean, the garage is so small and everything too, but like more often than not, I've seen Paul leaving quite early from the garage with his boat all loaded up. Soon he'll be out hunting. So I don't know if Andy's running it or they used to shut the garage down when they all went hunting, like we all used to do back in the old days. Now things stay open around here during hunt, like deer hunt. Everything used to close. You couldn't find anything open. I'm pretty sure Paul still closes during hunt. But I mean, he's at an age now that, Andy's probably taking everything over there anyway. Hi, Talisa Jones. Talisa Jones. That's my maiden name. Jones. Hi, Talisa. Jones. Right on. We're probably related somewhere back 1,000 cousins to the original. The Joneses came from Wales, and that's where my family came from here in Canada in the early 1800s, here in the Bruce Peninsula. I still have cousins there. I don't know. I'll never know them. What did he do? Park your truck on the road allowance. What's this? The last time I needed a bit of truck work done, I couldn't do Paul Frizzell. Did it, and when he was done, parked my truck on the road allowance. I don't understand that. That doesn't sound good. Road allowance at your house? He's come here to pick me up back when I had my old white Dodge. He used to work on my white Dodge, my old 96. with the 318 in it. It finally died, but Paul used to work on that. And I'd bring the truck there. He would leave the garage, bring me back home here, call me in 3 days and come and get me. Never charged me. I tried to give him money, wouldn't take it. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that makes sense. I mean, so you're not, locked in with other vehicles. And I get it. He doesn't have the room there. So it's nice for Andy, though, because he's interested at least in the business. It's not like Paul had a son and okay, now he's got nobody to take over the business. But the nice part is that Andy can keep doing the same thing and he doesn't have to really build the business or do anything because he's got the built-in customers. So, I mean, that's great for him. I mean, Paul can retire anytime he pretty well is ready, and Andy, he'll be fine running the place. So, hey, babies, you going to bite me? Walked right up to my toe, and I'm going, no, that's not a hot dog. Yeah. So I just leave Paul alone now. Jane and Paul get me in over there. So if I have to, but I mean, now I don't even go because bus, I'll be happy to go back to, Paul's over there on 7. It'd be good to see him and Jane. I sing to Jane every time I go in there. Sweet Jane, like that old song from the Velvet Underground, Lou Reed. She loves it. She says, you're one of the only people that knows that. I said, that's because most of the people our age are dead. I said, Jane, you and I are the younger boomers. I said, we're quickly dying out now. Pretty soon nobody will know who Lou Reed is or the old song, Sweet Jane. And it's funny because Velvet Underground, they sparked the punk explosion in the late 70s. They were really one of the first punk bands, the Velvet Underground. Anyways, yeah, I told her, I said, all the boomers like my mother's age, they're the old boomers. They're all dying out. But now us, I'm a boomer from 62. The boomer generation ends in 65 and that becomes Gen X. And then that's 20 years. So 1985, take off 1983. So if you're born from 83 to 2001, then you're millennial. And then from 2001, currently it's Generation Z or Z. And then pretty soon it'll be whatever the next one's going to be. But yeah, I'm on the young end of boomers. And so are Jane and Paul. Well, Paul Prezell, same thing. We're all the younger boomers. So that's why I said to Jerry Blair, I mean, we were over at the garage talking at the garage, but the gas station, Lanark, and he pulled in and I was in there. And actually, I think I had some firewood in the back of the truck. And what's shaking? Because he's my neighbor, eh? And Jerry used to bring wood for my mother after my dad died because my mother didn't really know what to do because my dad wasn't here to do wood. And I wasn't around. I don't remember. I think I was in Montreal or somewhere. But anyway, Jerry, I was saying to Jerry, I said, and we both said, it's like, we're the old fucking timers now. It's not Paul, Lennox, Paul, Brian and Mary and Paul. Those are all the old timers. Your neck of the woods too. I mean, Bingley's, all them. And your grandpa and grandma and parents up there in the corner, they must be getting up there. Boomers too. They would be, well, Matt's at least 20 years younger than me, so his grandparents, well, I guess they'd be my mother's age. So anyways, we're like Jerry and I said, is that we're the old guys now. The old guys left us, so somebody's got to take their place. One person in there. Is that still you, Aiden? Am I really keeping you up this late, brother? No rain yet. Come on, rain. I'm sitting out here talking to people and, my little sweethearts here. This is the latest night me and these raccoons have ever had. There we go. Is that you, Bubba's? I think that's you, eh? Well, I'm not going to make the effort. What in the fuck is that? That's not a bird. Not a squirrel. Not a chipmunk, obviously, making a noise that loud. What the fuck is that? My dad was here. He'd identify it. He'd be half drunk on beer and whatever and smoking a joint, and he'd be able to be half asleep and identify that without even trying. Of course, he didn't blow his eardrums out like I did. All those concerts, Led Zeppelin, The Who, Deep Purple, The Stones. I fucked my hearing. Pink Floyd was the worst. The Wall Tour in 1980, I guess it was, 79, 80. Not the worst. The Who was the worst. But when I left that concert from Ottawa and drove back here, I didn't hear for 3 days. I couldn't hear nothing. We were close up the front, right up front. Roger Waters, David Gilmour, they're building the big wall there. Then it gets smashed down. I was stoned on Donald Duck acid. Which then I decided never to take again at the time. I put the whole blotter inside the Pink Floyd The Wall album. We didn't play that album for probably 5 years. Then one day I pull it out. I open the album and out falls the Donald Duck blotter acid. Well, let me tell you, a party ensued then for about a month. We couldn't believe we found that after all that time. And I thought it would be bad because the blotter's paper, eh? But no, it was still fine. Even after 5 years, it was perfectly preserved inside that album. Oh, what's this? Tap to retry. Oh, maybe they shut me down. Retry what? What did I do? The fuck? Say, happy Croptober. I love it. I never even thought to use that. Happy Croptober. Fuck you, young lads, eh? You're smart. Aiden, I try not to think about age much. Yeah, don't. I'm gearing up my shears. Took 4 yesterday. Rain's coming heavy. Yeah, Chris, I hear you, brother. I took all mine down. I panicked. But I'm glad I did because on some of the buds, I have the odd bit of, what do you call it, mold. Anyway, I was able to catch everything on time. Okay, well, if nobody turns back up, then we'll just call it a night. I just feel bad about Chris. Especially because he said something I really want to know. Oh, yeah. Cheers, lad. Happy Croptober. Croptober. Fuck, I like that. That's good. Last time he needed a bit of truck work done. Okay, no, he already told me that. It was cool. He told me, cheers, lad. Happy. Okay. I'm gearing up my shears. Oh, you on? Because I got a question now. Because Jake sent me. But I am sure fucking curious. I've got Trim Pro if you need it. What the hell is... Oh. Holy fuck, Jake. Seriously? Which one do you have? The one that's $1,200 or $2,000, bro? Holy fuck. I think that's what Pat has, actually. Coming heavy. The last I looked, it was coming up over 41 there. North of Calidar. Fuck, this is good at local. I didn't think I'd get any locals from around here. But fuck, I got Jake, Aiden. Looks like you're from around here too, Chris. If you hear me, I don't know. When's this rain supposed to start? Oh, should be here any minute. Anybody hears me? Let me zoom in there. Levant Station is just getting rain a little bit. Now it's 5:30, 6. Rain is missing us. It's split up to Middleville. So 7 a.m., an hour and a half, and the rain is here. So Chris, if you're already getting rain, if you hear this, then you must be west of us here somewhere. Not trying to, Chris, if you're there, I'm not trying to be nosy or anything, but like, let me know what part of Ontario you're from, because if you're getting heavy rain and you're a local, I'd be curious. Because local people have been showing up here, and I didn't think there'd be any local people, to be honest. I didn't think anybody around here. Let alone a legendary name of Umperson, for fuck's sakes. I must have been 12 years old when I first heard that last name, and it was Umperson Mills Road. We used to, Poland used to have, Aiden, you probably don't remember this, but your dad would. Poland used to have a general store. I'm not kidding you. And we would walk there from here, it's about 3 kilometers, I would guess. So us kids would all get together. My dad would give us, I don't know, a quarter, 50 cents, whatever it was. And at that time, cream cones. And so we would walk there, get our ice cream cones, and then we'd walk back here. Of course, the ice cream cones were always gone by the time we got back here. At that time, Hopetown had 2, count them, 2 general stores, 2 gas stations, Hodgson's, your grandparents, which you said they're not alive, unfortunately. Your grandparents would have known Old Man Hodgson. I don't think. What is your dad? Your dad must be he'd probably remember Old Man Hodgson. Anyways, that was the store there, a general store, and the gas pumps were right across the way where that guy has Harley there, and that's where the gas pumps were. But he eventually closed. I don't think anybody's living in that building to this day. Is that one of my babies coughing there? Hey, babies. You guys go home before the rain comes, eh? You don't want to be a wet raccoon, do you? Hey, Sonny. What you doing, bubs? I don't think you guys could possibly want more food. This is like one of the biggest nights I've ever fed you, ever. What is that noise? No, I guess you're gone, Chris. That's too bad. I was curious to see where you're from. Not that I'm trying to be nosy or anything, but, you know, just general here. I don't care. Like if you say west of Bancroft, that's fine. I don't care. If you tell me which town, that's fine too. It's not information that is going to make anything good for me useful. Like, I'm not that kind of person anyway. Here and wind, but no rain, eh, guys? Sunshine. You guys make me feel bad when you do this. Okay. More seeds. This is a special night. Hey, bubs. Hey, bubbies. Here's my good boy. There's my good boy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Here's my good boy. Mums. It's okay, Sonny. Time to leave you cats. I'm going to call you the cat, eh, babies? Yeah, good girl. Okay. Water again. guys, no fighting. There's lots. You guys have had a huge night for eating. There's no reason for fighting. Come on, guys. 2 months from now, it's going to be in the middle of heavy-duty winter. We don't have a whole lot of time to get you guys fattened up. No time for fighting. We're going to get you guys through this winter. I'm going to find out why that Streamlabs isn't working and what I've done wrong. Oh, I want to roll a joint. I really need a fucking joint. Okay. We're still live, eh? Okay, I gotta roll. I'm dying for a joint. Okay, that's still crisp, but there's nobody live. It's 20 to 6 in the morning, and even if you're out west, 3 hours is behind here, so it's 3:30 in the morning. This is what I get. This is what I get for working in a nightclub that was open till 3 in the morning. Oh, I wish this new stuff was dry. Hey, Chris, check this out, buddy. Grape Kush. I got from a company named Montreal Seed Company. But it's going to need about a week to dry at least. And I'm in the middle of doing Alaskan Thunderfuck. Hey, Aiden, if you're there and you can hear me, you're probably gone. But if you do hear this, let's once you get your harvest done and I get mine done, well, the harvest part's done. Now I got to do all the trimming. But let's trade. Let me know what you got, and I'll let you know what I got, and I'll even turn you on to some exclusive genetics from. You might even know Pat. Actually, I probably should just mention the last name. I try not to give too much publicity to Pat, meaning he had to leave. He didn't have to leave Perth. I helped him leave Perth because he was tired of living in Perth, because everybody minds each other's business and everything. But anyways, I regret helping him in one way because I found him a nice place out in Castleman, which couldn't be any farther from my good friend and my Gromie. Anyways, Pat the cat. Anyway. I know it's dry now. Where's that Bruce Banner? Where did I put that Bruce Banner? What have we got going on here? Oh, there's my missing 1/4 cup. Oh, fuck, I forgot I had that. AAH, harvested 10/11. One of those stupid dehydrator things in there, which I've learned it's the worst thing you can use on your weed. It literally kills the taste. And it's still usable, this one, if anybody's watching. I don't know what this weed is. What did this say again? AAH. Wally, where are you going? Get out of there. And I harvested it in October the 11th, 2020. AAH. I'm going to have to go look at my purchase. That's got to be Crop King AAH. Fuck it, let's smoke it. Wally, you climbed up in there. You're on your own, pal. Figure your own way out of there. AAH. The fuck is AAH? The problem is it's 3 years old now, going on 4. Well, no, this is 2020. So October of 21, October of 22, October of 20, so 3 years. But it's been sealed in that jar all that time, and I don't know what else is. I got all kinds of weird shit stashed. I don't even know what it is anymore. That's rain. Yeah, rain's here. Fuck. Hey, puppies. You guys know it's raining, right? Okay. All right. Hey, Sonny. Come on, babies. Come on, come in here. Good girl. Good girl, Sonny. Good girl. Good girl, Sonny. Fuck, that's heavy. Okay. Will that stay dry? Yes. You guys ever now, eh? Yeah. Me bubbies? Oh, you good boy. You good boy. Definitely be in the rain. Holy fuck, that weighs a lot. You good, guys. Sonny. Sonny. You being mean. Eh? You wouldn't be mean. Eh? Good girl. Good girl, Sonny. Oh, fat raccoon, eh? Fat raccoon. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Good boy. Good boy. What are you doing? He obviously knows I'm playing. Well, the rain has started, so if anybody's weed is ready, you're fucked now. You're either harvesting right this minute and get them out of there before that rain gets in them buds, because as soon as that rain gets in there and you bring it in, you might as well just toss it in the garbage. Because you just know that mold is going to start. Look at this AAH. Pretty sure. Oh, there's the paper bags I was talking about. Ah, nobody's around. Anyway, I found my paper bags I was looking for. You can dry weed in paper bags, actually quite good. You know what you're doing. Let's just use the grinder. We are still live, right? Yeah. Okay. Said resume, so I did resume. My grinder. How does that look? Oh, beautiful. We gained, because of that live show, we gained how many people? It was 229, it's 2 something now? 230 something? Like, that's okay. I had no idea that live show brings people like that. Fucking shit you learn. Thank you again, Nishida. That brilliant fucking, tell ya, you know what you're doing. Not your first rodeo, that's obvious. You know how to use that internet. Panama. I gotta go look up in Panama. There's gotta be YouTube videos for Panama. I mean, I remember as a kid, we were taught Panama was important to the whole world, basically. But Canada, I know that we had some kind of major involvement there. Oh, who's here? Somebody come in? That guy with his name, Gotti something. What, his name was like 8 miles long. People on the internet. Hilarious. Of course, Lad from the Woods isn't exactly a short name. But his, like you need a dictionary. Okay, so there's one person watching here now. Is that you, Chris? Are you back? I had 2 questions for you. 1, you're right about the rain. It just started here. 2, just curious as to what part of Ontario you must be from. You are, Chris. Just started raining here. Fuck, there was something else I wanted to... Okay, I was asking you about what part of Ontario you're from. You don't have to give me exact location. You're a Valley boy too? Good. So you must be west of here then. Because when you said you were starting to get rain there, it was still a good half hour from here. So you must be west of here somewhere. Anyways, that's all that matters. Oh, fuck, I had something and now I completely forgot. Because you said something. Can I go back and look at that? Yeah, the Happy Croptober. I fucking love that. Croptober. Why haven't I heard that after 60 years? Okay, you're up Black Donald up that way. Okay. You're up there. You're the ones that get all the worse weather than we don't get. Or Perth. Every time there's like a bad tornado kind of thing, you look where it is. Calabogie. I'm just in behind Hopetown. I can't believe how many local people showed up here. I didn't think anybody would look at that around here. Especially this time. Small game going on right now. So everybody, it's Friday. So everybody's at their camps. At least they should be. Well, if they're doing small game. And then, like you say, Croptober. I love that. Anyways, if you have, I was saying just off in the ether, saying that if you haven't pulled your fucking plants now, they're either going to stay there for the next 2 weeks, because we've got a week of rain coming according to that bloody weather whatever network. I'm glad I pulled mine. Aiden Umperson. You're from the other side of the bogey, but the other fella that was on here, Aiden Umperson, his family settled here, like the rest of everybody around here, like 200 years ago. Anyways, why am I bringing him up? Oh, I kept him up all night here. And he was going to go trim, and he thought the rain was going to come in like around 8 this morning, but I kept checking and I'm like, it's going to come earlier. And here it is. Okay, so I rolled a nice one. I found some weed. Shitstorm Central, oh yeah. We did some logging work after the last tornado, the Derico that Pat, no, wait a minute, hold on. Derico, we got stuck in the city with our equipment. The tornado then from 3.5, 4 years ago, the one that went through White Lake up the hydro line there. We worked up in there, and then actually, if you look on the satellite, about 90% of that stuff was never picked up. All those trees, there's tens of thousands of trees that were killed in that tornado or whatever it was. But like now that wood's all rotten. It's good for nothing. Because it's been, the tornado that went through Dunrobin in that was the time that went through Calabogie, through White Lake, like I said, up the hydro line. And I even saw where it passed over White Lake because I went fishing and I saw where it had damaged all the trees and the cottages on that one side. But yeah, even that, because the tornado for Dunrobin is actually going on 4 years, so that wood's all but rotten. And the Derico that went through was not this, obviously not this summer, so the summer, last year's summer. And you guys got whacked with that. Yeah, well, that's precisely, yeah, exactly. You hit it right on the head. And, I mean, it wasn't, I mean, we weren't committed. When that went through, we weren't committed. We ended up taking some tornado jobs in Dunrobin at that time. We cleaned it up. I still get guys from Dunrobin wanting to clean up and sell their wood to us, and I'm like, your wood is useless, man. It's after 3 years, nobody's going to burn that. It's rot. It's been on the ground all that time. Anyway, yeah, I would guesstimate tens of thousands of trees. No one burns wood. Everybody here, I burn wood. My mother burns wood. We all burn wood out here. And I sell a shitload of firewood. I'm working with Jamie Carpenter, JJ&D Custom Cutting, and then my family's business was LW Jones Firewood and Logging, and we got together, and I can't keep up with sales. You got Bill Breckenridge and all these guys sitting on Willows. Was it Kevin or Keith Willows over there on Balderson, which is near our yard on 9th Line, and nobody's selling a thing. Me, of course, I got dry wood all sitting in log format, like, logs, dry, ready to go. We start, okay, I'm going to start hauling this stuff back into the yard in Balderson. What happens? Processor. Our Bell's 4000 finally give up the ghost. Well, not give up the ghost, but Andy and Brent had to take it in, and I don't know when we're getting that back. Compared to back then, propane is quite popular too. Insurance for wood stoves is a joke. Oh, yeah. I'll have to ask my mom about hers. She's never said a word to me about her insurance to do with that. But yeah, I mean, I can't. I know the one thing that we're noticing is the outdoor stoves. Just had to take an anti-nausea pill there. Sorry, bud. I'm on Ozempic for my diabetes. So sometimes if I don't eat, which I haven't eaten for a while. Let's hope that kicks in quick. Anyway, you know what it might be? That wood stove in the big house was there from 1980 because we were living in the one room before that. You don't even want to know the wood stove we had in there. We had an old Ben Franklin. The four of us all lived in one little one-room cabin here. That was a fire hazard. And it was, in the winter, it was particularly bad because, well, it was a one-room cabin. It's still there, the cabin. The Ben Franklin's gone. It finally just kind of rusted out, and we got rid of it and sealed off the roof. But what it was then is that we all slept in the same room. So what used to happen is that we'd all take shifts filling the Ben Franklin because it wasn't an airtight. So it was constantly being fed. So, my dad might be doing the 4 o'clock in the morning till 7 in the morning, If it was a weekend, then us kids, and then on school days, before we'd go out to the bus and all that, we would load up the wood stove. So, but both my parents were working then too. So, anyways, yeah, I'll have to ask my mom about that. She's never mentioned anything about the insurance to me there. So, and she's 82, so I've had to start, looking after things more involved all the time. And we're with David Harry from Finnegan's Insurance in Perth. Been with him for like 100 years. And fuck, he just sends the bill every year. It's paid. They never asked me about the wood stove or nothing. They know it's there. It's a Vermont casting. At that time, that was a high-end stove. I don't know about now, but back then it was. Because we didn't even have electric heat back then. There was no electric backup when that house was first built. And so that Vermont casting kept that place from freezing up more than once. Yeah, we're right in the rain now. 6 o'clock a.m. So the first batch is going through, then there's an open spot. Plebna and all that is no rain, but it's going to start raining in Plebna here in about an hour. And it's the big rain coming there now, Chris. Oh, well, I started trimming. Nishida was the one that said I should try and do a live show. So here I am recording everything, and then I thought, well, why not? Let's just throw a live show up. So I thought, well, I'll do a live show while I'm trimming. Then the raccoon showed up. So it blew that whole fucking theory right out the water. Gone. So trimming isn't going, brother. So tomorrow, after I get a good nap here and I wake up, although I got to go to Perth there, but I'll be trimming all day tomorrow. And I'm smoking weed. I can't remember what it is. It says AAH on my jar, and I harvested it October 11th, 2020. AAH, and I can't remember which weed this is. So we're going to smoke it. I'm digging up all kinds of jars, 10 days? Yeah, well, that's about right. I've got some already drying in the bathroom. What's in there now is the grape kush, and I've just started putting Alaskan Thunderfuck in there. That's what I'm trimming right now, is Alaskan Thunder, what was trimming. I'll start trimming again later on today. AAH. I can't remember the name of this weed. But yeah, 10 days. That's, because by then you're pretty much, your curing is already pretty much well into it, eh? Well, that's what I always figure, about 10 days. And then I'll throw it in, like I'll either do the 10 days in my, hang on a minute. It's easier to show you than try to explain it, because I don't know the words I got to tell you. I ordered these fuckers off of Amazon. Can you see that? Okay. What does that say? Oh, I love Blue Dream. Power Plant. Glookies. I've never heard of Glookies. Lemon Skunk. Yeah. My friend Pat. If you ever go on Instagram, look up Irish Dabs. Like, that at symbol and then Irish Dabs. That's our own, well, not mine. The guy that makes that's our own genetic line, but that's his, and he's my Gromie. Used to be a Perth lad, but I helped him move out of there, and unfortunately, I ended up finding him a place in Castleman, which couldn't be any further from here. Anyway, so we don't see each other like we used to, but we still do everything together. And he's right in the middle of breeding seeds right now. What's that? Cookies times Gorilla Glue. Gorilla Glue. That's my one jar. I was trying to remember what GG was. It's Gorilla Glue. Thank you. So I have some Gorilla Glue from 2020, and then this one is AAH, and I can't fucking think of the name right now. But yeah, we do our own genetics here. Then I grow. This year I went and grew some on the side. Alaskan Thunderfuck, Fruity Pebbles, which they all died. I'm pretty sure. And what's the other one? Alaskan Thunderfuck, Fruity Pebbles, and Grape Kush. And that was one. And then the rest were our genetics, which was pink goo slash something, 24 karat banana something. I said pink goo already. Khalifa RM. He puts all these numbers and things. Khalifa RM something something. We have our own version of Slurricane. I didn't grow that because I grew that last year and I still had some left over. I'm missing one. He's breeding right now across. I'll find out the cross next time I'm on here. But he's calling it apple fritter, something apple fritter. So he's just started that. I won't be getting those seeds until probably somewhere around Christmas. They'll be ready, be in time for spring. But I mean, I grow those genetics. I say exclusive, but I mean, you can buy the same seeds that he puts, Irish dabs. So it's not like it's exclusive, but because that would be a lie telling you it that way. But most people aren't. I mean, he's not a millionaire from selling seeds on Instagram for Irish dabs, because if he was, I would know if he was a millionaire. Believe me, we'd be making hash until we were blue in the face. But yeah, it's a shame about that Fruity Pebbles, because originally you could not get, what's this? Call it apple crippler. Oh, I like that. I'll tell him that, actually. He just said something about apple fritter. He knows I like apple fritters. Homemade ones, anyway. Not the Tim Hortons garbage ones, but anyways, gone. Fuck. Okay, AH weed, whatever that is good. I can't remember what AH is. Yeah, GG, Gorilla Glue. There it is. Oh, God, I drew that in 2019. Gorilla Glue. Just not a mix. Like you're saying cookies and Gorilla Glue. This here is just straight Gorilla Glue. And look at the date. I wasn't even right. I harvested it at the end of October of 2019. So this is 4 years old, the Gorilla Glue. And that still got some pretty good kick. The Gorilla Glues, I like that one. I was talking about Irish dabs, our own thing going on. I ordered from Montreal. Oh, the Fruity Pebbles. A friend of mine, I can't remember how he got it, but he brought some Fruity Pebbles here, smoked it. Ooh, that's nice stuff. So then I don't see my friend for, 4 or 5 months. Shows up here with homemade Fruity Pebbles shatter. Never had shatter before. Pat just talked me into, at the time, talked me into buying a, the mod vaporizer thing. And there's a company called Honey whatever. So anyways, this thing here. It's a vape, but this here is just a ceramic thing, so it doesn't matter what you put into it. You put weed in it, hash, rosin, whatever you want in it. I've been doing keef. Right now I'm smoking some kind of rosin. I can't remember the name of it. But anyways, we'll be making stuff this year. So my buddy brings over this shatter. He says, put it in the freezer. He says, when you want a piece, just break it off and then throw it in your mod. Woo! I loved it. So anyways, he says, and you're going to be even happier. He says, they've now got official true Fruity Pebble seeds, because it was a California gene or genetic, and you couldn't get seeds. And if somebody claimed it was Fruity Pebbles, it was bullshit. But that's all changed. And now Montreal Cannabis Seeds is the name of the company. And they're selling Fruity Pebble seeds. And my buddy did grow it, and that's where that shatter came from. And I was like, okay, so I ordered some, and all my Fruity Pebbles, I'm 99% sure I ended up killing them accidentally. Here, Chris, this is why I pulled them. You see that? Where's that damn camera on this thing? See that? On the top? As soon as I started to see that, I was like, and the rain is coming, I'm fucked if I don't pull it tonight. I'm really not happy because I was not ready at all. I hadn't put anything together. I hadn't cleaned out my jars. I hadn't done anything. I thought I had a couple more weeks. And I thought, well, there'd be some bulking up time. But Pat turns around, he says, go check those trichomes for me, will you? I'm like, okay. Go out there. All the trichomes are amber. Yeah, exactly. Bud rot. Pat says when he looked at the leaves, that fungal thing that comes out he says it only shows up in some crops about every 5 years. Septoria, or what the fuck did he call that shit? One of his plants got it. It killed his plant. I didn't grow in coco coir. I usually grow in coco coir. That's it. The one you just said. Sporia. Seporia? Where the fuck is he here? Instagram. But that's the one. You just said it. Apparently, this stuff shows up. Septoria fungus. And he says that you can use a copper-based fungicide. You can thank the wildfire. Rainwater was... That makes sense, eh? That makes sense for a lot of things, actually, now that you just mentioned. I didn't even think about that, the smoke in the water. Smoke on the water, deep purple, but... No, I mean, the particles are in the rainwater. He says that fungus only turns up about every 5 years. He lost one. He rarely loses a plant. And I lost one. And when I sent the pictures today, he looks at the leaves. He says, get those. He says, what are the trichomes? Trichomes are all opaque and amber here and amber there. That's it. Perfect. I didn't think they'd be that ready so soon. He says, you best pull them. So, and then I went and looked at the weather report. 5 days of rain. I'm like, I'm fucked. I got to pull them tonight. So this is why we did this first live show thing. What's this? Causes calcium lockout from high potassium. Yeah, magnesium. And see, I'm on a 140-foot deep well here, hard water, so that's high in calcium too. I pH it out at 7, naturally from the tap. I didn't grow in coco coir this year, and that was my mistake because that fungi thing wouldn't have turned up if I had everything in the coco coir, I think, because I never had problems with any of that. This is the first year I didn't grow in coco coir outside in 3 or 4 years, and I'm regretting that I did it. Sunshine Mix number 4. And then I went with the Lucas, which I always do, Lucas, and then not Maxi Grow, the other one, Maxi Bloom, the dry stuff, mix it with water. Anyways, I do the Lucas, Lucas mix, and it's perfect. But yeah, not your fault, contaminated rain. I got to tell Pat I don't think he thought of that either. He just thought it was that reoccurring thing every 5 years or whatever it is. So, but yeah, that makes total sense. It's a wonder, I was up, I was out near Perth and I went over to see one of the show dice stands and I asked, like, how are things on the farms? Like, what do you guys got going on? Like, is everything growing okay? And I said, because, we had that real dry spell and then that wet spell. And I never even thought to talk about the smoke, but I mean, everything I bought from him this year, beautiful, beautiful crops. So he had a good year, I guess, despite the smoke. But yeah, now that you mention that, I'll bet there's a lot of people that have fucked up crops because of that. 5 days of rain in October. He's not pulling his for another 2 weeks, but Castleman, where he's at, it's all like farmland, flat. He in his backyard where he's growing it, he gets sun from morning till night there. Everything's open, so a steady, breeze, whatever, pretty steady. I had no breeze here this year. It was the strangest year. Tonight was the first time I've had wind in months here coming in. It's just been a weird year. But, yeah, so he didn't, you got it too, eh? Okay. Well, good old Pat, he knows what he's talking about, but I don't think he considered the smoke thing. I won't text him this time in the morning, but actually he might be up. He gets up with the kids because his wife works. He's off, he was a plumber. He retired at 40 because of his back being all twisted up. And they didn't want to insure him or something, so they just put him off on disability. But he's not on the CPP disability like me for my chainsaw thing. DSP, the Ontario one, he's on that. So anyway, he's legit. There's nothing, his back is fucked. But, yeah, he might be up with the kids. You know what? He's such a fucking genius with growing and everything. He probably already knows and just didn't think to bring it up with me. Or I didn't know enough to ask. That's more likely it. Good Lord, raccoons. It's raining and you're still here and there's no food left. What's going on? You're not coming inside here. Once you're in here, you'll never leave. I know that's what will happen, and I can't have you guys living in here. Not even one of you. I think I'm stuck with the raccoons. I don't think they're going to go out in the rain. They're just going to stay underneath the awning. You will want to bleach your grow bags in spring. Septoria stays around over winter, just a tip. Okay. Well, my grow bags, I'm getting rid of them. I decided to try this Sunshine Mix number 4, and then I did something really silly. I decided to cut it down to 15 gallon, smart pots. Not the actual smart pot because they're expensive, but, no name one. And I'm going back to 30s. 15 was a mistake, too. So all those will be gone. I'll just toss them then. I'm not even going to bother trying to solve that. I'm just going to buy all brand new 30s. And then I'm going back to Coca-Cola. Yeah, 15 small. Pat grows his in the hundreds. And he grows with the Sunshine Mix number 4. He swears by it. And I can't say he's wrong. I mean, growing the babies in the beer cup with that saves me having to give them anything, and it gives them a good shot before you put them out. But I didn't like any of it this year. Maybe it's because I've been spoiled by spoiled by Coca-Cola, I guess. I don't know. I know a lot of guys don't like growing in it, but I've had nothing but really good luck with Coca-Cola, so. What I do wish, I grow 80s with Pro Mix and worm casting. So that's pretty much, but the Pro Mix is pretty much the same as the Sunshine, Gaia Green, yeah. I tried it 1 year, and I went back to my Maxi Bloom. I don't do if you buy the General Hydroponics, if you go look at the Lucas formula, Lucas, type it in, there's a million guys that put it up on their websites and stuff. But you eliminate the grow and just use the purple stuff and then the pink stuff. You don't use the green stuff. That's the General Hydroponic ones, the 3. But I'm using the powdered stuff, and there's the two. There's Maxi Grow, Maxi Bloom. And anyways, Lucas thing, and I've done it for years with the other one. You don't need to, instead of putting 5 grams per whatever, you're putting 7. And that, well, I'll show you the thing. You don't need to go all this extra money if you're using chemicals. If you're in organic, well then forget anything I'm saying. Won't mean anything. I was going to feed the plants. I filled up my 60-gallon container, 1 pound of this. These come in 1 kilogram, so 1 pound I use for 60. Maybe I should just leave that in there. I won't be used. Oh no, I will be growing inside. That's true. Anyways, it's 5, 15, 14, and what they will tell you is, well, you got to use Maxi Grow for the first, and then Maxi, Bloom. But if you use the Lucas formula, you don't need this. That's the only thing you need from beginning till end. That's it. And Lucas formula goes back probably right to the 70s. Yeah, Amazon sells it. Where do I get mine? GrowDaddy is where I got mine. Is it GrowDaddy? GrowDaddy. No, this one came from Amazon. The one before that was at GrowDaddy, but they didn't have any stock. I've learned now too, you probably already know this, but I buy everything in the winter. Way cheaper. Everything's in stock, because everybody lands at the same time. February, everybody's out ordering, buying, whatever. Fuck that, I do it now. I'm already getting ready for 24. So, anyway. But that's chemicals, General hydroponics. So in case, because Aiden was saying he's from around, not too far. He's an Umperson. Anyways, that's an old family in these parts. There's a road named after them, not far from here. But anyways, he grows organic apparently. So none of anything I was saying means shit to him. But if you're doing chemicals. Yeah. And I got nothing against the Gaia Green. I think it was fine, but I tried making tea with it at one point, but I really couldn't get it to dissolve properly. And okay, so then I did a surface, like put some on the surface, but then I find out it takes 30 days for it to kind of really get in, or that was what somebody claimed anyways. I still got a jug of the Gaia Green here. Sitting right there by the tent back there, my grow tent. That's actually one of our own genetics. That's Clepa RM. Yeah, Clepa RM5, and the other one is 24 karat banana. So, anyway, Pat comes up with these names, not me. He sends me my seeds. And then whatever, if he's only made like say 4 different strains, well then I'll order from Crop King, or this year I tried Montreal's cannabis seeds. Yeah, 4 inches. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, no, it won't dissolve. Although if you go on YouTube, there's people say, oh, I make tea out of it. And I'm like, I don't know how you guys are making tea, because I couldn't get that shit to dissolve. So, bone meal and everything, that's not going to dissolve, I don't think. But yeah, that's what I did pretty much, but I fucked up the whole thing with the Gaia Green. So I'm like, you know what? Go with what you know. And I made the same mistake. I know this. I know the liquid General Hydroponics too. Don't use the green, just the pink and the purple. Micro and then Bloom. But that's the Lucas formula. But Coco Core. And I will never switch from Coco Core again. Knock on wood, knock on whatever. Rain's coming down heavy now, bro. You probably can hear it. Fuck, oh man. I got everything sitting underneath the awning here. What a panic. There I'm out in the dark. I'm waiting for either the bears to show up out there, or I got 5 bears here. A pile of raccoons. But anyway, there's everything there. So it's underneath the awning. It'll stay dry, but this rain alone with that cool temperatures, you know yourself, it's going to be down to like 9 Celsius tomorrow night. That little bit of rain, even if it stopped now, I mean, everything would have been just 1,000% mold. 1,000% mold. And as you saw yourself, it's already, we made good move chopping yesterday. Yes, sir. Stay old school. Works for you. That's all that matters. Yeah, you're right, bro. Coco Core's not really old school, I guess. Would it be? Oh, sorry. I don't know. It was new to me. And at that time, there was still a company in Montreal called International Hydroponic or whoever. They've gone now. They're out of business. But they're the ones that said, hey, why don't you try the Coco Core? We'll give it to you at a really good price. And at that time, they still had the Cana Coco, you know, the bricks. And they were like 20 bucks a pop. So, but you get 2 of them in that brick. And that was enough to fill up a 30 with your perlite. And I always used to, and I'm going to go back doing that because that's something I didn't do this year either. I always get a load of river stone. You know, like the river pea stone, Dodds and Irwin, they sell it. You know, you get it from Kavanaugh or whatever too. But anyway, so you just buy it by the bag at Canadian Tire. But I always put that on the bottom, and then my Coco Core perlite mix right up to the top, and that's it. That's how I did it. And the Coco Core, the original thing I was told at the time, a few years back, was that Coco Core does not pick up the different funguses and stuff like that, because there's nothing in Coco Core. That's why with Coco Core, you can't, like what you're doing, you don't have to feed them every day. Like you said, you just do yours every 2 weeks. Same with my soil or whatever. But the Coco Core is completely empty. There's nothing in it. So, and you got to make sure to get the buffered stuff too. But anyways, so like almost every time, yeah, on the bottom, exactly. Rocks help for drainage. Yeah, that's exactly it. And of course, with the soft side or smart pots, I mean, you want that oxygen getting to them roots, right? So, but it's the perfect combination with Coco Core. The tiny river stone, not the sharp ones, rounded ones, river stone. And you could probably get it. You probably get that for free. You just go to the shore, Calabogie or Black Donald, anywhere where there's a lot of little stones. You probably get that for free right there. But Black Donald for sure, because that's not sandy beaches there. That's little stones. But or at least it was. But so they're not sharp, eh? Bottom. Then, like I said, the perlite and the Coco Core. But yeah, I won't pick up any of the traditional diseases that we both would have known from the old days. Tea, Rubicon Organics, fish emulsion and seaweed emulsion combined with every third water. Oh yeah, you're right into the... I didn't do teas until there was a guy I was working with at Kavanaugh, cement mixers from Smiths Falls. And he taught me to mix a different couple of teas. I did it the one year and I never went back because the Coco Core. And tea with a Coco Core, I'm not sure if that would work out that good. You really need to add the chemicals. And with the Coco Core, you need to add calcium. So, you know, CalMag, whatever. In my case, I don't need to. I've got hard water. It's full of calcium here. Yeah. By tea, I add... Yeah. Yeah. And, well, he used to put lamb shit. That was one for sure in his. You know, molasses to feed the little things in the dirt. Um, what the fuck else? Lamb shit, water. I think he even got water from Mississippi Lake. But I can never say that he ever had a bad crop. I haven't seen him now in a few years, but oh, his crops were beautiful. Beautiful crops. This is even before legality came through here. Yeah, a lot of guys, molasses makes my weed sweeter. Well, you're not growing then because like it don't make anything sweeter. All it's doing is feeding those microbes, which you already know because you're growing with Gaia and all that. And the microbes is your secret, really. Most people, you probably know that, but most people probably don't. But those microbes, the healthy ones, that's the molasses feeds those boys. In your worm castings, all those nice little microbes, they'll they'll reproduce 1,000 times faster with that. But yeah, I've had guys tell me, yeah, it sweetens up my plants. And I'm like, I bet you're not even growing. It feeds the soil, not the plants. Exactly. I get other guys telling me honey. I said, well, honey is antibacterial, so you're probably killing some of those nice little microbes with the honey. I don't know that to be fact, but honey, I mean, you can do it on a cut and it'll kill most of the bugs there. So stoner brains online are funny. But I'll tell you something, and I saw this somewhere. Somebody had typed it out at the beginning of the internet, is that if you want some kind of miracle in engineering done, give it to a weed smoker, give them whatever, hand this, go say, okay, you need to make something we can smoke with this. And of course, weed people are absolute Einsteins when it comes to designing or engineering something to do smoking or whatever, right? And it's so true. And I saw that, like, the internet was just new. And it was in one of those, what do we used to call them? News groups. BBSs or two. There wasn't anything like it is now with Facebook and Instagram and all that, YouTube. But so, I mean, we guys were going in there and talking, and the cops didn't know how to use it. So you were pretty much free to talk at that point. But, something wrong here with my thing. Okay, cat, you're freaking me out here. Why are you looking at me like that, Wally? That's the weirdest look I've ever seen out of you, cat. In 6 years, 8 years you've been here. But yeah, I mean, stoners are like they're Einsteins. If you just let them have, like, here, build this, they'll come up with something that nobody else will ever think of. But yeah, that was out. I remember guys talking about stuff like that on the BBSs long before any of this stuff. And that, funnily enough, was a lot of the older guys that they understood news groups. Now the older boomers, like the ones that are older than me, they're still alive. Facebook, none of them use that. She knows bad weather's coming. Yeah. Well, Wally's he's a male, but male. He's neutered, so he's not really a male anymore. But he's a nothing. But yeah, that's probably it. We haven't had rain here in so long, eh, Wally? When's the last time we heard rain coming down? It's been a shit of a long time. Even maybe before I went to Georgian Bay in August. Did you guys get, especially with the big fire up there, did you guys, are you guys in fire ban right now over there? Because they didn't go fire ban here, but we haven't had rain in at least a month and a half here or more. And it's dry. It's dry here. It won't be now, but I kept thinking, like, why aren't they putting the fire ban on? And then, like, now you being from up there, it's the first thing on my mind. It's like, fuck, I wonder if they put the fire ban back up there. I talked to a girl on Facebook groups. Her husband works with the fire department, volunteer fire department up there. And she couldn't talk about what happened, how that fire started. Now that was back when the fire was still burning, but that was like, she was seeing something that they weren't allowed to talk about any of that. They went only small fires, no big burns. Okay. That's pretty much, I would think, the same here. landowner. I mean, because I'm on third concession here, which is the only paved one, from Hopetown's first concession, second concession, third, fourth, all dirt roads except for third. Of course, they had to pave our fucking road, and they did that, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago, whatever it's been. But anyways, it's not the locals, because they pretty much know enough not to flick the cigarette out on properties because they own property and they don't want their property going up in smoke. It's the cottagers when they come out here in the summer. And I literally, I can almost watch them. I go by and I'm going, oh, wait, you'll almost see the cigarette butt at night too, because they see the sparks, eh? And almost every time it's nothing. Construction was on the island and the city had a big fire with building materials and spread the land. That's why they didn't want to talk about it. Oh, God. Yeah, they won't be popular with the locals. It's a wonder the locals don't go there and burn them out of there. Big firewood building. Those fucking idiots. Not like they didn't know. I mean, everybody and their grandmother was, going on about being, we have to be extra careful with everything burning down in BC, Alberta, Quebec, everywhere else. Northern Ontario even got burns. I mean, how could they not know that, for fuck's sakes? And I would assume they own the land on that island. Unless that's Crown and they're leasing or something. But I mean, I don't even see that. That's got to be private. But I mean, hello, guys. You own land and you're setting off fires during a burn ban. Come on, how stupid could you be? I mean, this 100 acres would be gone in less, I mean, you're up there, Centennial. How much did it kill up there in a very short time? Spread so fast because it was in the eye of the tornado. Exactly, yeah. And nothing got cleaned. You can blame Hydro One for that, brother. At least, don't blame the guys on the road because they're all good guys. It's the yahoos in Toronto. But, I mean, if you talk to any of the local hydro guys, they'll say that, because they're from here, they'll say the same thing, we should have cleaned up that whole mess. Now, I do get it that there definitely wouldn't be enough companies in the entire Ottawa Valley to do what they needed done there. But I mean, something would have been better than nothing. I mean, they only got so far. They shut everybody down. We didn't get involved. Glad we didn't at this point. But, I mean, they should have, because John and Alan Lee could have gone over. They didn't go. We didn't go. Yeah, that's a big ass fire. 10K by 10K. That's 100 square. Fuck. I don't think Breckenridge went in there because he was off doing private jobs somewhere. John and Alan had their shit up in Bon Echo. They're up there now in Bon Echo still. And we didn't go. We had our own thing going on. And although we would have, if they had called us, we would have gone. We would have shut down what we were doing. We would have gone. I mean, fuck, look at all that free wood. I mean, pulp. We bought a portable sawmill. So, I mean, lumber galore. And then anything hardwood, gets stockpiled and we sell it to, to wood stove people. But, yeah. I don't know how many times Jamie had me check the satellites on that. Yeah, that was a fuck shot. The thing is that give incentive to locals. Well, you got, what's his name up your way? Was it Louis? The one with the blue grapple trucks. Louis? What's his name there? Logging? Louis? Something L. Begins with an L anyway. Jamie knows him. I don't know him. But the problem was and is that a lot of the companies need more than just don't call us on a Monday and expect us to move all our shit to your place by Friday. That's not going to happen. I mean, it's not like we're Kavanaugh with 10 floats. Sure, we could rent floats from Kavanaugh, whatever, but by the time we do all that, we won't make no money. But I mean, like right now, we're on a 400-acre job just north on the north end of Dalhousie. We've got another, and that's for firewood. Like it's all hardwood up there. And then we've got one of our crews over off of Highway 43, and that's strictly cedar. Some of the cedar's coming here for my purposes, but the rest of it will go to mills. And because they're buying cedar right now, and the price as of a week ago was still pretty good. But I mean, if a tornado went through today or tomorrow, there's no way we could get our shit all moved. Let's say, we need you here by Monday or Tuesday. It wouldn't happen. And that's what they do. The idiots in Toronto, the pencil pushers, I mean, I think they just think we're a bunch of guys with chainsaws. And I'm like, you guys are so 20th century. Like, 2 feller bunchers, 5 skidders. Like, our guys don't even touch a fucking, I mean, what do we got? 2 guys on chainsaw out of a crew of what, 20, what do we got, 25 guys now? Nobody touches a chainsaw anymore, for fuck's sakes. I mean, slasher. You got the slasher. We got 2 slashers now there. Because the 2 feller bunchers, I mean, one slasher wouldn't keep up with the 2 fellers. But I mean, this is what the Toronto people think. And I'm like, no, we can't just pack these guys up and bring them there. So that is a problem. They need to give, like, you've got 3 years before you got to pick it off the ground, pretty much, right? If it's hardwood, I mean, pine, it's going to rot right away. So if you're not picking up that pine, you've got maybe a year, not even, it's going to be full of bugs. But most of these guys here, I mean, we're all committed to jobs. And I mean, like, right now we're on those 2 jobs. I turned away 2 jobs up near Apsley, but we traded those 2 jobs for another guy that gave us a big property where he skidded everything over a year ago. So there's all these dry logs sitting there for us. So we'll put a guy, up there and get that all organized, and then process it and sell it. But I mean, we just can't just pick up. I mean, it took us. We made a mistake of going to work for this guy that was subcontracting on the east of Highway 16 or 31, like the French part of Eastern Ontario. And it's not hard rock there. It's like clay. We buried one of the feller bunchers like right up to the top of the cab. And and this guy was giving Jamie a hard time. And Jamie's not a kind of guy you give a hard time, but we're getting all this free ash out of it. But the guy was such a friggin' goop. He's out of Van Cleek Hill. Think of his bloody name. Anyways, Jamie was humming and hawing about pulling out of there. And I said, you know what, Jamie, better we sit on our asses and do fuck all than put up with this guy's bullshit. Bury another piece of equipment because it's all clay. We're Ottawa Valley boys. What do we work on? Rock. Okay, so our shit don't sink here. Granite, Canadian shield. Anyway, he finally listened to me and we pulled all our shit. But it took us almost 2 weeks to pull all our shit out of there, bring it back to the yard, do some quick fixes, whatever needs done, and then put it back out to Dalhousie Lake and over on Highway 43 between Perth and Swiss Falls. I mean, this is not a minute thing. The city of Ottawa asked us to outsourcing a lot of bogey way to clear lines, but not enough manpower. Yeah, and here's the worst of it. We've had other companies come to us and want to sell out to us because there's a lot of guys getting out of it. They're saying they're not making anything. And I'm going, okay, we're doing fine, and I can't keep firewood in the yard. Whereas guys like Willow's sitting there with 8 piles sitting there, haven't been touched in a couple months. But in Breckenridge, he's sitting there with a shitload of cut and split over in the yard there. And not selling it. But if I had 1,000 cord sitting in the yard, it'd all be gone by next week. But like I said, they got to understand, like there's 3 years if it's hardwood, a year maybe not even with the softwood. But I mean, like, if you give companies time to react, to be able to move shit and get it around, then it would be workable. But they didn't time any of it. And a lot of companies just said, no, we're not doing it. We're making more money what we're doing here. I'm sure that's a lot, especially those guys up Mattawa. They're all cut. We've cut with the guys up in Mattawa, and then on the up northwest corner of Algonquin Park. It's all beach up there. So I mean, these guys aren't coming here to cut shit. I mean, these guys are all cutting beach up there, and so it was too far for us to truck the beach back here. If we had 2 trucks, that would have been a different story. We're looking for another logging grapple truck. We need another one. We can't. One isn't cutting it anymore. But it. I mean, you know where I'm talking about. I mean, you look at that line, that wide open line there. I mean, 10 of us, 10 companies roll around the clock. We would never have gotten that cleaned up in time. What's this? They keep the mill up in Temiskaming going too. Yeah, well, the one in Espanola is open again, I guess. Jamie was saying. And it's funny you say Temiskaming. We got involved. We're building Jamie and friends bought a bunch of property up north of Temiskaming, way up there. There's 2 lakes on the property. And the one advantage we have is that it was a good price because nobody wanted to cut the roads in there. And I'm going, we're of course well, that's what we do. So we're building a hunt camp up there. The hunt camp pieces are being built here, and we're shipping them up by float next spring. And then we're gonna bring the road in, and it's all spruce up there. So I mean, if there's anything good, Temiskaming or Espanola, but there's a reason I'm telling you that. Temiskaming, spruce. We're gonna have that. I don't know when we'll be open up there. It'll be another year, probably. I'm getting all the Starlink stuff installed for the lodges and for the cabins for the hunters, so everybody has fast internet up there because there's no internet. There's no hydro. We'll be running off grid up there, solar, to run the hunt camp because there's no hydro lines or anything. So it's going to be a different kind of hunt camp, off-grid hunt camp. Well, there's lots of off-grid hunt camps. All you got to do is go to back up on Crown Land and behind Umpa. But I mean, a size like this is going to be, Americans are going to get shipped into Timmins or Temiskaming and being brought in from there, whatever. But we told Jamie, after a couple of years of that, we wouldn't even need to do logging anymore. The money that place is likely to make. But I don't know why I'm telling you this. There's a reason to do with the logging there. Oh, yeah, okay. So we'll shut down during half loads in March 10th, usually is half loads. And so we shut down, April, May. So about 8-9 weeks, because May 10th, usually half loads are off. So then we go back full tilt. But this year we'll be sending up one of the crews and some of the equipment up there, and then that'll stay up there. But that'll be that won't happen until March 10th, if that's half loads, which it will be. And we can't do anything up there until probably the end of May anyway. Everything be dry and stuff. So, but that gives us 8 weeks to bring stuff off one job where it's already brought back as a half loads. The mechanics, everybody's wrenching, updating, making sure everything's good. And then it goes back out. Normally it would go back out to a job here, Bancroft, somewhere, Calabogie. But this year we're going to split one crew to go up there, and but it's all fucking spruce. So it's, I hope they're buying by next year. I don't think they might. They might not be. But we have a portable sawmill, so that, that could kind of take away. We used to fish the Kippawa River system. Moose, yeah, Jamie goes up to the 2 lakes, the property that he bought, the company bought. There's 2 lakes on that property. Oh, I can't even show you. Walleye over 3 feet long, because they've gone in on foot or whatever and fished out of there. This is how they know about all the property there. And the 2 lakes there, are there, and walleye, pike, all the usual stuff there. I think that they're also cold water lakes, if I remember. So there's pretty big lakers or whatever in there. But Jamie goes up to every year moose hunting. Well, when he doesn't go to Newfoundland for the moose hunting there, that's every couple of years. But with the tornado stuff and everything, he hasn't gone. Sioux Lookout. He has a personal hunt camp in Sioux Lookout with a guy from Hydro One, actually. Guy that used to he doesn't work at Hydro One now. He comes and works on our really difficult cuts. He's an expert on cutting off of hills and stuff like really angled like that. He's a miracle to watch. His nickname is Coconuts, and there's a reason he's Coconuts. Nobody does what he does. I wouldn't do what he does. I wouldn't even walk up those hills. He's up there fucking taking trees down. Oh, hello, Catherine Beals. Beals, like Jennifer Beals. God, that's showing my age. I bet you don't know who Jennifer Beals is, except with your last name, but I don't know if that's spelled the same way. Jennifer Beals was an actress back in the 80s, I guess it was. And she was in something, a big movie called Dance something or another. You love me. You don't even know me. You don't want to love me. Trust me. Jennifer. Yeah, it's Jennifer Beals. That's the name of the actress. I don't even know if she's still alive. Kippawa. Kippawa. Yeah, so the two lakes, the land, like I say, there's no hydro going in there, so that's one of the reasons we got the land and the lake so cheap. And basically, I mean, we could have spent $1 million to bring hydro out there, which would have been totally stupid. But with the way things are with solar power, everything's so advanced. Elon Musk with his power walls and all that shit. There's no reason why we can't run a big hunting lodge camp up there, and have it powered and everything, because it's the technology's gotten to the point now. Pick your area, and like you say, I mean, the moose will be insane there. So I mean, and it'll be busy year round. I mean, ice fishing in the winter, regular fishing on the two lakes, moose, deer, elk. If you can get an elk tag, good luck. And everything else. Are you? Well, we're kind of new here too, Catherine. This is my first live show. One of my regulars, the lithium ions. Actually, this bus, I'm trading my pickup truck. Well, I'm selling the pickup truck back to Hinton, but that's solar powered off grid. This bus I'm buying, like an RV bus, small one, and it's got the lithium ion batteries in it. So, but yeah, no, we're having a company come in and do all that. And we're going to put in they call it the power wall, I think. We're having the Elon Musk stuff put in, and they're those power walls, like they're lithium batteries, but like you'd have to just look up, not Starlink, because it's not the name of his solar company. Just look up Elon Musk power walls, and that's the things we'll be using. You get different sizes of them with the lithium ions, and so like say for your house, so let's say you had like a regular house, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, whatever, right? So you get like that power wall for like 10 grand plus then you got to buy the solar panels. And then you got the next one up like 15 or 18,000 for a bigger place. And then you get the one for like commercial. So we'll be putting in the commercial version of that, but we're having a company coming in to install that. We're not going to mess with any of that. So none of us have the experience for that. I mean, we have electricians and stuff. That's easy. It's the stuff that you're talking about, the lithium, the power walls, the solar panels, all that, and be able to distribute the power properly so nobody runs out, or, we're We're going to have to drill wells up there. So, I mean, we're going to be pumping water. Hopefully not from... Oh, congrats. Thank you. Haven't got it yet. Wayne, because it's Thanksgiving on Monday, I can't get the bus looked at from Wayne's mechanic over there in Rockland until Tuesday. And once I get whatever he says, I'm going to bring it back here to my mechanic. That's Paul and Jane up there on Highway 7. Paul's Auto or whatever he calls himself these days. But anyway, yeah, so I haven't got it yet, but thank you for the early congrats. He's been having trouble selling it anyway because a lot of people think that they want that. And then they get there and they realize, no, they really don't want that. So he's got a lot of piss. And I said, listen, the bus is all I need. I don't need anything fancy. I don't want a fancy modern RV. They're too big. You know, I just need the bus for what I want to do. I'll get a lift ramp put on the back so I can ride the ATV up on it. Then that will have the trailer hitch and I can pull the boat. That's it. I'm good. Don't need to worry about any of it. So it's a diesel bus. Got the Cummins motor in it and it's the same motor and transmission I used to have in my cement mixer when I was driving at Lafarge. I had one of the first new Macs, 2015. No, that was before 2015. Oh, anyway, it came with the Cummins and the begins with the letter A. Best trannies made. Anyways, it's got that combination, so I'm really happy about that. And he has had that bus. He's from BC. He built it in BC, did the Canada thing, and then he's been to all over the United States, Mexico, Central America, right down to, I guess, Argentina with this unit. And so he's put some mileage on her, but Jesus, he's got, what the hell has he got in that thing for heat? He's got a diesel armor heater. I guess that's some big deal with the schoolie crowd. So it's good down to minus 30, apparently. And then, so there's that little miniature wood stove in there, which for me is perfect. Mr. Logging Guy with firewood. And I've got a big buddy here, which I use for ice fishing. So, I mean, that's propane. So, I mean, I'm going to use this all winter ice fishing. You'll see me right up on, hi, Lily. You're going to see me up there with the bus on the, well, maybe Black Donald if it freezes over good. Oh, okay. I guess Chris is gone. Just so Chris is like a local here. So when we get talking about these places, I don't know where you're from, but we're here in Eastern Ontario, Canada. So anyways, I guess he's gone. Oh, I love fishing. Oh, there's Chris. He's still there. But yeah, I mean, I'll be ice fishing with that this winter, bud. You know, as long as I got the ATV and go on the lake with the ATV, I'm good. I got all my toys for ice fishing, but my thing is I don't like to leave. Okay, so you're you're almost 12 noon over there. So you're up at lunchtime, or what we call here in Canada dinner. Dinner, and then but other people's what they call dinner, we call supper. In the country, I don't know about the city people, but out here I know we're different. London. And of course, I'm going to be the stupid Canadian. First thing that's out of my mouth, because they're from London, aren't they? Did you know the Rolling Stones? They got a brand new album just come out. Actually, meet us on what? Oh, I love white. Okay, well, Chris, I left one of my ice huts out there. You're talking about from 511, right? You go up past. Well, it's the White Lake Road, isn't it? And then you turn left and you follow that down. And then, you've got that first bay there. Of course, you can launch the boat there in the summer, or you drive along and then just go off the side there. That's probably where you're talking about. Okay. So, yeah. The ice hut now is with the young lad, but I left it to the young lad. But yeah, we were ice fishing up there for a couple of years on that end of the lake because my friend had a place up in before Calabogie on the right. So it was like, okay, we'll ice fish there. He went into oh, what's the lake there on the other side? Not Joe's Lake. Blah, blah. He was in there too. Nobody'd been there all winter. It was crazy. He went in there and caught some nice walleye in there. But I guess he had a hell of a time. He brought his side-by-side in there, but nothing had been plowed. The lake, there was nothing. You know, nobody'd been on the lake. Yeah, I saw that. I actually, Darling Long, that's it. I actually had a panic over that because the first year we went there, we come off the boat launch there, and then I rode my ATV over to that side, but it was all mushy, and I'm going, this feels a little too much like Crotch Lake, but Crotch Lake I know much better than I know this end of White Lake. And somebody went to not completely through. They went down, and that guy with the tractor come out and pulled him out. I'm surprised he didn't go down. But anyways, yeah, that was 2 winters ago when that happened. You must have heard about that. That guy drove off his pickup off the boat launch there. And I know that ice ain't that thick there because there's a bit of an undercurrent or something there. Anyway, I wouldn't have done what he did. I pulled up, you know, the road that goes along the bay there. And there's like a pullover spot there, and there's like a little opening with a campfire place. I launched my ATV from there. I felt okay from there. I didn't go the other way ever again, and I won't. Unless it's minus 30 for a month, and I know it's like 15 inches thick. But, yeah. They caught some nice walleye, the guys there. Oh, was it? Teenager? Okay. There's a lot of young lads that fish on that end of the lake there. That kid Tyler that owned the bait shop for a while, he fishes there. A few of his friends. Trying to think who else was going up there. Stefan Hewick was up there. There's a whole bunch of them going in and out of there. They caught some good walleye in there. They did. I didn't. I didn't go enough though. I mean, I didn't put the time in I should have there. So I didn't really, I don't think all I ever caught was a couple of perch or something. But I didn't put the time in, my own fault. Problem is I'm so spoiled by the lakes behind Umpa. You know, I mean, in one day I can go to a trout lake, you know, like a lake trout lake, go to Moss Lake, try to get some rainbows. Then I can go over to Granite Lake, get splake, head over to Red Horse, do walleye. I mean, you know, so they spoil me rotten up there. Here, Green Lake, not too far from here, up off of French Line. That's got trout. And then, of course, there's good walleye in Darling Long and oh, do you? Well, okay, the guys I fish are Randy McDonald, Chris Lemke, Daryl Chapman or Chappie, Bill Card, manager from the Plebna Home Hardware, at least he was. I haven't talked to Bill in a while. Kurt Lowe, who I used to work with at Kavanaugh, and before that at Lafarge. But yeah, you'll see us like on a Saturday morning. We would leave, and if the ice is thick enough on Palmerston, and they put the pylons out for the ice road, we'll right there where the trout lake is, the road that goes down there. That's where Chris and all those guys live. But right there is a boat launch, so we ride on there, and then we would ride across the lake and hit the, in behind the cottages guy there, West Palmerston Cottages. So you ride up on there, and then you could ride into Granite Lake, all those lakes back there. Brown trout, who was I talking to about brown trout? We were just talking about this. The only place I know, I didn't know there was browns in Darling, but the only place I knew browns to be for sure was Summit Lake. And I mean, there's only the one hunt camp there. And if you stand on top of the hunt camp and yell loud enough, you'll scare every brown trout in that entire lake. They're the most finicky fish, and they really don't taste that good for all the effort. So I don't make any effort for brownies at all. Never, and I never will, I don't think. Just not worth the effort. And I mean, oh, you bet. Okay, well, you haven't been there. It's turquoise blue. It's one of those lakes. There's nobody there. There's the one hunt camp. That's it. Unless somebody's built a cottage there in the last couple of years, because it's all crown land there. And there's really the only one way in. Yeah, the browns like ghosts. Yeah. I mean, all you got to do is just stomp on the ice. Like you go on shore right there at Summit. Okay, like where the little peninsula is from the hunt camp. You walk down there and just tap on the ice like that. You'll scare them all to the other end of the lake. I mean, they are fucking... Those are pretty finicky fish. So, yeah, I don't even bother with them. If I have like Splake is one of my favorites, and I got a half a dozen Splake lakes I love to go to. So, I got one up near Cloyne that virtually nobody goes there. You go there on the ice, drilled, ready to go for 6 a.m. You're there for exactly 4 hours. They'll hit, they like it's like they circle the lake. They'll hit your lines. Out they come, the Splake. Put your bait back on. Wait 20 minutes. They go around the lake. They come back. Boom, boom. Everything's going off. Yep, I agree. Splake. Maybe you'll confirm this, Chris. I've always thought Splake meat tasted like it was already smoked. See if you say that, because I've had some guys say I'm nuts and other guys saying, yeah, now that you mention it. But this one lake, you got 4 hours to hit your trout Splake on this one little lake by Cloyne. If you don't get there between 6 and fishing between 6 and 10, you're done. The rest of the day's finished. Go home. 6 to 10, just like that. Quackenbush is another one like that. You ever been up to Quackenbush? That's got rainbows in it. That's up near Van Acre. And Quackenbush is the same. It's like this little tiny oversized pond lake. And it's the same thing. You'll sit there and then 4 o'clock in the afternoon, done. You won't catch anything after 4. They taste pre-seasoned. Salt and pepper is all you need. Yeah. My friend Troy Newton from Cloyne, not there. He lives up in Coboconk now. But he used to make this, well, he called it trout dip, but we use Splake. But it was like, you know, that white cheese. What's it? Philadelphia cream cheese. You would make a cream cheese, Splake, you know, that kind of thing. Frig, man, are they ever good? I fished that before. Which place? Oh, Quackenbush? Yeah, I have a lot of those days. I can catch a buzz, no problem, but some days fish. Okay, so you've been up to Quack. You know where those fish go in the summer every day at 4 o'clock? Because everybody up there tells me, why do these fish, nobody can figure out why those fish disappeared at 4 and where they were going in this tiny little lake. Well, I went with my sonar in there because, I mean, really, people don't bring any, you know, boats with sonars, and there's such a small lake, you don't need anything but like a 12-foot John boat. But anyways, I went in there with mine, turned my gain, everything up, like right full tilt. I said, they're going somewhere. And maybe there's like caves that they're going into where there's bait balls or something, because bait balls will go into those caves. And some of the, like Granite, no, is it Granite Lake? There's actually, like at the top of Granite Lake up here, there's a little lake up there. It's like, unless you go up, you've never successfully done it from the other side. But there's actually an underground river that goes from that lake underground into Granite. So this is, they're doing that. But Quackenbush, when you go to the boat, there's only that one little boat launch there. If you go right straight on the lake, look to your left, head about 3/4 of the way over, That's where they're all going. There's a great big hole there, and I sonared it, and that's where they're going every day at 4 o'clock. Found it. I was like, talk about bullshit luck. I was with my friend Kurt that day. We caught some rainbows. They start jumping out of the water on that lake, eh? But yeah. So it turns out that that's where they're going, and not Shabomika. What's the other one? Shit. The other S lake up, Scutamata Lake has got the same deal, except with Scutamata Lake, everybody knows it's walleye, pike, perch, bass, whatever. All these old guys for years kept saying they were pulling trout out of there in the winter, and we're all like, no, this is bullshit. There's no way. I mean, come on, it's a warm water lake, guys. Well, and I found it in one of the bays. If you go to the Scutamata, and there's that nice boat launch, the concrete one with the lights and all that stuff. You go up, you go through the 2 little peninsulas in the main part of the lake. You go left on the lake, which is west, and the next bay over. Turns out, I couldn't figure out why my sonar kept going woo, woo. Like I kept going over this one spot. Well, it turns out there's a cut that's over 800 feet deep there, and that's where these guys were catching the trout. And only the old timers knew that. And I said, well, that's obviously where the trout are because it's going to be cold down there. And I have been marking bait balls all in that area. So the bait balls, anyway, but that lake was a man-made. There's actual villages, just like, what is it, Centennial that has the villages underneath it? Or Calabogie? Anyway, same thing with Scutamata. They call it the Scoot up there. And Cloyne, Northbrook up there. But yeah, there's this one ridge, and it's really hard to find it, like ridge, but no, they didn't. It's because of this ridge. Oh, Black Donald. Is that where the lakes are? Okay, or the underwater thing. So Scutamata's got the same thing. There's a couple little small villages there. But where this big gash is in the thing, I mean, the water's, I mean, you can, on either side of the, I'm going to call it a great big black gash underneath the water. Either side is probably only 20 or 30 feet deep there. But like I said, I kept going over, and all of a sudden my sonar would just go bonkers. It couldn't find bottom because it's only rated, that one there I have on the boat is only rated for, it was more than, that one's only rated for 800 feet. So if it's not marking, like if I don't turn the gain up and it's not marking anything, 800 feet, then you got more than 800 feet of water. And it's not very wide, this thing, but the old timers, they all knew where it was. Every one of them. They never would tell anybody. At least as far as I know, I never got told. But, and it was an accident that I stumbled on that. And then John Grand used to own Grand's bait shop right there in Cloyne. And he, the old timers would go in there and he'd tell these stories. And John Grand, and then, old timers all yakking about fishing, right? Ice fishing. So go into the bait shop. And so then I pulled in there one day after I accidentally discovered that. I said, well, John, let me show you a map. And I said, I probably could pinpoint it again, but it's right here. There's cottages right there, 20 feet of water, and then another 100 yards out, and you got this sudden big, it's like, I don't know, maybe it goes to China for all as I know. But that's where they were catching the trout, of all places. So, yeah. You know something, Chris? It's possible that the ministry, knowing that, I don't know what you want to call it, valley, whatever, they might have, maybe they tried stocking for that. But the bait balls that were going underneath there, that's what I wanted to get to. Again, there's another part of the lake, and guys were telling me, well, you'll see the bait balls here, but then they'll turn up over there and you don't see them. Well, how are they getting there? They're going under somewhere there, just like Quackenbush. Palmerston, I can show you bait balls of smelt. That's what they're going to be at that depth and that coldness. Same with Quackenbush. That'll be smelt down in there too. But oh fuck, Quackenbush. What was the other one now? I was gonna say Quackenbush, not Moss Lake. I could see the ministry stocking Scutamata in that area if they know about that area, and quite possibly the ministry might know about that. Why they would stock it there, I don't know. As far as I knew, that was only rumors, and the old guys, they weren't calling me up to go, hey, come on out with us. That wasn't happening, those old timers. But those smelt balls would turn up in the other part of the lake, and it's because they were going underneath to some caves or underwater. Like Will Fall said to me here years ago, he says, Paul, he says, you got to remember, think of when you've got your well, it's not just a hole, there's literally like a river underneath. Muskrat Lake. Well, that might be true, except I was there in the winter about 5 winters ago. I was fishing off of that, was it McDonald Road or whatever, the far end of the lake. It's about 110 feet of water there. We're ice fishing there, and I started catching foot-long, what looked to be like miniature rainbows is how I looked at them, but they were smelt. Conservation guy, tick, 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 on the side of the tent, come on in, sit down. I mean, you're not there to bust me for smoking weed or anything. You're going to be busting me for illegal fish, which I was not doing. But I showed him, I pulled out one of these smelt. He says, first of all, they're edible. But that particular species of smelt in Muskrat Lake has been there for 10,000 years and exists nowhere else in Canada. That is the unique species. So if it goes all the way to Ottawa, if that's true, then we might find that smelt in the Ottawa River. I don't know. Problem is that really the cold water, that's the one, rainbow smelt. But this particular species is unique to that lake. So I'm like, so this lake over here that we know is smelt, that's different smelt. He says, yeah, this is unique because this lake is like really, 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 really old. And that on Muskrat, you probably know this, is you can catch Lakers, white, those rainbow smelt, go across to what do they call it? Hydro Bay on the other side, and they're catching walleye in the same lake, pike and whatever. Oh yeah, we brought a bunch home and ate them. Yeah, well, this was, I don't know how old you are, but the conservation officer there, he was like 70 when he was visiting us. He's long gone now. This was 5-6 years ago. But, I believe that's got sturgeon there. I mean, just off that one, where the campground is on that far end, and then you come back towards Cobden. I mean, that water is 110 feet, and that's not too far offshore, and it gets deeper than that. And I've never actually gone across the lake to Hydro Bay. And I'm sure it gets a lot deeper down in those middle parts there before you get to Hydro Bay. I can see sturgeon being in there, sure. Whitefish, for sure. And what are they feeding on? That smelt. That's why the Lakers are so big in there. I've seen some pretty big Lakers come out of there. The walleye are big. The day we were there, the conservation guy says, hey, you guys should head over. The walleye are on the bite. I'm like, geez, I don't know if I want to go all the way over there. It's quite a piece. And, but when he gone and checked on those guys while he was there, they, 2 guys at the same time, 2 different holes, picked up 2 9-pound walleye out of there. Same time. Now, they're obviously from that lake, so they know their lake. Oh, I believe a 15-pound. Oh, yeah. Geez, the other lad here, Jake, wants to go fishing. And you know what? With that bus, I know the perfect place to park it. Nobody will give me a hard time. I would definitely go back to muskrat ice fishing this winter if we get good ice. That's a great lake. I mean, like I say, it's one of our oldest lakes here in Ontario. 10,000. I mean, Cartier. That's one of the lakes he went through. And the Algonquins, I mean, some of the oldest First Nation Algonquins all come in from there, around that area. It goes back like 10,000 years, for cripe's sakes. Yeah, Muskrat Lake, Chris. Fuck, I'm glad you brought that one up. That's going on the list this winter. We'll go back there. I haven't been there now for, like I said, 5 or 6 years. So, and I love Muskrat Lake. Cobden, the little restaurant. I'm assuming it's still there. There's a great little breakfast there. Homemade pie. Although with my diabetes, I probably shouldn't touch. But they used to make really good homemade pie at that little restaurant. Yeah, there's a lot of guys. When I was working at Lafarge, they would sometimes send me up to the Renfrew plant, Lafarge plant up there. And one of the guys, the manager, a guy named Joe, we used to go ice fishing quite a bit. And he's caught major fish out of muskrat. I would hesitate to tell you the size. They have a derby there? They have as a wicked draw for a boat and entry determined is entry into draws. Is that for ice fishing or summer fishing? 500 feet? Well, that I wonder about, because Mazenal, they claim to be the deepest lake outside of the Great Lakes. And probably Simcoe, although Simcoe's not that deep really. But I marked right out, where the big pictured rocks are on Mazenau. I marked 476 feet right in front of there, and they say that's the deepest spot in the lake there. But somebody up there was claiming that Mazenau was our deepest inland regular lake. But I would believe easily that muskrat could be 500. Ice fishing. When's that derby? February? Fuck, we should register for that. Bring the bus up. Have a good old party up there for a few days. Where do you February? Okay, that makes sense. Where do you sign up for the derby? Is there some one of the bait shops? Fuck, February though. It gets to be such a full month every weekend. Of course, now I don't work, so weekends don't matter. But guaranteed the derby is going to be on a weekend. The World Championships are on Lake Simcoe. I don't know if they've started them up since COVID. They canceled the World Championships there, Lake Simcoe, for the ice fishing. You want to see insanity there. 10,000 people on the ice for that derby. People from Sweden all over the place. It's insane. I don't even know why I like going there. Yep. Or online. Okay. On their town site? Okay, Cobden. That should be easy to find. You know what? I'll bet Canadian Tire and Renfrew and all that up there, they probably have that maybe too. Be a good excuse to go bug Joe if he's not too busy at the concrete plant. Yeah. I think the World Championships in February, but I don't know if they brought it back. It got canceled during that whole COVID thing. And I hadn't heard or even saw anything that was saying that the championships are coming back to Lake Simcoe. So I don't compete in that. I wouldn't, but it's more of a freak show. You go down there, okay, go pick your own little spot away from the ice hut cities and all the rest of it. Gourmets, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Be a good reason to go over and get sick on a king burger. Isn't Gourmets down towards King Burger there? If I remember, on the left. Gurley's, yeah. Gourley's, yes, 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 yes. There we go. Yeah, it's on the same road as where the King Burger is. The real greasy burgers that everybody likes to eat, but then get sick after. Not because the food's bad, it's just so greasy. They're tasty burgers, but oh, they're nasty on the gut. I think Gourley's is before that on the left as you're heading, I guess that would be west, I guess, south or northwest. Odie's? Is that, what is that, Odie's? Is that like a burger place? I don't know that one. I just know King Burger because all the truckers used to go there. I don't know why we used to go there. We're so stupid. Yeah, hangover cure. Yeah, there you go. All the dump truckers would go there, cement mixer guys. Anyway, we weren't healthy in those days. And King Burger fit. Oh, and Odie's King Burger. Okay. What's the one I used to get with the peanut butter? Is it peanut butter in there? Oh, Odie's is the owner. I didn't know the owner. Never talked. If the owner ever talked to me, I wouldn't even know who it was. And I haven't been there. Well, I wouldn't drive, go to Gourley's and, buy some minnows and then go poison myself before I go down to Muskrat Lake. Holy shit. No one else is there. Definitely got to bring the bus. I'm going to put nature's the composting one. I'm going to put that in the bus. And I don't know, I'll build some kind of little private thing with, so, at least, if you're on the ice at Muskrat, you really don't have anywhere, if you're going to be out there, like I'll go out on the ice 10 hours. I mean, no problem at all. But, we used to bring the little cassette toilet with us sometimes if we knew we were going to be out there overnight or something. But that's the one thing with the bus too. I mean, what an advantage that's going to be able just to walk off or drive off the ice with the ATV. Bus is all nice and warm. Fridge is full of food, whatever, washroom, So, and, that in that bus, I mean, even if we had 3 or 4 guys easily could sleep in there, like be kind of hunt campish. You only want to use buckets for minnows. Yeah. Exactly. Ooh. Actually, I never puked. Never puked on a king burger. I have to say that. I think the one I had was the one with the he was it peanut butter he was mixing in with the burger. It was actually quite pretty good. Anyway, I don't remember, but it was lots of grease. Yeah, the last time I was up there, I got my minnows from the old guy in Waba, but I mean, he was 85 10 years ago, so I don't imagine he's around anymore. But the nice thing about Waba, you go up to his barn and that, where all the troughs are when he had cattle there at one time, but he has a well in there and it's ice cold water. So what he was doing is he put the minnows now with no cattle, he put them in the troughs. So you just reach in, grab your minnows, right? But the water was so ice cold, if you went anywhere that had water was 10 degrees warmer, your minnows would all be dead within 5 minutes. Yes, he was. And I remember the first time I did that, we were staying, friends of mine used to own a lodge. Well, they still own a lodge, Pickerel Bay Lodge. Jeff Hurst, but he's long gone now. It's Dustin and Michelle. And we used to go there every May 2-4 weekend for, I don't know, like 20 years for the big party fishing weekend. And I remember the first time I went to Waba, got the minnows, came back to White Lake, tossed the minnows into the, in my thing in the lake, come back an hour, every one of them's dead. Go back to Waba. I didn't blame him on the minnows. I said, I don't know what he did. He says, what lake did you bring that to? I says, White Lake. He says,
These minnows, like, like White Lakes, I don't know what, that time of year, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Of course, his minnows were in there like probably 35 degrees Fahrenheit or whatever. So naturally you kill them. So anyway, like he said, like, I learned quickly is don't put them in the lake, put them, climatize them, but you can do it with the well water coming out of the, out of the, in the sink of the cottage. But yeah, that was 3 dozen I killed right off the spot. And all of us were dumbfounded. We were all standing there going, what in the hell's going on here? And then, of course, yeah, right. His minnows are in like ice cold water, even in the middle of summer. So, whereas Brian's, I mean, you look at Brian's over there at Perth Bait, his minnows, you can throw them in any lake, they'll be fine. You're not going to kill the damn things. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, I think he's got to be gone. I mean, Christ, he was. I mean, Pickerel Bay Lodge is now turned into like a RV campground. I don't even know if my cottage is still available there. They had kept 2 cottages because we were going there every year, and these French guys from Bell Canada that lived in Eastern Ontario were hard partiers, but we only saw those guys once a year, and it was that Pickerel Bay Lodge May 24 weekend. And so they didn't want us to stop going. And then the same with Louis and the French guys, the hard partiers. But I haven't gone now the last couple of years, so he may have gotten rid of the last cottages there. But yeah, Pickerel Bay Lodge. So, of course, White Lake, I mean, it's such a huge lake. I mean, you can't catch a fish in White Lake, anything. I mean, perch, anything, then you're not fishing right. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that would be a plan, eh? Do a Muskrat Lake, big weekend up there or whatever. Bring the bus up there. See if we can find one of those sturgeon just to look at it. I wouldn't keep it, obviously. I don't think we can anyway. Okay, brother. Floors won't install themselves. Floors? Are you a carpenter? Yeah, I guess I will. I didn't think anybody'd be interested in any of that. Gained about 8 new users too because of this. I had no idea this would do that. I should have paid attention to that fellow out there in Arizona. Yeah, I think that should be a doer for sure. I'll bring maybe Randy and Chris up from Umpa there. Lemke. Lemke's big family in Umpa. There's probably a gazillion Lemkes there. So, yeah, that would be a plan. I'll probably would turn up if the tournament's on the Saturday, I'd probably turn up there on a Thursday. Oh yeah? Finishing carpeting and flooring, mostly floor. Okay. Okay. I'm looking for a carpenter, but nothing like what you're doing. I'm looking for some pretty rough stuff. I'm trying to keep the camp here as rustic as I can. I don't want anything looking new here. Yeah. So you go in, you do the tournament. I show up there maybe like on a Wednesday or Thursday, go down to the other end where I was telling you, and then maybe even chip over to Hydro Bay and see about popping a couple of wallies out. Then the tournament turns up. You don't care if you really catch anything at the tournament, but everybody's going to be there. So, yeah, I sure will. We should smoke one together. Be good, brother. Be safe, eh? I guess I should probably get to trimming before I doze off. Yeah. Fuck, I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you, Chris, brother. I'm glad you brought that up. Oh, fuck, I disconnected. I got to talk to Randy because they're coming here in the middle of, well, for deer. They'll be hunting here this year. I'll be filming some of it, you know, anything that I can without disturbing the hunt. But I'll talk to the both of them. They're going to want to go. And I mean, Randy's, both of them have been to Muskrat, but neither one of them has probably been there in years because of UMPA. I mean, that's all I got to say, UMPA. I mean, the most lakes we've done in one day was 7 lakes. Saturday morning, right till dark. We finished at Crotch. That's when I frostbit my legs, and I got no hair on my legs because I frostbit them so bad. It was minus 10 Celsius. By the time we got off the ice, it was minus 20 Celsius, and it was a 9-kilometer ride back to Umpa from Crotch. Froze the front of my legs, almost solid. Ugh, worst pain I'd been through in a long time. Then all the hair fell out, and it's never going back. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, Muskrat. Fuck. I mean, that's one lake. You don't need to do like 5 lakes like Umpa. That's one. You're doing pike, walleye, laker, sturgeon to look at, the smelt. There's definitely whitefish. I know because there was guys catching whitefish when I was there. They're hard to catch. They're soft mouths, eh? You got to be use a tiny little. Most people don't know how to catch whitefish on a hook. Most people that do the whitefish in this area, they'll go up to near the reserve there off of Golden Lake, you know, where the Bonnechere, the river comes out there. It's the only time a white man can dip net. October 15th, oh, that's starting soon. October 15th till December 15th, you can use a dip net. You go down to the river, you shine your light in there, the whitefish will all come out. You got your net, you just pick the net up, and you got a shitload of whitefish to bring home with you. So the problem is that depending on what time of day and what day you go, there could be 800 people there. It's a pain in the balls. But if you like whitefish, I love whitefish. It's a really nice, it's good fish to smoke too. Like, I don't mean, you know what I mean. Oh, everybody's gone. Okay, so you're gone too, Chris. All right. Well, I'm going to shut this down. I think I better go take a nap because I got about 3 days of trimming here. Well, maybe we'll do a live one later if anybody's hearing me. Okay, how do I shut that off now? It'll be on for the next year if I don't figure out how to turn it off. Okay. Are you sure you want to stop streaming?